Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. I was around 11 years old in the summer of 1982. At that time my whole life felt like it was always in boxes. My dad was in the Canadian Armed Forces, and because of that we moved constantly. Every 2 years, sometimes even sooner, we would pack everything up and move to another town, another base, another set of streets and schools and faces I didn't know. For about 12 years of my young life this was the pattern, and I hated it with a kind of quiet, deep anger that I didn't really know how to put into words back then. As soon as I made a friend, it felt like we were saying goodbye. As soon as I started to know the way to school without thinking, we were leaving again. I never got to feel settled. I never got to feel like I truly belonged anywhere. My mom understood how hard this was for us. She could see how quickly people came and went in our lives, and she didn't want my sisters and me to grow up with only temporary connections. She worried that we would lose touch with our extended family, with our roots, with the feeling that we came from somewhere real and solid. So she made a point of keeping us close to her parents, my grandparents, even if we lived far away from them most of the year. Every summer, no matter where my dad was posted, she sent me to stay with them in central Alberta, in a small farming community where the pace of life was slower and things didn't change so quickly. Those summers at my grandparents' place became the one real constant in my life. The town itself was small, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else, where people waved as they drove past, where one main street held the grocery store, the post office, the cafe, and the church. My grandparents' house was nothing fancy, but it felt like the safest place in the world to me. It always smelled faintly of bread and coffee and laundry soap. There were always fresh vegetables from someone's garden sitting on the counter. My grandma had her rosary beads on the end table near her chair, and my grandpa often sat at the kitchen table reading the paper or talking quietly. They were devout Catholics, the kind of people who didn't just go to church on Sundays but went almost every day. There was something very steady and simple about the way they lived their faith. It wasn't loud or showy. They just walked to church, prayed, came home, and did their work. The church they attended was only about a 3-minute walk away from their house. We could see the steeple from the street out front. In the early morning light, the cross at the top would shine against the sky. The bells would ring at set times, and my grandparents would straighten up whatever they were doing and say, "Time to go." Because I loved my grandparents so much and wanted to be with them, I went along, even though I often didn't feel like sitting through long ceremonies. At 11, I wasn't very interested in prayers and sermons. I was much more interested in being outside, running around, feeling the sun on my face, and playing. Sitting still on a hard wooden pew, listening to words that felt too long and too slow, was not my idea of fun. But I went anyway, over and over, because it made my grandparents happy. It was our time together. It was part of their world, and they welcomed me into it. My grandma liked to be early for everything, but especially for church. She believed that being on time meant being at least 15 minutes early. She liked to sit right at the front of the church, as close to the altar as she could, so she could hear every word, see every gesture, feel fully involved in what was happening. My grandpa didn't argue with her about it. He just shook his head and smiled and walked along beside her, his hands folded behind his back. On most days we were there with time to spare, but on one particular day we were late, for reasons I can't even remember now. Maybe we left a little behind schedule. Maybe my grandma had to finish something in the kitchen. Maybe we ran into someone on the street and stopped to talk. All I know is that by the time we got to the church, the main floor was already mostly full. People were already seated in their usual places. My grandparents still managed to find spots up front, because everyone knew them and made room, but there was no space left beside them for me. Instead, I was told I would have to sit in the balcony. I had been up there once or twice before. It was a long, narrow area that ran along the back and one side of the church above the main pews. The balcony was tight and a bit awkward to move in, with rows of seats squeezed together, and a railing that overlooked the main space below. On this particular day it felt even narrower, maybe because I didn't really want to be there by myself. I had to shuffle sideways to get to an empty seat. I ended up near a window that looked out over the church grounds. From that window I could see the courtyard and beyond it, an old wing of the church. That wing was no longer used. It was a part of the building that had fallen out of service over the years. The windows were still there, but the glass looked dull and dusty. The brick seemed older, a bit more worn. I didn't know much about that part of the church, only that nobody went there anymore and that it had a kind of forgotten look about it. On that day, sitting alone in the balcony, looking out of that window became my way of passing the time. The ceremony started. The priest spoke in the same slow, careful way he always did. The choir sang hymns in voices that echoed slightly off the high ceiling. People stood, knelt, and sat in rhythm. I went through the motions with them, but I was bored. I was 11, and the summer was waiting outside with warm air and open fields. Every few moments I would glance away from the altar and turn my head toward the window. I watched the branches of the trees moving gently in the breeze. I looked at the old wing of the church, at the worn brick and the dark rectangle of a particular window. At first I saw nothing unusual. It was just an old building, quiet and still. But then, as I stared without really thinking, I noticed something. In one of the windows of the unused wing, I saw a face looking out. I don't know why I didn't look away at once. You might think that as soon as you see something strange like that, you would blink or turn your head. But in that moment I froze. It was as if my eyes locked onto that window and could not move. Right away I felt a wave of cold run over me. The hair on my arms stood up. My legs felt weak. A strange shaking started inside me, almost like I was shivering, but the day wasn't cold. It was just my body reacting to something my mind didn't understand. The face was pale, unnaturally pale, as if all the blood had been drained from it. The skin looked sunken in, so that I could see the outline of cheekbones and the curve of the jaw clearly. There were dark circles under the eyes, deep and hollow, like someone who had been ill for a very long time or who hadn't slept in months. The eyes themselves were bloodshot red, raw and tired, and yet they were focused, sharp, and clearly looking out. The lips were thin and almost colorless, pressed together in a line that was neither a smile nor a frown, just a tight, weak line. The hair was dark, but thinning, balding in places. All of this I took in quickly, but clearly. What struck me as the strangest thing, though, was that there was no body. I didn't see shoulders or a chest or hands. I saw only a head, as if it were floating there, framed by the old window. For a few seconds, which felt much longer, we simply looked at each other. I stared at it, and at some point the face seemed to shift slightly, like it was turning its attention more directly on me. At that moment, something inside me broke. Until then I had been held in place by shock, but when it looked right at me, fear broke that stillness. I wrenched my eyes away, heart pounding so hard that I could feel it in my throat. I stared at the floor, at my hands, at anything else. I tried to tell myself I was imagining things. I tried to breathe normally. After a few seconds I forced myself to look back at the window, afraid of what I might see and yet unable to stop myself. When I looked back, the face was gone. The window in that old wing showed only dim glass and the faint outline of the room behind it, nothing more. The rest of the ceremony felt like it lasted hours. I didn't hear the priest. I didn't really join in the prayers. I kept my eyes mainly on my lap or on the lower part of the church. I didn't look back out of that window again. My mind kept replaying what I had just seen, telling me it was real, telling me that I had not imagined those red, tired eyes or that hollow face. A deep unease settled over me, heavier than simple boredom or annoyance. I wanted to go home. I wanted to be away from that building. When the ceremony finally ended and people began to get up and move around, I made my way down from the balcony, squeezing along the narrow row of seats and then down the steps. The air at ground level felt thicker somehow. The smell of incense and candles was stronger. My grandparents were at the front, talking to the priest as they often did. I walked toward them and went straight to my grandpa. I reached out and grabbed his hand, holding on tightly, like a much younger child might do. "Can we go home?" I asked, my voice tight and small. I wasn't thinking about being polite. I just knew I wanted to be away from that church as fast as possible. My grandma turned and looked at me, ready to scold me for being rude. She had strong ideas about proper behavior in church, about not interrupting adults, especially not the priest. But when she saw my face, she stopped. Her expression changed from annoyance to concern in an instant. She later told me that I looked white as a ghost, which is an odd phrase to use in this story, but it fits. My skin had lost its color, my lips were pale, and my eyes were wide and strange. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice softer now. "I'm fine," I said automatically, because that's what you say when you don't want to cause trouble, even when it isn't true. Inside I knew I was anything but fine, but I didn't know how to explain what I had seen without sounding crazy. I just wanted to be anywhere but there. The priest, who had been speaking with my grandparents, must have noticed something as well. As we were leaving, he came over to me and put a gentle hand on my shoulder. He looked at me with kind, searching eyes and said something like, "Feel better, my child. If anything is troubling you, you can come and see me." His words made me feel seen and a little exposed at the same time. Part of me wondered if he knew something. Another part of me just wanted to hide. I nodded, but I didn't say anything. I was too shaken. As soon as we stepped out of the church and into the open air, I felt some of the tightness in my chest loosen. The sky above was wide. The sunlight felt warm on my face. But the memory of that pale, hollow face in the window clung to me. For the next week, I refused to go back to church. For my grandparents, especially my grandma, this was a big deal. Going to church was as natural as breathing for them. Missing a day or two because you were sick was understandable, but refusing to go at all was almost unthinkable. My grandma was upset with me at first. She didn't understand why I suddenly dug my heels in, why I shook my head and said, "No," when she told me to get ready. She thought I was being stubborn and disrespectful, and in some ways I guess I was. But I was also deeply afraid. My grandpa, on the other hand, was more concerned than angry. He watched me over those days and could see that something was wrong. I hardly ate, only picking at my food. I didn't sleep well. At night I would lie awake, staring at the ceiling, unable to shake the image of the face in the window. Any small sound would make me jump. A creak of the house settling, the wind against the glass, the hum of the refrigerator, everything made my heart race. During the day, I was quiet and withdrawn, not my normal summer self at all. After a few days of this, my grandpa decided that something had to be done. He was a gentleman, not someone who pushed or shouted much. One afternoon he sat me down at the kitchen table. The light was coming in through the window, falling on the tablecloth. The house was calm and still. He looked at me with his steady, kind eyes and said, "You need to tell me what's bothering you." At first I didn't know what to say. In my mind I kept thinking, what if he doesn't believe me? What if he thinks I'm lying or making it up for attention? What if he gets angry? What if he decides I'm too much trouble and sends me back home early? These thoughts made me even more nervous, and for a moment I just stared at my hands in my lap. But my grandpa didn't push too hard. He just waited quietly. After some gentle coaxing and reassurance that he just wanted to help, something inside me loosened. I took a deep breath and began to talk. I told him about sitting up in the balcony alone. I told him about looking out the window at the old wing of the church. I told him about the face in the window, about how pale and sickly it looked, about the hollow cheeks and the dark circles under the eyes, about the bloodshot red eyes that seemed to look right at me, about the thin lips and the balding dark hair. I told him how I couldn't look away at first, and how a cold, shaking feeling had come over me. I told him how I finally looked away and then, when I dared to look back, the face was gone. I also told him that when the face stared right at me, I got so scared I couldn't stand it and had to look away. As I spoke, the memory became sharp again. I could almost see the window in my mind, could almost feel the cold rush over my skin all over again. My voice shook a little as I described everything. When I finished, there was a silence between us. I expected him to dismiss it, to tell me that it was just my imagination, that I had been bored and let my mind play tricks on me. But he didn't. He didn't laugh. He didn't scold me. He didn't say that I was making it up. Instead, he asked me only one question, and that question surprised me. He said, "Can you describe the man's face for me again?" So I did. I went over the details once more. Pale, shallow cheeks, the bones standing out. Dark circles under tired eyes. Those red eyes, like they were irritated or had cried too much. Thin, pale lips. Dark, thinning hair, balding in places. Head only, no trace of a body. When I finished, my grandpa looked at me strangely. There was something in his expression, a mixture of recognition and sadness, maybe a bit of fear too. Then he began to talk, slowly and carefully. He told me about a time many years before I was born, between about 1918 and 1920, when the influenza epidemic hit the area and the surrounding farming communities. He said that those had been very hard years. The flu that came through then was not like an ordinary seasonal flu. It was deadly. People became ill suddenly and got worse very quickly. There were many deaths. He told me that during the winter months of that epidemic, things had been especially difficult. Winters in that part of Canada can be brutal. Temperatures can drop to around -44 to -50 degrees Celsius, which is between -47 and -58 degrees Fahrenheit. The air becomes so cold that it hurts to breathe. Snow piles up in deep drifts, and roads can be blocked. Back then, there were no modern snowplows or easy ways to clear everything. People used horses and simple tools. Getting from one place to another, especially if the weather was bad, could be close to impossible. The hospital in the area had quickly filled up with influenza patients. There were simply too many sick people and not enough beds. The doctors and nurses were overwhelmed. They worked day and night, but they could not keep up. There were not enough hands to wipe brows, change sheets, give medicine, and comfort the dying. In their desperation, they turned to other buildings for help. One of the places they used was that very church my grandparents still attended. They cleared out part of it, and used the old wing as a sort of overflow ward to help relieve the pressure on the hospital. The pews in that wing, my grandpa told me, had been pushed aside or removed. Cots and simple beds were brought in. The walls that had once echoed with prayers now heard coughing, crying, and the ragged breathing of people fighting for their lives. There were too few medical workers to look after everyone. They had to rely on volunteers, regular townspeople who had no medical training but wanted to help. Some of them were older women who had raised many children and knew how to care for the sick. Others were young people who had strong backs and could carry supplies or move patients. They did everything they could, but the epidemic still took many lives. In that wing of the church, people lived and died, away from their homes, under the watch of strangers and friends. The epidemic lasted about a year, sometimes easing, sometimes returning in waves. Many families lost loved ones. My grandpa remembered that those years left a deep mark on the community. People still spoke about it occasionally, even decades later, in quiet voices. He told me that the wing of the church I had been looking at from the balcony window wasn't closed off because of the epidemic itself. After the epidemic ended, life slowly went back to normal, and the church went back to being a church. But over time that part of the building became worn and unsafe. The structure aged. The town had less use for that wing. Eventually it was sealed off, not out of fear of disease, but because it was a safety hazard. Even so, the stories about that wing did not stop. My grandpa said that over the years, people had told him about strange events happening there. He had heard things from other townsfolk, and even once or twice from a priest. People reported unexplained noises and voices. They said they heard crying in the empty halls, the kind of soft, hopeless crying that sick or grieving people make. Others heard sudden screams or long moans of pain or fear. Footsteps were heard in the corridors when nobody was supposed to be in that part of the church. Some people said they saw shadows moving about behind the old windows, flickers of forms where there should have been only stillness. As my grandpa shared all of this with me, it became harder and harder to breathe evenly. It was one thing to think I had seen something weird on my own. It was another to hear that other people, over many years, had also felt that space was wrong somehow, full of echoes and restless shapes. When he finished, he looked at me and said gently that he believed what I had seen was likely one of those poor souls who had died during the influenza epidemic, someone who had suffered and passed away in that very wing of the church, and whose spirit had not fully moved on. The idea that the face I had seen belonged to a real person who had once lived and breathed, a person who had been sick and scared and far from home, made me feel both more afraid and more sad. I could picture him lying in a bed in that old wing, feverish and weak, eyes red from illness, cheekbones sharp beneath thin skin, hair falling out in patches, lips pale and dry. I could imagine him trying to look out the window to see the world he might never walk in again. Maybe in that moment, he had seen me as I had seen him. Maybe he was just as confused about me as I was about him. From that day on, even though I calmed down a little, I refused to sit in the balcony again. I would not go up those stairs and sit alone near that window. Even the thought of passing by the spot where I had seen that face made my stomach twist. The church did not feel the same to me anymore. There was a shadow over it, a memory that never really faded. My grandpa, being the kind, understanding man he was, did something for me that I will always be grateful for. He told me that from then on, he would make sure I always sat up front with him and my grandma, so I wouldn't be alone and wouldn't have to go up into the balcony again. He knew how much that experience had shaken me, and he took my fears seriously. He kept that promise for the rest of his life. Every summer after that, when I visited and went to church with him, he would stand a little taller, walk a little faster, and make sure there was a place for me beside them in the front, even if the church was crowded. If someone else was in their pew, they would find another one, but always on the main floor, never in the balcony. He never made fun of me. He never told me to get over it. He simply made it clear that I was not going to face that fear alone. He kept that promise until he passed away 8 years later. Even now, when I think of him, one of the strongest memories I have is of his hand around mine, guiding me down the aisle to a seat at the front of that old church, making sure I felt safe. The church itself is no longer there. That is something that still makes my parents a little sad, because it held a lot of good memories for them too. They were married in that church on October 3, 1966. There are photographs of them standing on the steps outside, smiling, with family gathered all around them. For them, the church was not just a building where strange things happened. It was a place where they made vows and began their life together. In 1992, many years after my strange experience, and long after the epidemic, the old church was torn down. It had simply grown too old and worn to be repaired properly. A new church was built about half a mile away to serve the community. The spot where the old church once stood is now covered with houses. New families live there. Children play in their yards. Cars drive in and out of driveways. To anyone who doesn't know the history, it likely looks like any other quiet residential area. Sometimes I wonder about that place. I wonder if, in those houses that now stand on that ground, anyone ever hears things they can't explain. I wonder if anyone has ever looked out of their window late at night and felt a chill for no good reason. I wonder if some of those old echoes, those cries and moans and restless footsteps from long ago, still drift through the air when everything is quiet. I wonder most of all if somewhere, in the memory of that land, there is still the trace of a pale, hollow face looking out of a window, searching for something it never quite found in life. I don't have any answers. All I know is what happened to me in the summer of 1982, when I was an 11-year-old army kid who moved too much and finally found one place that felt steady, only to discover that even that place held its own ghosts. That face in the church window has stayed with me ever since, not just as a scary thing, but as a reminder of how much history places can hold, and how the pain of the past can sometimes bleed quietly into the present. I grew up in a very big family. On my mom's side alone, she has 15 brothers and sisters, so she is one of 16 children. Because of that, I have more cousins than I can easily count. There are over 200 first cousins, and if you add in the second and third cousins, it gets almost impossible to keep track. When I was younger, we used to have huge family reunions. They were not small gatherings at all. Sometimes more than 1,000 family members would show up because my dad's side of the family was also connected through a few marriages. At those reunions, there would be people everywhere, kids running in the grass, aunties talking in groups, uncles laughing together with drinks in their hands. Those reunions were fun. They were loud and full of life. There was always music, tables full of food, and long rows of folding chairs where the older folks sat and watched everything. But they were also confusing sometimes. Even though I spent many summers with different relatives, I still couldn't remember everyone's name or how exactly they were related to me. There were moments when someone would walk up and start talking to me like they had known me my whole life, and I'd smile and talk back, secretly trying to remember if this was a cousin, or an aunt, or someone who had just married into the family. With so many people, it was easy to lose track. In the middle of all these faces and names, there was one person who always stood out clearly in my mind, my Uncle Richie. He was one of my mom's brothers, and I had a special bond with him, even though I was still very young when he died. My family later told me that I was his favorite niece. I don't know if he actually said those words or if they just felt that way, but it meant a lot to me. He had a way of making me feel like I was important, like I was seen in the middle of this huge crowd of relatives. He never called me by my real name, Leanne. Instead, he had a pet name for me. He always called me Dincy. I don't know how he came up with that nickname, and nobody else got one like it. Out of all the cousins, I was the only one he called that. Maybe it was just a word that came into his head, or maybe it came from something I did when I was little. I never really asked. But hearing that name in his voice made me feel special. It was like our own little thing. When I heard, "Hey, Dincy," I knew it was him, and I always ran over to see him. My Uncle Richie lived in Alberta, while I was living with my parents in Ontario. So I didn't see him all the time. But I knew, even as a child, that he was sick. He was fighting colon cancer, and by the time I was 7 years old it had spread through his body. The adults around me tried to keep some of the details from me. They didn't tell me how serious it was at first. I knew he was unwell, and I knew he had to go to the hospital, but I didn't really understand what that meant. When you're 7, you know the words sick and hospital, but you don't always understand dying. In 1978, when I was around 7, I had what I believe was my last visit with him. It didn't happen the way most visits do. He didn't come through the door with a suitcase or sit at the kitchen table with a coffee. It happened late one night, in a way that still stays with me and makes me wonder, even now. At the time, we were living in Ontario. My uncle was still in Alberta. One night, I remember it clearly, I woke up suddenly. The clock beside my bed showed it was around 2:30 in the morning. I don't know what woke me. I don't remember having a bad dream. I don't remember any loud noise. I just remember opening my eyes and slowly realizing I was awake when I should have been sleeping. The room was dim. The only light came from outside, from the street lamp shining through my bedroom window. It painted pale, soft shapes on the walls and floor. I could see the outline of my dresser, the corner of my desk, and the shadows of toys and clothes lying around. At first everything seemed normal, but after a moment I got the strong feeling that I wasn't alone. It wasn't like when you imagine a monster under your bed. It felt like there was someone else in the room with me, someone who was standing there calmly, just waiting. Then I heard it. A voice, soft but clear, came from the foot of my bed. It said, "Dincy." I knew that voice. I knew that name. Nobody but my Uncle Richie ever called me that. The moment I heard it, I sat up quickly in bed, my heart suddenly pounding, but not with fear. I was excited. My first thought was not, "How is he here?" My first thought was, "Uncle Richie came to see me." I was ready to jump into his arms. I was just a child, and to me, people you love can show up any time. I looked toward the foot of my bed, expecting to see him standing there in the faint light. At first, I didn't see anyone. The end of the bed was just shadows and dim shapes. I thought maybe he was hiding somewhere in my room, trying to play a trick on me. He liked to joke and tease a little. I imagined him crouched down beside the bed or hiding in a corner, waiting for just the right moment to make me jump and then laugh. I started to move, getting ready to slide off the bed and search for him. As I shifted, something caught my eye, a shape, a figure, right at the foot of the bed, just at the edge of my vision. I turned my head more slowly and looked properly. He was there. My Uncle Richie was standing at the foot of my bed. I could see him clearly enough to know it was him. His face looked like I remembered, kind and warm. He was smiling at me, and the smile reached his eyes the way it always did. His arms were open, as if inviting me to come to him. There was nothing frightening about him in that moment. I didn't see any sickness in his expression. He just looked calm and gentle, the way I always wanted to remember him. Tears fill my eyes even now when I think about it. Back then, though, I didn't cry. I reacted the way any child does when they see someone they love and miss. I scurried forward, almost scrambling over the blankets to get to him. I stood up on my bed and wrapped my arms around him in a hug. What surprised me was how real he felt. He did not feel like hugging air. He did not feel like something you reach for in a dream and can't quite touch. He felt solid. I could feel his body, his arms around me. I could feel the pressure of the hug, the warmth of being held. While he held me, he leaned close to my ear and spoke softly. His voice was gentle, but serious, with that same tone adults use when they are saying something they really want you to remember. He said, "Dincy, I love you, and I want you to always keep me in your heart. I have come to say goodbye and will always be watching over you." I listened carefully, even if I didn't fully understand what goodbye meant in that way. At 7 years old, goodbye usually means, "See you another day." Not, "You won't see me again in this life." Still, something in his voice made the words sink into me. It felt important, like a promise and a farewell wrapped together. When I let go of him and stepped back, he didn't vanish suddenly. He didn't blur or fade like in a movie. He simply turned and walked toward my bedroom door, calm and steady. I watched him walk out of my room like a normal person would. When he reached the doorway, he went through it and disappeared from view. I climbed off the bed and hurried after him, expecting to find him in the hallway or maybe in the living room. But when I went out to look for him, he was gone. I checked around quietly, still expecting him to pop out and say, "Boo!" or something like that. There was no sign of him anywhere. Confusion started to creep in. I knew I had seen him. I knew I had heard him. I knew I had hugged him. But now he was nowhere to be found. Part of me thought maybe the adults knew where he was. Maybe he was staying in another room. So I went to my parents' bedroom. They were half asleep when I came in, and I asked where Uncle Richie went. I told them he had been in my room and I wanted to know where he was now. They looked at me with tired, puzzled faces and said he wasn't visiting. They told me I must have been dreaming and that it was still the middle of the night. They gently told me to go back to bed. I didn't argue much. I was a little kid, and when your parents say something, you tend to accept it, even when it doesn't line up with what you feel inside. I went back to my room, climbed into bed again, and lay there thinking. The room looked normal. The street lights still shone through the window. The spot at the foot of my bed where he had stood was empty. I replayed his words in my mind. "I love you, always keep me in your heart. I have come to say goodbye, always watching over you." You would think I might have stayed awake all night, but somehow I didn't. In spite of the confusion, I felt strangely calm. It was as if the visit, whatever it really was, brought a sort of peace with it. Before long, I drifted back to sleep and slept until morning. When I woke up, the memory was still there, clear and sharp. It didn't feel like a dream that fades when you open your eyes. It felt more like something that had truly happened, like the memory of a real conversation. I went downstairs, still thinking about it, expecting to hear regular morning sounds, maybe my parents making coffee or talking softly. Instead, I walked into the kitchen and found a very different scene. My parents were there, holding each other and crying. The air in the room felt heavy and sad. I stopped in the doorway, surprised. I had never seen them like that before. I asked them what was wrong. They told me that my Uncle Richie had passed away early that morning. Their words hit me like a shock. For a second I didn't understand. In my mind, he had just been in my room a few hours earlier. It didn't make sense that he could be gone. I told them, honestly and urgently. "What do you mean? He was here last night. I told you, and you told me to go back to bed because I was dreaming." They looked at me with a mix of concern, pain, and something else I couldn't quite read. Maybe they were wondering if I really had a strange experience, or if I was just a child trying to process the news. I explained to them exactly what had happened, as much as a 7-year-old could. I told them how he called me by my nickname, how I saw him standing at the foot of my bed, how we hugged, and exactly what he said, that he loved me, that he had come to say goodbye, and that he would always be watching over me. After I finished, they didn't say very much. They didn't tell me I was lying. They didn't tell me I was wrong. They also didn't go into long explanations. Maybe they didn't know what to say. Maybe they believed me but didn't know how to handle it. Maybe they were too wrapped up in their own grief. Whatever the reason, they let my story hang there in the air between us. For me, though, it was very real. I knew what I had seen, felt, and heard, and it left a deep impression on me that has never fully faded. I also learned that I would not be going to his funeral. My parents told me I was too young. They said it would be too hard for me, or maybe they wanted to protect me from seeing his body and experiencing that kind of sorrow up close. At the time, that hurt. I wanted to say goodbye properly. I wanted to be where everyone else in the family was, to share in their grief and their memories. But I stayed home, holding on to my own private goodbye from that night. Later on, as I got older and more pieces of the story came together, I found out that he died at around 4 o'clock that morning, almost 2 hours after I had woken up and seen him in my room. That detail made everything feel even more strange and powerful. If my experience had been just a random dream, the timing wouldn't matter. But the fact that his passing and his visit were so close in time made me wonder even more about what really happened. I still ask myself questions about that night. Was I dreaming? It never felt like a dream. Even now, it doesn't feel like one. In most dreams, things are fuzzy or mixed up. People change faces. Places shift. Yet in this memory, everything was clear and steady. The room was the same. The light from the street lamp was the same. My uncle looked like himself. I could hug him. His voice sounded like it always did. The words he spoke stayed with me word for word. It didn't have that drifting, unreal quality that so many dreams have. Sometimes I wonder if, when a person is dying, they are able to send some part of themselves, their spirit, their mind, their love, to the people they care about most. Maybe they can project themselves to another place for a short time before they go wherever we go after this life. Maybe it is like saying one last goodbye in the most personal way possible. I also wonder about touch. Can you touch spirits? Or do they only touch you if they choose? That night, I hugged him and felt him. It was the hug of a child who loved and was loved, and I remember the feel of it. If he was only a spirit at that moment, does that mean that spirits can feel as solid as living people when they want to? Or did something else happen that I don't have the words to explain? I don't have final answers to any of these questions. All I have is the memory of a little girl waking up in the middle of the night to the sound of her nickname being spoken by a beloved uncle. I have the memory of a hug, a soft goodbye, and a promise that he would be watching over me. I have the fact that, 2 hours after that visit, far away in another province, he took his last breath. Whatever really happened that night, I hold it close. I choose to believe that he came to me because he wanted me to know, in a way I would never forget, that he loved me and that I was special to him. And in my heart, even now, I still hear his voice saying, "I love you, Dincy. Keep me in your heart." I moved into that high-rise in Hamilton in 2006, thinking it was just going to be another ordinary apartment. It was at the corner of King Street East and Emerald Street North, a tall concrete building from the 1970s that had the same tired look as many old government housing blocks. From the outside, it didn't seem special in any way. The balconies were stained and weathered, the paint around the entrance was chipped, and you could tell the building had seen a lot of life and a lot of problems. Most of the people who lived there were on government assistance, and a lot of them were older or dealing with mental health issues. You could see them sitting outside on the benches or smoking near the door, some talking to themselves, some just staring off into space. I wasn't on any kind of support program. I paid full market rent and had a decent job. I chose that building mainly because the rent was still somewhat affordable, and it was close enough to the places I needed to go. My unit was on the 21st floor, high up with a pretty good view of the city and the traffic on King Street. When I first walked into that apartment, I thought I had done all right. It was small and a bit worn, but it was mine. At the beginning, it was just like moving into any new place. I was busy unpacking boxes, putting furniture together, and trying to make the space feel like home. The living room had a big window that looked out over the street and other buildings, and at night, the orange glow of the streetlights would spill inside. The kitchen was narrow and basic, with old cabinets and a humming fridge. The bedroom was small, with a sliding door closet along one wall. The doors were cheap wood on a metal track, the kind that rattle if you pull them too hard. I remember the first night I slept there. Everything felt strange simply because it was new. The building made a lot of noises, old pipes knocking, elevators humming, people's TVs leaking through thin walls. That didn't bother me much. High-rises always sound a bit alive with echoes and footsteps. I told myself I would get used to it. But it didn't take long before I noticed that not all the sounds had an easy explanation. The first really strange thing that happened involved that bedroom closet. One night, not long after I moved in, I woke up in the dark with my heart racing, not because of a nightmare but because of a loud, violent noise right beside me. At first I didn't even understand what it was. It sounded like someone was attacking the closet doors, like fists or feet slamming into them again and again. The sliding doors were shaking as if someone was on the other side, punching and kicking them with all their strength. The sound was so intense it felt like the doors might jump off the track. I lay frozen, listening, trying to decide if this was some weird building vibration, maybe from the elevator, or if someone had somehow gotten into my apartment. Finally, half angry and half terrified, I shouted out, "Stop it!" The moment I yelled, the noise stopped. Not slowly, not fading away, just instantly, as if someone had taken their hands off the doors and stepped back. The silence that followed was almost worse than the noise. I got up, turned on the light, and checked the closet. The doors were still in place, slightly rattling from the movement, but there was no one there. I checked the rest of the apartment, just to calm myself down. The front door was locked, the windows were closed, nothing seemed out of place. I told myself it must have been some kind of vibration, something to do with the building settling or the wind hitting the structure. I tried to forget about it and went back to bed. But that wasn't the last time it happened. About once or twice a month, usually in the middle of the night, I would wake up to that same harsh, angry shaking of the closet doors, like someone was trapped inside and trying to kick their way out. Every time, I would shout at it to stop, and every time it did. No slow dying off, no gradual calming, just that sudden, sharp cut to silence. It felt like whatever was making the noise could hear me and was obeying, and that idea made me feel very uneasy. Because of those noises, I started sleeping with a fan on in the bedroom. It wasn't because it was hot, it was because I needed the sound. The steady hum of the fan helped cover the smaller creaks and bumps that happened at night. But even with the fan running, certain sounds still got through. Almost every night, when the building had quieted down and the traffic outside had thinned, I would hear what sounded like someone shuffling around in the living room. These weren't light footsteps or fast walking. It sounded more like slow, dragging steps, as if an old man with sore legs was trying to move across the floor. The sound would start on one side of the room and make its way across, pause, then shuffle back again. It went on long enough that I knew it wasn't just one random creak. The first few times, I got up to check, thinking maybe a neighbor had come to the wrong door or someone had broken into the unit. I would walk quietly into the living room, snap on the light, and find nothing. The room would be still, the door locked, no sign of anyone having been there. Along with the footsteps, there were whispers. Not constant, but often enough that I noticed a pattern. Late at night, when I was lying there half asleep, I would hear raspy, low voices, like someone muttering just outside the bedroom or in the living room. I could never make out words. It sounded like 2 or 3 people whispering at the same time, just under the fan noise. It was the kind of sound that makes your skin prickle because you know you shouldn't be hearing anyone at all. At first I tried to brush it off. I told myself I was overtired, that the noise from other apartments was echoing in weird ways through the vents, that voices travel strangely in old buildings. Still, I had this growing feeling that the apartment was not empty when I was alone, that there was something else there with me, watching or listening. I got used to going to sleep feeling tense, listening for sounds, telling myself over and over that it was all just in my head. For a long time, I kept all of this mostly to myself. I didn't want to sound crazy, and I didn't want to convince myself it was something supernatural if it wasn't. The noises became part of my life there, closet doors shaking now and then, shuffling footsteps almost every night, whispers I could never quite catch. But in February 2008, everything changed. That was the night when everything seemed to come together in a way that I couldn't ignore or explain away. My girlfriend was staying over that night, which she did sometimes. She already knew the building felt a bit off. She had mentioned before that she didn't like the atmosphere, that the hallways felt heavy and strange. But she liked being with me, so she came anyway. We went to bed as usual, talking quietly for a while, then drifting toward sleep. Sometime in the night, the familiar sounds started up, but this time they were stronger, louder, more intense. The closet doors began to rattle violently, worse than I had ever heard them before. It sounded like something was slamming into them over and over. At the same time, we could hear footsteps moving all over the apartment, not just in the living room, but up and down the hallway, right outside the bedroom, even what sounded like pacing at the foot of the bed. It wasn't just one set of steps either. It felt like there were several different movements happening at once. My girlfriend clutched my arm and said she could feel something in the room, something heavy and dark leaning over the bed, staring down at us. She said it felt evil, like it wanted to harm us or at least frighten us as much as possible. I tried to calm her down, speaking quietly, telling her that these things had happened before, that as strange as they were, nothing had ever physically hurt me. I said it was probably the building settling, bad pipes, people upstairs walking around, anything but what it felt like. While I was in the middle of trying to reassure her, that was when something happened that shook me more than anything else in that apartment. A voice, clear and sharp, screamed right into my ear. It was the voice of an old woman, rough and angry, and it felt like her mouth was right next to the side of my head. It wasn't a word I could understand, more like a raw shout, but it was so real that I jumped as if someone had grabbed me. I screamed out loud without meaning to. My girlfriend screamed too, not because she heard the voice, but because my reaction scared her even more. At that point, whatever was happening in that apartment no longer felt like something I could shrug off. I didn't want to stay another second. We got out of bed quickly, not caring about the dark, and grabbed our things. The whole time, I had the feeling that something was watching us, almost laughing at how frightened we were. We left the apartment in the middle of the night, and went to stay at a friend's place instead. That night was the first time I really admitted to myself that something was wrong with that apartment, that it was not just my imagination or old pipes and creaky walls. After that, I started paying more attention to how other people reacted when they came over. I had friends from Waterloo who would visit on weekends. They would crash at my place sometimes so we could hang out, watch movies, order food, and catch up. At first, they tried to treat it like any normal visit. But over time, I noticed they were always a bit tense when they were in my apartment. They kept glancing toward the hallway or staring at the ceiling when they heard a sound. More than once, they told me the place felt off, like the air was too heavy or the silence was too loud. I offered them the pull-out couch a few times when it got late, but they always seemed hesitant to actually sleep there. One particular weekend stands out. I had gone out to the store to grab some snacks and drinks, leaving 2 of my friends alone in the apartment. It wasn't a long trip, just a quick walk to the corner shop and back. But when I came back, I found them not sitting on the couch or in the kitchen like I expected, but standing out in the hallway, right outside my door. They looked pale and nervous, like something had spooked them badly. I asked them what they were doing out there. They told me straight up that my place freaked them out. While I was gone, they had heard footsteps inside the apartment, even though there was no one else there. They thought they heard voices too, low and murmuring, coming from the living room and the hallway. They got so uncomfortable that they decided to wait outside until I came back. They told me they didn't want to stay in that apartment any longer than they had to, and that if we were going to hang out, they would rather go out somewhere else instead. After that, it became harder and harder to convince people to come over. Some of my friends even stopped visiting altogether, saying they just didn't like how it felt to be there. It was like the apartment itself was pushing people away. Around late 2007, another strange thing began to happen regularly, and this one had a very specific pattern. Almost every night, sometime between 10 and 10:30, I would hear what sounded like a ball bouncing. It wasn't a single thump, like something heavy falling. It sounded exactly like someone dropping a ball on the floor and letting it bounce on its own until it stopped. The first bounce would be loud and clear, then there would be a series of lighter bounces, each one a little softer than the last, until it faded away completely. It was so distinct that I could picture it in my mind, a small rubber ball, maybe, or even a child's toy ball, falling from someone's hand and hitting the floor. The sound seemed to come from somewhere in the apartment, but I could never pinpoint whether it was right above me, below me, or in the room itself. The first few times I heard it, I got up and walked around the unit, trying to locate the source. I thought maybe a neighbor's kid was playing right above me, but it happened even when I knew the people upstairs were quiet or not at home. Sometimes I tried turning off the TV or fan and listening more carefully. The bouncing was always the same, always that same rhythm of sound, as if it were a recording playing on repeat at almost the exact same time each night. If it had just been 1 or 2 times, I would have blamed it on the neighbors without thinking twice. But the regular pattern, the way it seemed to happen whether there were people around or not, made it feel like something repeating itself for reasons I couldn't understand. By then, I was no longer trying to tell myself nothing was wrong. I had heard the closet doors being attacked, the shuffling footsteps, the whispers, the woman's scream, and now the bouncing ball. I had felt the cold fear, and I had seen how my friends reacted, how they backed away from that place like it was something poisonous. Being in the apartment for too long started to feel like living inside a pressure cooker. The air always seemed heavy, especially at night, and I never truly relaxed. I found myself staying out later, spending more time at other people's places, even lingering at work longer than I needed to. Coming home felt like walking into a place I didn't fully trust. That's not how a home should feel. Eventually, I decided enough was enough. It wasn't any one thing that made me decide to move, but rather the slow build-up of all the strange events and the constant feeling that I was not alone. The night with my girlfriend and the old woman's scream was a big turning point. After that, I knew I didn't want to spend more nights there. When my lease got close to ending, I didn't renew it. I started looking for a new place, any place that wasn't that building. I didn't care as much about the view or the location anymore. I just wanted somewhere that felt normal. When I finally moved out in the winter, I felt a kind of relief that is hard to describe. Even though moving is stressful and tiring, hauling boxes and furniture down elevators and into trucks, I felt lighter with every load that left the apartment. By the time I handed in my keys, it was like I could finally breathe properly again. After I settled into my new place, I noticed something right away. All the strange things that had become so normal to me in the old apartment were gone. There were no more closet doors shaking in the night, no more shuffling footsteps when I tried to sleep, no more raspy whispers, no more bouncing ball at 10:30. The new apartment had the usual building noises, neighbors walking, a bit of plumbing, the occasional loud TV, but nothing that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Nights were quiet in the way nights are supposed to be. I didn't feel watched anymore. I didn't feel like someone was standing at the foot of my bed. I could finally fall asleep without a fan blasting in my ear to drown out fear. Sometime after I moved, a friend of mine who had visited the old place several times told me about what she had experienced there. She said that even back then, before I moved out, she had heard distinct voices in the apartment when no one else was around. She had heard footsteps too, the same sort of slow, deliberate walking that I had described. At the time, she hadn't wanted to say anything because she thought maybe she was imagining it or that I would think she was just trying to scare me. But when I told her everything that had gone on there, and how I felt about it now, she admitted what she had heard. Hearing her story made me feel less crazy. It wasn't just me. Other people had heard it too. Whatever was in that unit, or maybe even in that building, had been noticed by more than one person. After thinking about it all, I came to my own conclusion. I didn't feel like I had been dealing with the spirit of one dead person quietly lingering around. It didn't feel like a calm ghost wandering through its old home. It felt active, restless, and almost playful in a nasty way. It seemed to like making noise, moving things, scaring people, and reacting when it was shouted at. The sudden stopping of the closet shaking when I yelled, the way the noises grew stronger when my girlfriend was there, the bouncing ball at the same time every night, the scream in my ear, all of it felt more like what people describe as a poltergeist. A poltergeist is supposed to be a kind of noisy spirit that doesn't just appear silently, but makes itself known by banging, throwing, and causing disturbances. That description matched what I had lived with too well for me to ignore it. I don't know who or what exactly was behind all of those things that happened in that high-rise apartment in Hamilton. Maybe it was tied to the building itself, a place that had housed many troubled people over many years. Maybe it was connected to the land beneath it, or to some event that I never learned about. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something that doesn't fit neatly into any explanation. What I do know is that after I moved out, it stayed behind. I left the building, and the quiet came back into my life. But that apartment on the 21st floor, with its rattling closet doors and unseen footsteps, still exists. I sometimes wonder who lives there now, and whether they hear the closet shaking at night, or the soft sound of a ball bouncing at 10:30, over and over again, as if something in that place is still not done making itself heard.
I am 27 years old, and I live in a very small town about 300 kilometers north of Montreal. It is the kind of town where you recognize most people you pass on the street, where there is only one main boulevard, a few small shops, a couple schools, and a lot of trees and open sky. Winters are long and hard here, and summers feel short and bright. It is quiet, sometimes a little too quiet, but it is home. I did not always live here. From the age of 7 to 15, I grew up in a suburb of Montreal. My parents moved there for work, and at that time it felt like a big, noisy place compared to this town. I remember sidewalks full of people, buses, the constant sound of cars, the glow of city lights even late at night. I went to school there, made friends there, learned French better there, and also had some of my first strange little experiences that made me curious about things we cannot see. At 15, my parents decided to come back to our hometown so I could finish high school here. It was hard to leave my friends behind, but that move brought me back to this small town, to the schools I had known when I was very young, and eventually, to the boy who would become my husband. He and I met in high school. We were not one of those couples who fall in love at first sight, at least not in some dramatic way. We started as classmates, then friends, then slowly something more. We walked home together in the snow, did homework at each other's houses, went to school dances. Years later, When I think of high school, I remember his old jacket, his shy smile, the way he would wait for me outside my locker. After graduation, we stayed together. There were jobs, a few changes of apartments, family dinners, and simple days. In time, we got married. It was not a huge wedding, but it was full of people we love. It felt right. Fast forward to a few weeks ago. On the 14th of June, I found out I was pregnant. Even now, the date is clear in my mind, as if someone wrote it in my head with a marker. I had been feeling a little different for a few days before that, a bit more tired, a bit more emotional. I bought a test, more out of hope than certainty. I remember holding that small white stick in my shaking hands in the bathroom, staring at it while the seconds passed. When the result came up positive, I felt as if the whole world suddenly became brighter and quieter at the same time. I laughed and cried together. My hands were trembling. I did not know if I should sit down or run to tell my husband. When I told him, he just looked at me for a second, like he was not sure he had heard properly.
Then his face changed.
He smiled in a way I had never seen before, a mixture of joy and disbelief, and he pulled me into his arms. We stood there in our little kitchen, hugging each other while both of us laughed and wiped away tears. We called our parents, one set after the other. There were more tears and shouts of congratulations, and finally, and we are so happy for you. It felt like such a pure, good time. For a while I was only thinking about baby names, tiny clothes, how we would arrange the room, what kind of parents we would be. I was jubilant. That is really the only word for it. At the same time, I have always had another side to me. Since I was young, I have been extremely interested in the paranormal. I was the kind of teenager who stayed up late watching ghost hunting shows while everyone else went to bed. I have watched almost every show about ghosts that exists, from the big popular ones on famous channels to strange little episodes put up by small groups on the internet. I have read articles, forums, and books. I know some of it is fake or exaggerated, but it still fascinates me. Even as a child, I had a few odd experiences. They were not big, dramatic things like in movies. They were small, tiny, strange moments that most people would dismiss, but they stayed with me. For example, in our house in the Montreal suburb, there was a small hallway closet. More than once I would clearly remember putting something on the top shelf, closing the door, and then half an hour later finding that same object on the floor in the middle of my room. At first I thought it was my brother playing tricks, but he would swear he had not touched it. Another time I woke up in the middle of the night and heard what sounded like someone step lightly down the hallway. Our floor there was old and had a specific creak. I heard it, one board after another, but when I opened my door and peeked out, there was no one there, and both my parents were asleep. These are the kinds of stories I mean when I say I had little things happen. On their own, they mean nothing. They could be memory playing tricks, or someone moving something without thinking, or the house settling.
I always tell myself that.
Because I have watched so many ghost hunting shows, I also know how often people confuse natural causes with paranormal ones. Many times, the feeling of being watched can be explained by high electromagnetic fields in a house. Devices like televisions, radios, faulty wiring, even some types of light bulbs can throw off strong fields that make sensitive people feel uneasy, dizzy, or like they're not alone. I have seen investigators walk around with EMF detectors and show this. I try to remember this whenever something feels strange. To be clear, nothing serious or clearly paranormal has ever happened in the house where we live now. It is a small, simple house in our small town. The main hallway is in the middle, with all the rooms connected to it. Our bedroom, a small second bedroom we plan to turn into the baby's room, the bathroom, and a little storage room. The hallway doesn't have any big electrical devices in it. No TV, no radio, no computer. There is just a single light fixture on the ceiling, a simple bulb covered by a glass dome, and the doors to the rooms. Since I learned I am pregnant, though, something has changed. It did not hit me all at once. It started as a small, strange feeling that I tried to ignore. Around the house, especially in the hallway, I began to feel like someone was walking behind me. Not in an obvious way, like heavy footsteps or doors slamming, but a quiet, constant sense that another presence was there, just a step or two behind my shoulder, watching. The first few times it happened in the evening. I would be in the living room folding laundry or reading on the couch, and then I would get up to go to the bathroom or to our bedroom. As soon as I stepped into the hallway, a wave of awareness would come over me. The hairs on my arms would stand up. My skin would prickle. My walk would slow a little. I would suddenly be very aware of the sound of my own breathing and the echo of my steps in that narrow space. It felt exactly like the way you feel when you know someone is looking at you from behind, and you almost want to turn around quickly to catch them. At first, I told myself that this was normal. I am pregnant now. My hormones are changing. My body is changing. My emotions are stronger. Maybe my anxiety is higher, or maybe I am just afraid in a different way now that I am responsible for another life. That made sense. So I shook off the feeling and laughed at myself in my head. You watch too many ghost shows, I told myself. You know this kind of thing can be caused by EMF, or by your mind playing tricks, or simply by being tired.
But the feeling did not go away. If anything, it got stronger. It did not happen only at night. It began to happen in the middle of the day too. I would walk down the hallway to get a sweater from the bedroom, and the moment I turned the corner into that narrow space, the air would feel heavier, like someone was standing there already, invisible but present. Sometimes it felt like whoever or whatever it might be was right behind me, close enough to reach out and touch my back. Other times it felt like it was standing at the far end of the hallway, near the door of what will be the baby's room, watching silently as I passed. I do not see anything with my eyes. There are no shadows, no figures, no flashes of light. There are no sounds apart from the normal quiet noises of the house. But the feeling is there, constant. It is very odd. In all my life, with all my reading and obsession with paranormal stories, this particular feeling had never stayed with me so strongly. Yes, I had felt watched before, but always in a moment, for 1 or 2 seconds, then it was gone. This one returned every day, sometimes several times a day, and always in the same place, that hallway where all the rooms connect. Because of my ghost hunting show. Education. I wanted to rule out something simple, like an EMF source. We do not have any big electronic device in the hallway, so I did not think that was the cause, but I wanted to be sure. My husband knows I am interested in this stuff, and he is kind enough to listen, even if he does not always share my enthusiasm. We actually own a basic EMF detector, the kind you can buy online, because at one point a few years ago I thought it would be fun to have one, and we tried it out in a friend's old house. So one evening last week we took out the detector and walked around the hallway. We checked the walls. We checked the area near the doors. We checked the light bulb. I expected at least a small reading near the light, but it barely moved. The numbers stayed low, no sudden spikes, no hot spots where you would say, that's too high. That does not prove anything about ghosts, of course, but for me it removed one of the rational explanations I like to use to calm myself. The hallway is not full of strange electrical fields. It is just a regular hallway in a regular house, and yet I cannot shake the sense that I am not alone there. The strangest part of all of this, however, is not the feeling in the hallway. It is our washing machine. We have a fairly new washing machine, about 3 years old. It is not some ancient clunky thing that rattles and bangs all the time. It is in good condition, and until recently it worked normally. We use it like everyone else does. We put in clothes, detergent, close the lid, press the button, and let it run its cycle. It is in a little laundry area just off the kitchen, not far from the back door. A short time after I found out I was pregnant, maybe a few days later, I started noticing something odd. I would be in the living room or in the kitchen, and I would suddenly hear the washing machine start up. At first I thought, oh, I must have forgotten that I put a load in earlier and it is just restarting. Or, maybe my husband put something in. But when I went to check, there would not be any clothes in it. The lid would be closed. The machine would be making the noise it makes when it starts to fill with water, and then, just as quickly, it would stop, as if someone had pressed the button again to turn it off. The first few times, I thought I was mistaken. Maybe I was hearing the pipes, or maybe something else in the house made a similar noise. I did not want to be the person who jumps to supernatural conclusions right away. So I paid more attention. The next time I heard it, I went straight to the laundry area. I saw the water begin to trickle into the drum, then stop, then start again, as if someone invisible was pressing the start button, then pressing it again a second later, then again. It was not part of any normal cycle. It was like the machine was being turned on and off, repeatedly. I called my husband over. He listened, watched, and frowned. He is much more practical than I am. His first thought was not ghost, it was faulty button. He unplugged the machine, then plugged it back in. He pressed the start and stop button himself many times, feeling for looseness or a jam. He checked the panel. He checked the lid. He opened the top and looked for any obvious problem. Then he stood next to the machine while I left the room, to see if maybe there was a loose connection that moved with vibration or if some other appliance turning on in the house triggered it. We also thought about the boulevard and the train. Our house is not far from the main road, and there is a train line in town. Big trucks pass by, and when the train comes, you can sometimes feel a faint vibration in the floor. My husband wondered if maybe that vibration was just enough to make a loose button move, causing the machine to start and stop by itself. This would have been a very reasonable explanation. He even tried to recreate it, pushing on the machine, shaking it gently, bumping the side with his hip. The button stayed perfectly in place. The machine did not start. It did not react to the little shakes. When he pressed the button himself, it clicked normally under his finger, not too soft, not too hard, not anything that felt broken. Yet, at other times, when no one was touching it, and there were no big trucks outside and no train passing, it would still start on its own. I would be in the bedroom reading, or in the living room answering messages, and I would hear that familiar sound of water beginning to fill the drum, then cutting off, then starting again. We tried shutting off the water taps to see if the sound was coming from them, but even then we could hear the machine engage and disengage, like the motor was being told to start and stop. There were evenings when it did this several times in a row. We tried to pay attention to when, exactly, it happened. It did not seem connected to any specific time of day. It would happen in the afternoon, in the evening, and sometimes even late at night. I remember one night waking up around 2 in the morning to get a glass of water. The house was dark and quiet. As I walked past the kitchen, I heard the unmistakable sound of the washing machine beginning its cycle. I froze for a second, my hand on the counter. Then it stopped again. I turned on the kitchen light and went to look. There was nothing inside the machine. No one had touched it. The start button looked the same as ever. This is the part that really lingers in my mind. Before I knew I was pregnant, the washing machine never did this. It behaved normally. It did not start by itself. It did not stop mid-cycle without a reason. We never noticed any strange behavior from it. All of this, the feeling of being watched in the hallway and the odd behavior of the washing machine, began after I learned I was pregnant. The timing may be a coincidence, but it is hard not to connect the two in my head. On top of that, nothing else in the house acts strangely. The lights do not flicker. The television does not turn on by itself. The radio does not change stations. There are no objects moving on their own, no doors slamming shut without a draft, no voices, no cold spots, nothing like that. Only the hallway feeling and the washing machine turning on and off, like someone is pushing and pulling the button. I keep trying to find rational explanations. I tell myself my hormones could be making me more sensitive, more anxious, more jumpy. Maybe my interest in paranormal shows has loaded my brain with images and ideas, and now, with a baby on the way, my mind is making patterns where there are none. Maybe there really is some small electrical problem in the washing machine that we have not yet figured out, something that an experienced repair person would look at and say, yes, this part is worn out, that is why it clicks like that. I would love that answer. I would love to say, we replaced this piece and the problem went away, and it was all just a mechanical fault. But so far, we do not have that answer. My husband has checked the obvious things and found nothing. The hallway has been tested for EMF and shows nothing unusual. I have never felt this kind of constant, specific feeling before in my life. It does not happen anywhere else, not at my parents' house, not at the grocery store, not at work, not when I walk outside. It only happens in my own house, in that one hallway, and started only after this new life began inside me. Because I have always been fascinated by the paranormal, of course my mind goes to those possibilities. I find myself wondering strange questions in the middle of the night. Is it possible that pregnancy opens you up somehow, that it changes your energy and attracts something curious? Could the feeling of being watched be connected to the baby, as if someone is interested, not in me alone, but in this new soul coming into the world? Is there some person who once lived here, or once knew me, who is now checking in during this important time? Or is it more simple, a mix of hormones, fear, excitement, and an aging washing machine that happens to be acting up at the same time? I am not jumping up and down saying my house is haunted. I am not claiming I see ghosts walking down my hallway or that my washing machine is possessed. I am just a mostly rational person, who likes science and logic and also watches too many ghost shows, trying to make sense of a series of small events that line up in a way I cannot ignore. A feeling of being followed and watched, in a place with no obvious electrical reason for that feeling. A machine turning on and off as if touched by an unseen hand, inspected and found fine, beginning its strange behavior right after one of the biggest changes in my life. So this is my tiny story. To other people, it may seem like nothing. I know that. No one has been hurt. There are no dramatic scenes. But for me, it is unsettling enough that I find myself thinking about it many times a day. Each time I walk down that hallway, each time I hear that washing machine click on or off, my heart beats a little faster. I look over my shoulder. I listen more closely. I try to calm myself with explanations and, at the same time, I cannot help but wonder if someone else is here, unseen, sharing this house with us as we get ready to welcome a new life. I am desperate for a rational explanation. Part of me wants someone to come in, look at the machine, point to a specific part, and say, "Here is your problem, it is purely mechanical." Part of me wants an electrician to test the whole house and say, "This wire here, this is why you feel strange in the hallway." That would let me sleep easier. Until that happens, I live in this strange middle space, where my knowledge of normal causes and my curiosity about the paranormal meet, and I continue to walk through my little house, pregnant and hopeful and uneasy, trying to make sense of why I feel followed and why my washing machine seems to have a mind of its own. Strange things started happening to me when I was younger, long before I ever thought about ghosts or anything like that in a serious way. At the time, I was just a kid who wanted to sleep through the night like everyone else, but my nights never felt completely normal. Every now and then, out of nowhere, I would be jerked awake by something that felt exactly like a hard slap to my face. There was no gentle build-up, no dream leading into it. One second I was asleep, and the next second I was wide awake with my cheek stinging as if someone had just hit me as hard as they could with an open hand. The strange part was that it never felt like a dream. I did not wake up confused or wondering if I had imagined it. It felt sharp and real. My face would burn afterwards, hot and tingly, and that feeling would last for a good half hour or so, sometimes even longer, until I finally drifted back to sleep. I would lie there on my stomach, because that is the only way I sleep, with both of my arms tucked under my pillow the way I always do, my heart beating fast, trying to understand what had just happened. I would test my skin with the tips of my fingers, feeling the warmth in my cheek, but there was never a clear mark that I could see, just that lingering sting that reminded me I had not imagined it. This happened more than once. It was not something that occurred every single night, or even every month, but every so often, maybe twice a year, just as I would start to forget about the last time, it would happen again. I would think I was finally done with it, that whatever it was had stopped, and then one random night I would be pulled out of sleep by that same sharp slap, my face burning, my body on full alert in the dark. Each time I would lie there wondering if I had somehow hit myself in my sleep, but there were things that did not fit. I always slept with my arms under my pillow, both hands tucked in, my body flat on my stomach. There was no way I could have lifted my arm up high enough and swung it across my own face without pulling it out from under the pillow and waking myself up in the process. Still, because I had no other explanation, I kept telling myself it must have been me somehow, even though it never truly made sense. As I got older, those nighttime slaps stopped. I am not sure exactly when they ended, but at some point they just did. It was almost like a phase that faded quietly away. I did not miss them, obviously. I was relieved. I figured it had just been some strange childhood thing, like sleepwalking or talking in your sleep, and that my body had grown out of it. For a while, nights became more normal. I slept, I dreamed, and although I still occasionally woke up frightened from bad dreams, nothing felt as sudden and physical as those slaps had felt. But even though the slaps stopped, the strange little moments never completely went away. Over the years, there were things that happened that I could not easily explain. I would be watching TV, completely relaxed, when the screen would suddenly go black and the sound would cut off as the television switched itself off. Sometimes I would be sure the remote had slipped or fallen, but it would be lying in the same place untouched. If someone else was in the room with me, they would say it was probably just the TV acting up, and we would turn it back on and keep watching. It was annoying more than anything else, but in the back of my mind it felt like one more odd thing to add to a small, quiet list. Even when nothing obvious was happening, I would sometimes have that feeling that almost everyone talks about at some point in their life, that sense of being watched. I would be alone in a room, or I would be walking down the stairs, or I would be standing at the sink washing dishes, and I would suddenly be very aware of my surroundings. The air would feel a little heavier, almost like something was paying attention to me. I would glance over my shoulder or scan the corners of the room, half expecting to see someone there. Of course there was never anyone, and after a minute or two the feeling would fade back into the background. I always told myself it was just nerves, or my imagination running wild, and kept going with whatever I was doing. Then my life changed in a more ordinary way. My boyfriend started staying over at my place every night. In the beginning, it was comforting. It felt good to have someone there with me, someone to talk to before falling asleep, someone whose breathing I could hear in the darkness beside me. For the first month or so, we were like any other couple adjusting to sharing space, laughing a lot, staying up too late, going through our photos together and talking about little memories attached to them. One night, during that first month, we were lying on my bed scrolling through the pictures on his phone. It was just a casual thing, checking out old selfies, photos with friends, random snapshots from parties and trips. We were laughing at his terrible angles and his expressions when we suddenly came across a picture that made both of us go quiet. On the screen was a strange image that neither of us could understand. It looked like the figure of a woman, but the photo was blurry and odd, and something about it made my stomach twist. Even though the picture was not crystal clear, the shape was obvious. It looked like a tall, naked woman with long black hair, standing in a way that suggested she was facing the camera, but the details of her face were impossible to make out. The image had a kind of smeared quality, as if the camera had moved while the picture was being taken, or as if the figure herself had been caught in motion. The background, however, was familiar in a way that made my skin crawl. The carpet in the picture was the same color and texture as the one in my basement. Just outside my bedroom downstairs I have a toy box in the hall, and that toy box was visible in the picture exactly where it would be if you stood outside my room and pointed the phone toward the open space. I remember staring at that photo, my mind racing. I recognized my own basement in those blurry shapes, and that was what made it worse. It was not some random picture taken who knows where. It was my house, my hallway, and a figure standing there that did not belong. My family is not tall. Most of us are on the shorter side, and we certainly do not have anyone in the house, or even in our close circle of friends, who is a tall, naked woman with long black hair. None of my friends look like that, and no one I know has hair that long and black. We do not walk around naked in the basement. The more I thought about it, the more wrong it felt. My boyfriend was just as confused. He kept swiping back and forth between the photos, trying to figure out when it had been taken. He did not remember taking that picture at all. He did not remember pointing his phone at the basement hallway. Usually, if you take a photo, you have at least a small memory of pressing the button, even if the photo turns out bad or you forget about it. But for this one, he came up blank. He insisted he had never seen it before in his gallery. It felt as though it had just appeared there. We kept looking at it, zooming in and zooming out, looking for some logical explanation. We told ourselves maybe it was some kind of reflection, or maybe someone had walked by quickly and the camera had warped the image. But no one in my house matched that shape. No one had been down there at night posing in front of his phone. The photo disturbed me enough that after we put the phone away, I found myself replaying it in my mind. The carpet. The toy box. The tall woman with long hair, blurred but clearly there. A few months after we discovered that picture, I had a dream that shook me up in a different way. It was one of those dreams that feels like more than just the random mixing of thoughts our brain does at night. In the dream, my house was possessed by a woman. I do not remember all the details, but I know that the dream took place in my bedroom downstairs. I remember the walls, the layout, the bed in the same place, the photos I keep pinned up on my wall of me and my boyfriend, me and my friends, little memories of happy moments. In the dream, I looked at those pictures on my wall, and they were not normal. The faces of the people in them looked wrong. Their eyes seemed empty or dark, their expressions twisted in strange ways. It was as if all the life had been drained out of the photos and replaced with something cold and dead. My memory of it now is not sharp like a movie, but I can still feel the dread of looking at those photos and realizing something evil had changed them. I knew in the dream that it was because of the woman's spirit that was possessing the house. I woke up feeling unsettled and did not want to look at my walls for a while. The night after that dream, something happened that pulled my attention out of my own head and into the physical world again. My boyfriend was at my house, and at some point he got up to go to the washroom. The bathroom has a roll of toilet paper on a holder mounted on the wall next to the toilet, just like most bathrooms. He came back looking shaken and told me that while he was in there, the toilet paper roll had started to unravel all by itself. At first it loosened slowly, like a little bit of paper dropping down. Then it got faster and faster and faster, spinning as if someone had grabbed the loose end and yanked it hard. Then, just as suddenly, it stopped. We told my parents about it, expecting them to look at us like we were crazy or to make a joke, but my dad surprised us. He calmly said that the same thing had happened to him before. He had seen the toilet paper roll begin to unravel on its own in that same bathroom, with no one touching it. It was one of those moments when you are relieved that you are not the only one, but also more frightened because it means the strange thing is real and not only in your imagination. We considered the idea of a draft in the house. Maybe some air flow was strong enough to push the paper and make it unroll, but we do not have a noticeable draft in the bathroom. The vents are not aimed at the toilet paper holder. The window, when closed, does not leak enough air to do something like that. Besides, this was not the gentle kind of movement that a small breeze would cause. My boyfriend described it as if someone invisible had grabbed the end and pulled it quickly, letting it spin around and around, then stopping it sharply. That same night, something else odd happened, this time in my parents' room. My dad went to bed early because he had to work the next morning. He went to his room, lay down, and fell asleep with everything off, as usual. Later, around 1 in the morning, my mom came into the bedroom. When she walked in, the television was on. My dad woke up suddenly and asked her, half annoyed, why she had turned on the TV when they had to get up early. She said she had not turned it on. She had just entered the room and found it like that. He was sure he had not turned it on either. He had gone straight to sleep and does not sleepwalk. The remote was not under him or pressed against him in a way that would accidentally switch it on. My dad also mentioned to us that he sometimes feels like he is being watched, especially when he is alone. Coming from him, that meant something. He is not the type to imagine things or to talk about feelings like that. He is usually very practical and straightforward. For him to admit he feels observed in his own house made me even more aware of my own similar feelings. It seemed like the strange things were not just focused on me anymore, they were touching other members of my family. As all these things began piling up, the weird slaps in my childhood, the TV turning off for no reason, the picture of the strange woman in the basement, the dream about the possessed house, the toilet paper roll unrolling by itself, the TV turning on in my parents' room, it became harder for me to relax at night. That constant feeling of being watched, which used to come and go now and then, grew stronger and more persistent, especially after we started talking about everything more openly. There were nights when I could not sleep no matter how hard I tried. I would lie in bed next to my boyfriend, listening to his breathing, staring into the darkness of my room, and the sense of being watched would sit heavy on my chest. It felt like eyes were fixed on me from somewhere in the room, or from the hall outside. I would try to ignore it, reminding myself of logical explanations and telling myself to stop thinking about ghosts, but the unease would not go away. Every small sound, a creak, a click, a faint rustle, seemed louder and more meaningful. When I finally did close my eyes and drift toward sleep, my mind was not peaceful. Instead of soft, harmless images or normal dreams, I would see quick flashes of disturbing scenes, like something from a horror movie. Faces twisted in unnatural ways. Dark hallways that seemed endless. Quick, sharp images of things that made me feel cold inside. These were not full, long dreams. They were more like brief, frightening pictures that popped up as soon as my brain began to relax. The moment I saw them, my eyes would snap open again and my heart would race as if I had been running. It got so bad that I sometimes had to take sleeping pills just to get any rest at all. I did not want to depend on them, but my body needed sleep. Even with the pills, though, it was not as if the problem completely disappeared. I would fall asleep faster, but I would still wake up during the night with that old familiar feeling that someone was watching me. I would wake from dreams that felt creepy and heavy, the kind that stick to you even after you open your eyes, leaving a film of fear on everything. I would turn on the light, look around my room, and find nothing out of place, yet my skin would still be crawling. This continued for a while. I cannot say exactly how long, because when you are tired and anxious the days and nights begin to blur together. It was long enough for me to start dreading bedtime, long enough for me to consider every possible explanation, from stress and anxiety to something truly paranormal. I talked with my boyfriend about it, with my parents, and even with a few close friends. Some people told me it was probably just stress. Others admitted they had experienced strange things in our house too. All of that helped a little, but it did not give me a clear answer. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun to intensify, the feeling started to fade. There was no big moment, no ritual, no confrontation. It was more like a slow easing up, like when a tight muscle you did not even know you were clenching finally relaxes. I noticed one night that I did not feel as watched as I usually did. The next night I slept a little more easily. The vivid horror images when I closed my eyes grew less frequent and less sharp. My dreams were still strange sometimes, but not so dark or heavy. I woke up without that instant jolt of fear more often. I realized, after a while, that I was no longer reaching for the sleeping pills as often, and that I could sometimes fall asleep on my own the way I used to before all of this. Recently, I do not really have that intense feeling of being watched at night anymore. The creepy dreams have almost stopped. The TV does not seem to be turning on and off as much. The toilet paper has stayed more or less where it belongs. I still think about the picture of the tall woman, and I do not think that will ever leave my mind, but in day-to-day life, things feel calmer. The house feels more like a regular house again. I am not sure what to make of all of it. When I put all the pieces together, it sounds like something out of a ghost story. The slaps that woke me up when I was young, the TV switching itself off, the strange figure caught on camera in my basement, the dream about a woman possessing the house, the toilet paper roll spinning wildly on its own, the TV turning itself on in my parents' room, the strong sense of being watched, the horror-like images when I tried to sleep, the creepy dreams that clung to me. And then, just when it all seemed to be too much, it all slowly faded away again without any real explanation. Part of me wants to believe that there is a simple, logical cause behind every single one of these events. Something that could be explained if the right expert came in and checked the wiring, the plumbing, the structure of the house, the state of my own mind and emotions. Maybe stress played a bigger part than I realized. Maybe the picture was some kind of glitch. Maybe the toilet paper moved because of some subtle air pressure change I do not know how to measure. Maybe the slaps were some kind of sleep disorder. Another part of me, though, wonders if something else passed through my life and my house for a while. Maybe there was a presence, a woman or something that took on the shape of a woman, who stayed close for a time and then moved on. Maybe I brushed up against something I cannot see or fully understand, and maybe, for whatever reason, it has decided to leave me alone for now. I do not have a clear answer. I am not writing this to say, "Yes, my house is haunted," or, "No, it was all in my head." I am writing it because these things happened, and they left me with questions. Strange things started when I was younger, and seem to have followed me in little ways into my adult life. They got worse for a period, especially after that picture and those dreams, and now they seem to have calmed down. I do not know if it is over or if it will begin again some other time. For now, I am just trying to enjoy the nights when I can close my eyes, breathe, and fall asleep without feeling like something unseen is standing over me, watching in the dark. The first time anything really strange happened to me, I was just sitting at the computer like any other night. Our dining room and kitchen are basically one big open room, so the computer desk was pushed up against one of the walls in the dining area. The old desktop sat on a heavy wooden desk, and just to the right of the monitor there was a round mirror hanging on the wall, the kind that catches every bit of light and movement behind you when you're trying to focus on something. It was late. I remember looking at the lower corner of the monitor and seeing the time, 3:02 a.m. The house was quiet in that way it only is in the middle of the night, when everyone else is asleep. The TV was off, the lights were low, and the only sound was the faint hum of the computer and the soft clicking of my fingers on the keyboard. Outside, the street was dark, and every now and then a car would pass and throw a bit of pale light across the curtains. I was so absorbed in what I was doing that the rest of the room faded into the background. Then I felt a hand on my head. It wasn't a brush of air or a strand of hair falling, it felt like an actual hand. The weight of it, the warmth or pressure of it, settled right on the top of my head as if someone was resting their palm there. For a second I froze. My mind raced through all the normal explanations. My mom, my dad, someone had come into the room and I hadn't heard them over the sound of my own typing. But the house had been silent. No footsteps, no doors, no floorboards creaking. Without really thinking about it, I looked up from the monitor and straight into the mirror beside the screen. What I saw there made my stomach drop. I did not see my own reflection looking back at me. I did not see the room behind me the way it normally appeared. Instead, I saw a man in the mirror. He was standing where my reflection should have been, like the mirror had decided it didn't want to show me anymore and chose him instead. He had straight black hair that fell a little past his chin, hanging around his face in messy strands. His skin was very pale, almost unnaturally so, the kind of pale that looks like it hasn't seen sunlight in a long time. But what caught me hardest were his eyes. They were red. Not bloodshot or tired, but red, as if all the color that should have been in his skin had drained into his eyes instead. For a moment I couldn't move. I just stared at him, my own breath sounding too loud in my ears. There was no expression on his face at first. He didn't look angry or kind or anything in particular, just there, solid and real, staring back at me from the mirror where I should have been. My mind tried to explain it. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe I was seeing my own face warped and twisted by shadows and imagination. Maybe I had been awake too long and my brain was playing games. I gasped, my lungs finally remembering what to do, and I turned my head sharply to the left, then to the right, then twisted around to look behind me. There was no one there. The room was empty. The dining table sat where it always did. The kitchen counters were clear except for a few dishes and the microwave. The doorway to the hall was open and dark. No man. No movement. Just me in the quiet, and the faint smell of whatever had been cooked earlier that evening. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I sat very still for a moment, telling myself that I had imagined it, that my eyes had somehow combined shadows and reflections into something that wasn't really there. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to relax. It's just your eyes, I told myself. You've been staring at the screen too long. You're tired. That's all it is. Trying to shake it off, I pushed back my chair and got up. The house felt a little too silent now, the way it does after something startles you and your ears strain for any little sound. I walked into the kitchen area and over to the microwave. My stomach suddenly felt empty, and I decided to make a bag of popcorn. Something about the normal, boring act of putting popcorn in the microwave felt like a way to pull my mind back to reality. I grabbed a bag from the box in the cupboard, put it on the rotating plate inside, and shut the microwave door. As the door clicked closed and the glass front reflected the room behind me, I saw him again. This time he was not in the mirror on the wall. He was in the reflection of the microwave door, standing behind me. He looked exactly the same as before, black hair hanging around his pale face, red eyes fixed on me, but now he was smiling. It wasn't a warm, friendly smile. It was a small, knowing smile, the kind that makes it feel like the other person knows something you don't. I spun around so fast I almost stumbled, ready to confront whoever, or whatever, was standing there. Once again, there was nothing. Just the quiet kitchen. Just the same dim light over the stove. Just the same empty space between me and the dining room. No footsteps running away, no sound of a door closing, no rustle of clothing. 1 second he was there in the reflection, and the next second the room behind me was empty. I stood there for several long moments, breathing hard, my heart racing. A part of me wanted to scream or wake someone up. Another part of me was still clinging stubbornly to the idea that there had to be a normal explanation. I told myself again that it was my eyes, my imagination, the late hour, the glow of the computer screen, anything but what it actually looked like. I shrugged it off, at least on the surface, and tried to act like it was nothing. But something deep down knew it wasn't just a trick of the light. Something about how real he had looked, how solid, how detailed, stayed with me. At first I tried very hard to forget about it. I went back to the computer, finished what I had been doing, and eventually dragged myself off to bed, telling myself to stop thinking about red eyes and reflections. If it had ended there, maybe I could have convinced myself it was all in my head. But that was only the beginning. The more time went by, the more I realized that seeing him in the mirror had been the start of something bigger. The very next night, something else happened. At first, I told myself it was sleep paralysis. I had read about it before, about people waking up unable to move, feeling pressure on their bodies, seeing things that weren't really there because they were still halfway in a dream. It seemed like the most comforting explanation, so I tried to make it fit. But after a while, I started doubting that too. That night I went to bed like normal. I sleep on my stomach most of the time, my head turned to the side so I can breathe, my face toward the wall. I remember falling asleep facing the wall, my arms tucked under my pillow, the blankets pulled up over my shoulders. Everything felt usual and safe as I drifted off. I woke up to a pressure on my back. It wasn't a gentle weight, like a blanket shifting or a pillow sliding. It felt more like something, or someone, had pushed down on me from above. It was heavy enough that I noticed it immediately as I crossed from sleep into awareness. A hand, a knee, a body, I couldn't tell, only that my back suddenly felt pressed into the mattress more than it should have been.
My first reaction was to ignore it. I was half asleep, and my mind tried to go for the easiest answer. Maybe I had just moved in my sleep and displaced the blankets. Maybe my muscles were tensing oddly. I told myself not to overreact. I let my eyes close again and slipped back into sleep. Seconds later, I woke up again. This time the pressure was stronger. It felt like whatever was on top of me had settled more of its weight down. I could feel my chest push into the mattress with the extra force, my ribs and lungs slightly compressed. I tried to move, to shift, to roll, but my limbs felt sluggish. Again, I forced myself back to sleep because waking up and staying awake felt too frightening. This happened 2 or 3 more times. I would wake up, feel the weight on my back, tell myself it was nothing, and will myself back to sleep. Each time, the pressure felt a little heavier, a little more insistent. Finally, I woke up and did not drift off again. I was fully aware now, not just half dreaming. I could feel the mattress under me, the pillow under my face, the air in my room, and that pressure on my back was still there. Then I started to move, but it wasn't me moving myself. I could feel my body being rolled over. It was slow, like someone was carefully turning me from my stomach onto my side, but I was not the one making the effort. My muscles did not feel like they were obeying my mind. It was as if invisible hands had grabbed my shoulder and hip and were pushing and pulling until my body shifted. I did not feel in control. My heart hammered as I realized that I was being moved, not moving. It stopped when I was on my side. My face was no longer toward the wall. I was facing the open room. The pressure eased, and suddenly I was free to move on my own again. Instinct took over. I jumped up, stumbling out of bed so fast I almost tripped over my own feet, and bolted out of the room. I do not think I have ever run that fast in my life. My whole body was shaking, my legs weak, my heart pounding so loudly it drowned out everything else. I ran down the hall to the computer again, as if that glowing screen was the only safe place in the house. I dropped into the chair and sat there, trembling, trying to catch my breath and make sense of what had happened. After a minute or two, I finally looked at the clock on the computer. The time was 2:50 a.m. I stared at those numbers, feeling a strange coldness in my chest. For several days after that, I kept waking up at exactly 2:50 a.m. I would roll over, look at the clock, and see those same numbers glowing back at me in the dark. Sometimes nothing happened other than the unease. Sometimes I would just lie there, listening, waiting, wondering if the pressure or the movement would return. It was like my body and whatever was happening to me were locked into that time. Another night, I woke up again facing the wall. It was becoming a familiar pattern, start asleep on my stomach, wake up partway through the night to some strange feeling. This time there was no pressure on my back, at least not at first. I turned over, maybe expecting to see nothing and calm myself down. Instead, I turned around and saw something crouched on my bed by my feet. I do not know what else to call it other than a thing. It was not a person, at least not in the usual sense. It was white and glowing, softly but clearly, like it was made of light instead of solid flesh. It sat hunched by my feet, its form bent, as if it were watching me or curling up on its own. I could see it clearly enough to know it wasn't a trick of my eyes adjusting to darkness. The glow around it made it stand out from the rest of the room. What struck me almost as much as its appearance was its lack of reaction. It did not seem to notice that I was awake and looking at it. It didn't turn its head toward me, didn't jump, didn't move at all in response to my gaze. It just crouched there, glowing softly, like some strange animal or person-shaped light resting at the end of my bed. I did not get the chance to study it. The instant my eyes registered what I was seeing, my body reacted before my mind could catch up. I did not decide to move. I did not think I should get out of here. My body simply jumped up on its own and bolted, my legs carrying me down the hallway the same way they had before, straight to the computer, as if that bright screen was a lighthouse in the dark. I sat down again, shaking, not even fully understanding how I had gotten there so fast. It was around this time that I started to realize this was not just my eyes or tiredness anymore. There were too many things, too many patterns, too many repeating times, and strange shapes and sensations. And then there was the man, the same one I had seen in the mirror and the microwave. He started to show up more often after that. I would be walking through the hallway, or sitting on the couch, or passing through a doorway, and I would catch sight of him. He always looked the same, black hair a little past his chin, pale skin, red eyes, and he always seemed strangely relaxed, like he had all the time in the world to stand there and watch. He would lean casually on door frames, one shoulder against the wood, his arms crossed sometimes or his body angled slightly. It was the kind of posture a person might take if they were waiting for someone or silently observing them. At first I thought maybe I was just noticing every shadow and pattern because I was already spooked. But he kept appearing in places where there shouldn't have been anything that resembled him. I might look up from the couch and see him leaning in the doorway to the hall. I would blink, and he'd be gone. I would walk past a room and catch him out of the corner of my eye, leaning against the frame. And when I turned back quickly, there would be nothing there but blank wood and empty space. He even followed me to school. Back then, I was in grade 7, and one day I stayed in the classroom at lunch with my friend Dina. The room was quiet because most of the students had gone outside or to the cafeteria. It was just the two of us sitting at our desks, chatting about random things, and enjoying the peace. The hallway outside the classroom was mostly empty too, the sounds of the rest of the school faint and distant. In the middle of our conversation, I heard something. It was laughter, a man's laughter, coming from the hallway just outside the door. It wasn't loud or wild. It was more like a low, amused sound, like someone chuckling at a private joke. It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I stopped talking and looked at Dina. "Did you hear that?" I asked. "Yes," she said, looking unsettled. It was a relief to know it wasn't just in my head. If she had said no, I might have been able to brush it off as my imagination, but the fact that she heard it too made it real in a way that sent a chill through me. I tried to ignore it and went back to talking. I told myself it was just some kid in the hall, maybe someone we knew playing around. The sound had come from the corridor, after all. There were many other classes there. Then the door handle started shaking.
The classroom door had a metal handle, and when someone tried to open it, it would clink and rattle. This time it wasn't a quick turn like someone coming in. It was a hard, noisy shaking, back and forth, enough to make both of us look at the door in alarm. The handle clattered against the lock for a few seconds, then stopped. Dina heard it too. We stared at each other. Again, I told myself it had to be some kid messing with us. Maybe they were playing a prank, trying to scare us by rattling the door and laughing outside. There were always a few who liked to do stuff like that. I tried to let my annoyance cover my unease. A couple of minutes later it happened again. The handle shook hard, metal knocking against metal, echoing in the quiet classroom. This time I was not content to sit and wonder. I turned my head toward the narrow glass window built into the door. It was a tall, thin pane that let you see a slice of the hallway outside. Through the glass I saw a shadow. It was shaped like a person standing close to the door, just out of full view, peering in. I could not see any features, just a dark human outline against the lighter hallway beyond. Something about the way it was standing there, right up against the door, made me angry more than scared in that moment. I jumped out of my chair, ran at the door, and yanked it open. The hallway was empty. There was no one in front of the door. No one down the corridor. No receding footsteps, no turnbacks, no one ducking into another classroom. It was silent and still, the lockers lined up along the walls, the fluorescent lights buzzing faintly overhead. I stepped out and looked both ways, my heart pounding. There was no sign of anyone having been there at all. I went back into the classroom feeling confused and unsettled. Dina looked shaken as well. We didn't really know what to say to each other after that. I think both of us wanted to pretend it hadn't happened. But deep down I knew that once again, something had been there, and then vanished the moment I tried to confront it. These were just some of the things that happened around that time. There are more, but one in particular stands out, because it happened somewhere completely different, in a house that wasn't even ours. It was Halloween night, the first Halloween I hadn't gone out trick-or-treating. Instead of walking the streets with a bag and a costume, I was at my mom's boyfriend's house. His name is Ben. My mom and Ben fell asleep together on the couch in the living room while the night went on outside. My aunt and uncle were staying over too, they had the spare room. I got Ben's room to sleep in. At some point during the night I woke up. The room was dark, lit only by whatever faint light drifted in from outside, maybe from streetlights or the moon. The bed felt unfamiliar under me, the smells and shapes of the room different from my own bedroom at home. I blinked and looked around, getting my bearings. Then I saw it. A black orb dashed toward the closet and disappeared inside. It was fast, just a quick movement, but clear enough for me to register it. A round, dark shape moving across the room at a speed nothing solid would move, shooting straight into the open closet and vanishing. My first instinct was the same as it had been with the mirror and the microwave and the other things. I told myself it was my eyes adjusting to the dark. I had woken up suddenly, my vision was probably weird, and I was probably just seeing afterimages or something like that. I closed my eyes and lay back down, determined not to let my mind run away with me. I told myself it was nothing. I tried to go back to sleep. Then, after I had closed my eyes, something inside me insisted that I open them again. It wasn't a voice exactly, not words I could hear, but it was a strong feeling, almost like a command, open your eyes. I obeyed it without really understanding why. When I opened my eyes, I saw a black shadow crawling up the wall. It started near the floor and moved up the wall quickly, clinging to the surface like some kind of insect or creature that could defy gravity. It was almost flat, like a shadow cast by something that wasn't there, but it moved with purpose, creeping across the wall and then onto the ceiling. The darkness of it was different from normal shadows. It wasn't just the absence of light, it felt like its own thing, as if the darkness had gathered itself into one shape and decided to move. I watched it crawl across the ceiling toward me. My whole body went cold. My eyes followed it as it reached the space above the bed and then began to drop. In the next instant, I felt a huge weight slam down onto my legs. I wasn't using any blankets. I remember that clearly, because sometimes people will say, "Maybe it was the blankets falling on you." But there were none. My legs were uncovered, the air cool against my skin. When the weight dropped down, it was heavy and sudden, as if something large had landed right on top of me. I looked down toward my legs and saw the shadow there, settled on them like a thick layer of blackness. Panic surged through me. I started wiggling around, trying to pull my legs up or roll over, anything to get away from the weight. The more I tried to move, the more terrified I felt, because for a few moments it didn't lift. It was like trying to fight your way out from under a heavy blanket that you can't grab, something you can feel but not hold. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished. The weight lifted, the pressure was gone, and the shadow was no longer on my legs. I did not wait around to see if it would come back. I jumped up, heart pounding, and ran out of the bedroom into the kitchen, where there was more light and the sense that other people were nearby, even if they were asleep. When I got to the kitchen, I glanced at the clock. It was 3:47 a.m. I stood there in the dim light, listening to the quiet house, my mind racing over everything that had led up to that moment. The man in the mirror with the red eyes and the black hair past his chin. The hand on my head. The reflection in the microwave of him standing behind me and smiling. The pressure on my back at 2:50 a.m. that rolled me over without my control. The white glowing thing crouched at my feet. The same man leaning on door frames, following me from room to room and even to school. The laughter in the hall, the shaking handle, the shadow at the classroom door, and the empty hallway when I went to check. The black orb in the Halloween bedroom. The shadow crawling up the wall and across the ceiling, dropping onto my legs as if to pin me down. The times on the clocks, 2:50 a.m., 3:02 a.m., 3:47 a.m. At first I had tried so hard to dismiss each thing as a trick of my eyes or my mind. I told myself I was tired, stressed, or imagining things. I told myself that it was normal to wake up at odd hours and feel strange. I tried to make every experience fit into some rational category: sleep paralysis, shadows, reflections, weird dreams. But as more and more things happened, one after another, it became harder and harder to keep pretending it was all in my head. Now, when I look back on those nights, I don't think it was just my eyes. I do not know exactly what it was, or why it chose to show itself to me in mirrors, reflections, hallways, and dark bedrooms. I do not know what the man with the red eyes wanted, or what that black shadow on the wall and ceiling was, or why the white glowing figure crouched at my feet. I only know that those things happened, and they changed the way I look at the dark, at mirrors, at that strange hour of the night when it feels like the world is holding its breath. And deep down, as much as I sometimes wish I could shrug it all off, I know this was something more than just imagination. The earliest time I can honestly say I remember something truly strange happening to me was when I was about 5 years old. It was right in the middle of a big change in my life. My mom and dad had just separated, and everything I knew as normal suddenly shifted. My mom, my little sister, and I moved out of my dad's place and into the house where my mom's new boyfriend lived. My sister was only about 2 at the time, still very small, still very attached to my mother in that way toddlers are. I was old enough to know that life felt different and that nothing was quite settled yet, but still young enough not to have words for everything I was feeling. At my dad's house, nothing strange had ever happened, at least nothing I would call paranormal. I don't remember ever being scared there for no reason. I slept just fine, walked around in the dark sometimes to get a drink of water, and never felt like the house itself was pushing me away. If I was scared, it was of normal things, the dark, bad dreams, or loud noises. That was it. When we moved into my mom's boyfriend's house, though, that changed, almost from the first day. The house itself wasn't huge. It was only 2 levels, a main floor and a basement. Because of that, there weren't enough bedrooms on the main floor for everyone, especially with my mom's boyfriend already living there. Someone had to be in the basement bedroom. My sister was still so young, and of course my mom wanted her close by at night, so the decision was made that I would get the basement room. My mom tried very hard to make it feel special, not like I was being pushed away or sent downstairs, because there was no other place for me. She got me a brand new bed just for that room. She did everything she could to make it feel like my own space, something exciting and grown up. She talked about how cool it would be to have a basement bedroom, how I would have my own little area away from everyone else. She did not want me to feel rejected or less loved just because my room wasn't right next to hers. At first, I was excited in that simple 5-year-old way. The idea of having a room all to myself felt fun. It sounded like a little den or a secret base, somewhere that was mine. Until the new bed was delivered and set up, I slept upstairs with my sister, in the top bunk of her bunk bed. Even then, everything felt fine. I liked the top bunk. I liked the safety of being upstairs near my mom. The basement was just this space I knew existed, but I hadn't really claimed as mine yet. The day my bed arrived, everything changed. I still remember the feeling of standing at the top of the basement stairs for the first time, knowing I was supposed to go down them because my room was waiting for me. The stairs themselves probably looked normal enough, a set of steps leading down into a finished basement where my bed had been built. But the very moment I put my foot on that top step, something inside me recoiled. It was sudden and strong. It was like running into a wall of cold air that no one else could feel. I had never felt anything that strong and unexplainable before. My excitement vanished. In its place was a deep, sharp fear that I couldn't reason away. I felt as if the space below me was not empty, as if something unseen was already down there, waiting. I was only 5, so I didn't think the word haunted, but the feeling was there. I was scared to go down. I was scared to be alone down there. I was scared to sleep in that new bed in that new room. I felt like the basement did not want me. My mom, however, did not see or feel any of this. From her point of view, it probably looked like I was suddenly being difficult. One minute I had been thrilled about my basement room, and the next minute I was clinging to the upstairs landing and saying I didn't want to sleep there. She was already carrying the weight of a separation, a new relationship, a move, and 2 small children, so my sudden terror must have seemed like one more thing to deal with. I remember her sounding annoyed, trying to reassure me, telling me nothing was wrong with the basement. She got frustrated when I didn't calm down. For the first few nights, all I had was that heavy, invisible fear. I would try to make myself sleep, lying in that new bed, in that room with its open doorway and no actual door. That doorway bothered me more than anything. It felt like a mouth that couldn't close, an opening that couldn't shut out whatever was in the basement with me. I would lie on my side facing the wall, pressing my back toward the open doorway, because looking at it made me feel exposed and watched. The hall outside my room felt like a dark throat leading into the rest of the basement, and I felt very small at the end of it. For a little while, it was just that feeling. No sounds. No shapes. Just the heavy sense that I was not wanted down there, and that I was not alone. Then the orbs started appearing. They did not show up the first night, or even the second. I think it was a few nights into my stay down there when I first saw them. I remember that night very clearly. I had been trying to force myself to sleep, lying there facing the wall, but my nerves were on edge. Every little sound made me flinch. The silence pressed on my ears. The wall felt too close and the room behind me felt too open. I finally rolled over. I was tired of trying to fall asleep in one position. I turned onto my other side so I was facing the open doorway. And that was when I saw them. 2 white orbs floated at the top of my doorframe. They weren't just faint patches of light. They were distinct. Each orb had an electric blue tail trailing behind it, like a comet. The white part glowed softly, and the blue tails seemed to shimmer as they moved. They were not drifting lazily either. They were racing back and forth across the doorway, zipping from one side of the frame to the other, almost as if they were pacing or tracing some invisible line. I stared at them, completely awake now. My mind did what minds always do, it tried to find an ordinary explanation. Maybe it was car lights from outside. Maybe it was a reflection from something on a shelf. Maybe I was half asleep and imagining things. I blinked several times, slow and hard, expecting the orbs to vanish when my eyes opened again. They didn't. To prove to myself that I was awake, I did something simple and painful. I bent my arm and bit down on it. I bit hard enough to hurt, hard enough that I knew I would see marks later. The pain was real. The sharp, stinging feeling in my skin was real. The taste of my own flesh was real. And when I lifted my head and looked back at the doorway, the orbs were still there, still racing, still glowing with white light and electric blue tails. I watched them for hours, or at least it felt like hours. Time stretches in the middle of the night, especially when you are 5 years old and frightened. Those orbs never came into the room that first night. They kept close to the doorway, sliding back and forth over the frame, always in motion. The whole time I watched them, that deep sense of being unwanted grew stronger. I did not feel like they were welcoming me or trying to comfort me. Even though they were pretty in a way, like strange, magical fireflies, they terrified me. Finally, my fear won over my frozen fascination. At some point, I couldn't take it anymore. I threw back the covers, jumped out of bed, and ran. I ran up the basement stairs as fast as my small legs would carry me. My heart pounded in my chest. I didn't look back. Everything in me screamed to get upstairs, where my mother and sister were, where the air felt lighter, where that cold, heavy presence did not seem to follow. I ended up in my sister's room, climbing into the familiar safety of her top bunk. The moment I settled there, surrounded by the soft warmth of her blankets and the sense of my mom's presence nearby, the terror faded. It was like stepping out of a storm into a quiet room. I fell asleep quickly, almost as if the upstairs itself was calming me, almost as if whatever was in the basement had no power there. The next morning, my mom found me in my sister's bed. Her relief that I had slept was quickly replaced by irritation. To her, it looked like I was refusing to use the perfectly good room and bed she had so carefully prepared for me. When I tried to tell her about the orbs, about the 2 white lights with blue tails running across my doorway, she brushed it off. She said it must have been a dream. She told me that I had imagined it, that I was probably half asleep and letting my imagination run wild. Even when I showed her the bite marks on my arm, the little marks from where I had bitten myself to be sure I was awake, she did not change her mind. I was 5, with a vivid mind and a lot of change going on in my life. To her, this was a child acting out, maybe wanting more attention, maybe not wanting to be separated from her. For me, it was very real. From then on, the orbs became a regular thing. They didn't just appear once. They appeared every night. Sometimes they stayed at the doorway, racing around the frame like they had that first night. Other times, they did something more frightening. They came into my room. On those nights, I would see them float past the doorway, slide along the wall, and then drift around my bed. They would circle the room, their white centers glowing and their electric blue tails streaming behind them like light ribbons. They would move in slow loops and small darts, passing close enough that I felt like I could have reached out and touched them if I had dared. There was something almost beautiful about them. If this had been in a storybook, maybe they would have been described as fairy lights or some magical presence. But in real life, lying there as a scared 5-year-old, they didn't feel magical in a good way. They felt like a warning. Every time they came closer or entered the room, that feeling of being unwanted pushed harder against my chest. I felt as if they were a message that said, "You do not belong here. Get out." On the nights they came into my room and danced around my bed, I almost never lasted long. As soon as they crossed that invisible line between the doorway and my little space, my courage disappeared. I would bolt out of bed, run to the stairs, scramble up them, and head straight to my sister's room. That top bunk became my safe place, the spot where the fear could not quite reach me. Once I was up there, tucked in near her, I could finally fall asleep. No orbs, no blue tails, no heavy feeling pressing down on my chest. Every morning after I did this, my mom's patience thinned a little more. She was almost always upset when she found me in my sister's bed again. She would tell me that the lights I described were dreams, that I needed to stop making things up. She reminded me that she had gotten me a new bed, that there was nothing wrong with the basement. She said I was too old to be acting this way, even though I was only 5. I could see the frustration in her face and hear it in her voice, but no matter how much she tried to talk me into staying downstairs, the basement itself kept pushing me away. I lasted in that basement bedroom for about 3 months. That may not sound long, but for a child who is scared every single night, 3 months feels like forever. Night after night of seeing those orbs, of feeling watched, of running upstairs in terror, finally wore me down. I reached a point where I simply refused to sleep down there at all. From that moment onward, I stayed upstairs with my sister. I claimed her room as my own sleeping space. If my belongings were still downstairs, I didn't care. I wouldn't even go to the basement to get my toys to play with. The fear that had been focused on the doorway spread to the whole lower level. To me, the basement was not just uncomfortable, it was wrong. It felt heavy and dark even in the daytime. When it came time to move out of that house, I remember our last days there. My mom told me to pack my things, and of course some of them were still downstairs. I refused to go into the basement alone. I wouldn't even stand at the top of the stairs without her. I made my mom go down there with me, and even then I stayed right at her side. I wouldn't let her walk away, wouldn't let her move into another part of the basement, while I was even a few feet away. I followed her like a shadow as we gathered my belongings and packed them up. I had no interest in exploring or playing down there, not even one last time. I just wanted to be out. The strange thing is that, despite how much the basement frightened me, there was one part of that property that I truly loved: the backyard fountain. The backyard itself was beautiful in an old, slightly wild way. From what I later understood, that yard had been part of the first group of houses built in that community, back when it was its own small town before being swallowed up by the larger city. You could feel the age of it when you stood outside. Ivy crept up along the fence, covering sections with its green, tangled arms. In the middle of the yard stood a weeping willow tree, its long branches drooping toward the ground like a curtain of leaves. It should have been my favorite part of the yard, but I could never bring myself to go near it. Right up against the back wall of the house, there was an old stone fountain. It wasn't running anymore, no water flowed through it, but its shape was still clear. It curved in a horseshoe shape, maybe 4 feet across, about a foot deep. The stone was old and worn. Moss and mildew covered parts of it, giving it a soft, greenish coat that made it look even older and more mysterious. It looked like something from another time, something that belonged in a secret garden. I loved that little fountain. I don't know why exactly. Maybe it felt like a quiet, peaceful place in a yard that otherwise made me nervous. I liked to sit near it, run my fingers on the rough stone, and imagine what it had looked like when water still flowed from it. It felt like the kind of place where someone might make a wish. But even though I loved the fountain, I hated the yard as a whole. I would never, ever go outside alone. If I wanted to be in the yard, I would ask my mom to come with me or my little sister to be out there with me. I would hide my fear behind games or small talk, but inside I knew I didn't want to be there by myself. I could not bring myself to go near the weeping willow tree at all. Its drooping branches felt like a wall hiding something behind them. I would stay near the house, near the fountain, as if some invisible line was drawn there. The reason was simple. When I was alone in that yard, especially near the tree, I would see something out of the corner of my eye. It wasn't a solid shape like a person. It wasn't a flash of color. It was more like a white mist. It would appear just at the edge of my vision and move when I moved, as if it were following me. Sometimes it seemed to drift between me and the tree, sometimes between me and the fence. It was never anywhere else in the yard. The rest of the space would look normal. Only that mist felt out of place. The feeling that came with the mist was exactly the same as the feeling that came with the orbs, that heavy, unwanted feeling, as if something was trying to tell me I shouldn't be there. Whenever it happened, the hair on my arms would stand up and I would feel a tightness in my chest, like my body was telling me to go back inside. If my mom or sister was outside with me, the mist never appeared. It only showed itself when I was alone. Of course, when I told my mom about it, she had logical explanations ready. She told me it was just fog. She said that sometimes, in certain weather, mist could gather in one part of a yard. She pointed out that I was alone a lot and might be craving attention, since there were no kids my age in the neighborhood to play with. She wasn't trying to be cruel. She just didn't believe in any of this at the time. To her, all of it was imagination and mood and a little girl dealing with big changes. I love my mother. I truly do. And now, as an adult, I know she believes in the paranormal. She believes in spirits and ghosts. She even respects my tarot readings and takes them seriously. There was a moment later in her life when she had a palm reading done by a psychic, and something in that reading changed her mind. The skeptic in her softened. She began to accept that there might be more to the world than what we can see. But back then, she did not believe. Back then, she thought ghosts were nonsense, and because of that, she believed I was either dreaming or making things up. She did not think a 5-year-old could really be seeing spirits. She thought I had a big imagination and maybe a deep need for attention. From where I stand now, looking back, I know in my heart that it wasn't just imagination. A 5-year-old child just starting kindergarten does not invent that kind of deep, physical terror out of nowhere. Children might exaggerate when they want attention, but that feeling of cold heaviness, of being watched, of being pushed out of a space, is not something you choose. It happens to you. I also sometimes wonder now what those spirits or energies wanted. At the time, I was too little to think. Maybe they need help. I only knew that I was scared and wanted to get away from them. Now that I am older and have read more and learned more, I wonder if they really were trying to tell me something. Maybe they were attached to the land itself, to that yard, to that house. Maybe something of theirs was buried in the yard, a ring, a necklace, a piece of jewelry, or some other object they cared about. My mom never really owned any antiques for them to latch onto, so it doesn't feel like they were tied to our belongings. It feels more like they belong to the place. Sometimes I think about the old fountain, the ivy, the willow tree, and the old town that used to be there. I picture people from another time living in that house, walking in that yard, filling that fountain with water. Maybe they died before they were ready to leave. Maybe they were confused or angry about new people in their space. Maybe they didn't know how to ask for help in a way that wouldn't frighten a child. Or maybe they were just upset that someone else was living in what they still thought of as their home, and the orbs and the mist were simply their way of trying to push us away. I wish I could know for sure. I wish they hadn't tried to frighten me so much, because if I hadn't been so scared, maybe I could have somehow listened better or felt what they needed. But I was 5. I did the only thing I could, I ran. I don't think I'll ever really know the truth. That house is part of my past now, and those orbs and that mist belong to a time I can't go back to. All I have left are my memories. The cold weight of fear on my chest in the dark basement, the glow of white circles with blue tails racing across my doorway, the safety of my sister's bunk bed upstairs, the rough stone of the moss-covered fountain, the drooping arms of the willow tree I never dared to touch, and the thin white mist that followed me when I thought I was alone. Whatever they were, whoever they were, they left a mark on me that has never really gone away. Before last night, I had already gone through many episodes of sleep paralysis, but what happened this time was completely different, and by far the most terrifying experience of my life. I live in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and I had just recently turned 23. Not long ago I moved in with my girlfriend, which has been a big change for both of us. The apartment we are supposed to live in is still being renovated, so for now we are staying in a furnished suite that doesn't really feel like ours. It feels temporary, like a hotel that wants us to come and go, and that strange, in-between feeling has been hanging over both of us since we arrived. Even before this happened, I was no stranger to sleep paralysis. I had already experienced it many times. Most of the time it followed the same pattern. I would wake up in the middle of the night, become aware that I could not move, feel a heavy pressure on my chest, and sense that something or someone was in the room with me. I could not see anything, but I could feel the presence so clearly that it felt like the air itself was filled with it. My heart would pound, my breathing would grow shallow, and I would lie there, trapped in my own body, waiting for the invisible weight to lift. Every episode scared me, but they were at least familiar. They felt like a horrible routine I didn't ask for but had learned to endure. The strange thing is that, up until last night, I never actually saw anything during those episodes. It was all feeling, pressure, fear, presence, but no shape, no face, no visible figure. This time that changed. On top of that, my lifestyle lately has been doing my body and mind no favors at all. I do not sleep much, and honestly, I probably abuse what little rest I get. I work a day job that forces me to wake up early, and on top of that I work a second job a couple of nights a week at a bar. On those nights I don't finish until 3 in the morning. By the time I clean up, clock out, and drive home, it is around 4 a.m. Then, only 2 hours later, my alarm goes off at 6 so I can drag myself out of bed for my day job. It's a brutal rhythm that wears you down slowly, the kind of schedule that makes coffee feel like medicine and beds feel like places you only visit, not live in. Because of that, the scientific explanation I have read about sleep paralysis being connected to extreme fatigue and irregular sleep patterns makes a lot of sense when I think about it. I really am the perfect example of someone not getting enough rest, and in that way, my experiences could easily be chalked up to a tired brain misfiring between dream and wakefulness. Still, even knowing that, it does not make the fear any less real when it happens. The furnished suite we are staying in is on the top floor of a 3-story building. At first, I thought being on the top floor would feel safe and private, with no one stomping above us. Instead, we kept hearing distinct footsteps on the roof, as if someone were pacing back and forth right over our heads. It did not sound like random creaks or pipes. It sounded like actual footsteps, clear and deliberate. One evening, we were having dinner together, just trying to relax and enjoy some quiet time, when the footsteps started again. They moved in a steady rhythm overhead, like someone walking a path they had walked many times before. My girlfriend paused, her fork halfway to her mouth, and looked up toward the ceiling. She said, "It's so weird that we always hear footsteps on the roof. There shouldn't be anyone up there, right?" She half-joked that maybe it was a ghost pacing above us. We have that kind of relationship where we can mix humor with the creepy stuff, but even while she joked, there was a serious look in her eyes. We both tried to explain it logically. Maybe the building's acoustics were strange, and sounds from somewhere else were echoing and making it seem like they were coming from above us. Maybe it was the wind rattling something loose on the rooftop. Maybe it was just our imagination trying to make sense of random noises. We wanted to believe that, but neither of us could completely shake the feeling that there was something odd about the way those footsteps sounded. Both of us have at least some level of belief in the paranormal. I am very interested in it, but I prefer to keep a safe distance from anything that feels like direct involvement. I like to read stories, watch documentaries, and learn about theories, but I do not like to dabble or invite anything in. To me, the paranormal is like a dangerous animal at the zoo. You can look at it from behind the glass, but you do not open the cage and step inside. There are too many mysteries in this world, too many things we truly do not understand about spirits, energy, and whatever is on the other side of death. I respect that unknown, and because of that, I try not to mess around with things that might open doors I cannot close. I've left parties and gatherings because someone brought out a Ouija board. Whenever I see one, I share what I know about it. How people say you should never play alone, never disrespect it, never forget to say goodbye and close the session. I talk about the big no-nos, the rules people pass around online and in books and videos. Then I leave. I don't want to be there if something decides to answer. I learned to be cautious when I was very young. When I was about 8 years old, I was playing with a friend while his older brother and his brother's friends were hanging out in another room, doing something we weren't invited to join. Naturally, we got curious and went to see what they were up to. As we walked in, we saw that they had a Ouija board spread out in front of them. They weren't taking it seriously. They were laughing, messing around, treating the board like a toy. I remember staring at it. The board had letters, numbers, the words yes, no, and goodbye. And at the top there was a half face with one eye shown and no mouth. I had always wondered why it looked like that, and what the image meant. One of the older boys took out a lighter and, joking around, held the flame under the eye printed at the top of the board. He let the flame lick the cardboard right below that eye. I watched as the surface darkened and burned. Then, right in front of us, something happened that made all of us freeze in place. The printed eye seemed to blink. The burn mark vanished as if it had never been there. The cardboard looked new again, untouched. Every kid in that room went silent. That was not the kind of thing you can easily laugh off. The older boys suddenly did not think it was funny anymore. Panic replaced their bravado. They broke the board apart, snapping it into pieces, and ran outside. We followed, still shaken. They threw the pieces into a sewer, as if getting rid of it physically would undo whatever they had just done. I do not even know if that was the right thing to do. I have heard since then that destroying a board like that might not be safe, especially if the session was never properly closed. But I was just a kid back then, and all I knew was that I had seen something that did not make sense. That small story planted a seed in my mind about how real and unpredictable these things might be. That memory has always stayed with me and is probably a big reason why I want to keep my distance from anything that might cross into that realm.
That brings me back to the night that really shook me. On this particular night, my girlfriend went to bed around 10. She was tired from the day, and with my strange schedule, it is normal for us to end up going to sleep at different times. I was not tired yet, or at least I didn't feel that way, so I stayed up in the living room, watching TV to wind down. I was cycling through DVDs, episodes of Smallville and House MD, comfort shows that I've seen before and can watch without thinking too hard. The glow from the screen threw soft light around the room, while everything beyond the edges of that light faded into darkness. Outside, the city was quieting down, the noise of traffic growing softer as the hour got later. Just after 1 in the morning, my eyes started to feel heavy, and I decided to call it a night. I turned off the TV, the room dropping into darkness, and made my way to the bedroom where my girlfriend was already asleep. She was lying next to me, breathing slow and steady, the kind of deep, peaceful sleep I envied. I got into bed, shifted around a bit to get comfortable, and eventually drifted off. I don't know exactly how much time passed before the dream started, but in the dream, there was a storm raging outside. I could hear rain pounding against the windows and wind pushing hard at the building, making it creak and groan. The sky outside was gray and heavy, thick with rolling clouds. In the dream, I was lying in the same bed, in the same room, listening to the storm. I reached over and turned on a radio, one of those small, simple radios that can pick up static and distant stations when the weather is bad. I lay back, listening to the soft buzz and crackle of the radio mixed with the sound of the rain and thunder outside. It was strangely comforting at first, that mix of storm and static, like white noise built by the sky itself. Then in the dream, everything went dark. The power cut out. The radio went silent, and the soft glow from somewhere in the room disappeared. I remember in the dream fumbling with the radio, pressing its buttons and tapping it like that would bring it back to life. I was annoyed, then uneasy. There is something unnerving about losing that last little bit of sound when everything outside is already dark and wild. I woke up shortly after that point, or at least I think I woke up. The transition from the dream to what came next felt sharp, but also strange, like slipping from one layer of reality into another that was only slightly different. When my eyes opened, I realized that I was in the real bedroom, in the furnished suite, lying on my back in the bed. For a second I felt disoriented, trying to sort out what was dream and what was real. Then I saw it. Looming above me was a shadow person. It was not just a vague dark shape, not just the usual sense of a presence that I had felt so many times before. This was a clear silhouette, a humanoid figure leaning over me, blocking out part of the room. Its edges did not stay still. They fluttered slightly, like smoke trying to hold itself in the shape of a person. At the same time, it seemed to sparkle or shimmer, as if little points of dim light were dancing inside the darkness that made up its body. It was close, so close that it felt like it was almost touching me, hanging directly over my chest. The fear that hit me was immediate and overwhelming. It felt like a wave of ice water washing through my whole body. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. A rush of adrenaline surged through me, but my body did not respond. I couldn't move. I couldn't lift my arms or turn my head. I couldn't even open my mouth to shout. I was trapped, staring straight up at this thing that was hovering above me like it owned the air I was breathing. Even though I knew about sleep paralysis, even though I had been through it before and had read about what the mind can do when it is half awake and half asleep, it did not feel like a trick. It felt real, more real than any dream I've ever had. The weight on my chest pressed down harder, making each breath shallow and tight. My mind raced back to things I had read about handling sleep paralysis. I remembered people saying that if you ever see something during an episode, some kind of entity, shadow, or figure, you should try not to focus on it. They said you should close your eyes, think of something positive, and not give the fear any more power. As this shadow person loomed over me, I forced myself to close my eyes. It took all my willpower not to keep staring at it. I tried to pull my thoughts away from the horror and picture something calm and safe. I imagined a beach. I pictured soft sand under my feet, warm sun on my skin, and gentle waves rolling onto the shore. I tried to hear the ocean in my mind, a steady, soothing rhythm. For a second, I almost convinced myself that I could feel warm air around me instead of the cold, heavy atmosphere of the bedroom. I opened my eyes, hoping the figure would be gone. It was still there, still looming, still fluttering and sparkling faintly in the darkness. The fear surged again, even stronger. My chest tightened, and it felt like the air in the room had become thick and hard to breathe. I shut my eyes again, this time trying to think of something that made me feel strong instead of calm. I picture myself on the ice, playing hockey, skating fast, the sound of my blades cutting through the ice, the cold air filling my lungs in a way that felt clean and powerful. I imagined the exact moment of scoring a goal, the puck flying toward the net, that brief silent second before it hits, then the rush of victory when it goes in. I focused on that burst of energy, that feeling of strength and control. As I held on to that image, something suddenly shifted. The pressure on my chest lifted, like a heavy weight being taken off me all at once. My arm shot up toward where the figure had been, as if I were trying to push it away or shove it off me. I gasped in a deep breath, my body finally free to move. For a moment, I just lay there, my arms still raised, my heart racing, trying to understand what had just happened. I turned my head slowly, testing each movement like I was waking up for the first time. The room looked normal again. The shadow person was gone. I could see the shapes of the furniture in the dim light, the curtains hanging still, my girlfriend lying next to me. My whole body was trembling. After a minute or two, I reached over and switched on the lamp beside the bed. The warm light filled the room, chasing away the darkness that had felt so threatening just a moment earlier. My girlfriend stirred and opened her eyes, blinking against the sudden brightness. She looked at me, concern already written across her face, and asked softly, "Are you okay?" I took a breath, still a little shaky, and told her what had happened. I explained that I had woken up, seen a shadow figure above me, felt the pressure and couldn't move. I told her about trying to think of positive things, about the beach and the hockey goal, about how my arm finally moved on its own like I was forcing something away. As I spoke, she listened carefully, not laughing it off or treating it like some silly nightmare. She knows about my past experiences with sleep paralysis and about my interest in the paranormal, so she took me seriously.
She sat up, put her hand on my shoulder, and comforted me. For about 10 minutes she stayed awake with me, talking softly to help ground me back in reality. She got up, went to the kitchen area, and brought me a glass of water. Then she dampened a cloth with cold water and gently pressed it against my back to help calm my body down. The coolness of the cloth, the weight of her hand, the sound of her voice, all of it helped pull me away from the edge of that panic. After I settled a bit, I glanced over at the clock. The red numbers glowed quietly in the dim room, 3:15 a.m. That time stuck with me immediately. I remembered reading somewhere that 3 in the morning is often called the witching hour, or the devil's hour, a time when paranormal activity is supposed to be more common. Whether that is true or just a story people repeat to scare themselves, I do not know. But seeing 3:15 on the clock right after what I had just experienced sent a chill down my spine. It felt like too much of a coincidence. Lying there with the lamp on, my girlfriend beside me, and the memory of that shadow still fresh in my mind, I could not help but think about everything that has been happening in my life lately. The footsteps on the roof. The move into a temporary place that does not quite feel like home. The lack of sleep. The stress of juggling 2 jobs. On top of all that, there has been some negative energy inside me lately, something heavy and unsettled. My girlfriend and I have had some friction here and there, which I guess is normal when 2 people live together for the first time. Even when you love each other, sharing space brings out things you didn't know were there. Habits, frustrations, insecurities. We argue sometimes, but we work it out. Still, that emotional tension lingers in the air at times, like static that hasn't discharged yet. I can't help but wonder if all of that, the stress, the sleep deprivation, the emotional ups and downs, made me more vulnerable that night. Maybe it allowed something to get closer, whether it was purely in my mind or something else entirely. Part of me wants to accept the rational explanation that my tired brain, stuck between dreaming and waking, created a vivid hallucination and locked my body in place. Another part of me, the part that remembers the blinking eye on the Ouija board and hears footsteps on the rooftop, cannot easily dismiss the idea that something from beyond our understanding might have taken advantage of my weakened state. Either way, the fear I felt was real. The figure I saw felt real. I keep thinking back to it, replaying those moments in my mind, trying to decide what I believe. What I do know for sure is that I cannot wait to move into the renovated apartment and leave this temporary suite behind. I hope with everything in me that this was a one-time experience in this place, something that will not follow us to our new home. I do not want to see that shadow person again. I do not want to feel that crushing weight on my chest or see that fluttering, sparkling darkness above me. I want to sleep like a normal person, without fear of what might be waiting for me in that thin space between dreams and waking. Until then, I am trying to take better care of myself, to get more rest when I can, and to keep the energy between my girlfriend and me as positive as possible. I cannot say for certain what happened to me that night, whether it was scientific or supernatural, or some strange mix of both. All I know is that something came close to me in the dark, closer than anything has ever felt before, and it left a mark on my memory that I will never forget. This story takes place in April of 2003, when I was just 12 years old and in grade 7, at that awkward age where you feel like you are growing up fast but you are still very much a kid. I had just started getting used to taking city transit an hour to and from school every day, which felt like a big responsibility back then. Every morning I would climb onto the bus with my backpack, squeeze into a seat, and watch the city roll past the windows as I tried to stay awake, thinking about my classes, my friends, and what kind of homework I was going to get that day. It was the first time I had real independence, riding the bus alone across town, and my parents were both a little nervous but also proud that I was handling it. I also had my very first cell phone, which felt like the coolest thing in the world even though it was nothing like the phones people have now. It was a simple little device, and my parents only put $5 a month on it, just enough so I could call home if I was going to be late, or if there was some kind of emergency. It was not a phone for long chats or texting friends all night. It was more like a safety line, a way for my mom to feel like she could reach me and I could reach her. On top of that, I was starting to deal with what I thought of as real homework. At that age, the assignments felt big and serious, like they were preparing me for adult life. I remember being overwhelmed by projects, essays, and math problems, thinking that schoolwork was so intense. Later, after doing 2 years of college, I would look back and laugh at that, because college showed me what true heavy homework really looks like. But at 12 years old, grade 7 felt like a huge jump. At that time in my life, one of the most important people to me was my grandma Doris. Let me start by saying that she and I were very close. She was my mom's mother, and my sister and I were her favorite grandchildren without a doubt. She spoiled us in a way only grandmothers can get away with. If we wanted treats, she bought them. If we loved a certain toy, book, or piece of jewelry she owned, she would let us hold it, admire it, and sometimes even promise that one day it would be ours. She gave us attention, affection, and little gifts all the time. My mom didn't always like how much she spoiled us. She thought it might make us too soft or too demanding, but my grandma didn't really care. To her, being a grandmother meant giving love freely, and if that meant letting her grandkids be a little spoiled, then so be it. Her house, or rather her trailer, felt like a second home to us, warm and familiar, always smelling of something cooking or baking, and full of little decorations that she had collected over the years. In April of that year, everything changed. My grandma passed away, and the way it happened was sudden and shocking. It was her third heart attack, but even though we knew, somewhere in the back of our minds, that her heart was a weakness, none of us were prepared for it to actually take her that day. When it happened, I was at school, going through what I thought was just another ordinary day. My grandmother had been babysitting my young cousin at the time. From what we were later told, she was just going about her usual routine when she suddenly fell over and did not get up again. No one around her realized right away that she was gone. My cousin was too young to understand what had happened. When my aunt called to check on them, just doing a normal check-in to see how things were going, he told her something that made her stomach drop. In his innocent little voice he said, "Grandma fell asleep on the floor and won't get up." My aunt, knowing my mother's mom and her health history, immediately understood that this was not a normal situation. Panic set in right away. She called 911 and asked for help to be sent to the house, and after that she called my mom to tell her what was going on. While all of this was happening, I was still at school, completely unaware. My mom did not want me to find out in a rushed or careless way, so she arranged for my stepmom to pick me up from the bus stop when I finished school. That was unusual, because normally I would walk home from the bus or my mom would meet me herself if something was up. I remember getting off the bus that day, looking around, and seeing my stepmom waiting for me. I was confused but didn't say much. She told me to hop in and that we were going back to my dad's house. I could sense something was wrong, but no one told me anything just yet. I just sat in the car, watching the streets pass by, feeling a knot slowly forming in my stomach. Around dinner time, my mom came to get my sister and me from my dad's house. She looked tired and sad in a way I had never seen before. She sat us down, took a breath, and told us gently that our grandma had passed away. The words didn't feel real at first. It was like she was talking about someone else's family, someone else's grandmother, not ours. I remember my mind going blank for a moment as I tried to process it, and then suddenly the realization hit me like a wave. Tears started to come, my chest felt tight, and everything inside of me twisted with confusion and grief. The next few days felt blurry and heavy, like time had slowed down and thickened. We learned from the medical examiner that my grandma had died instantly when the heart attack struck. There had been no warning signs, no pain that she had time to complain about, no gradual decline. He told us that she was already gone before she hit the ground. There was something oddly comforting and deeply heartbreaking about that at the same time. On one hand, we were glad that she hadn't suffered. On the other, the suddenness of it made it feel cruel, like she had been ripped away from us without any chance to say goodbye. We also found out that not even 2 weeks before this happened, her doctors had told her that she was doing fantastic. They had been pleased with how she was managing and had given her a positive outlook. That made it even more shocking. It was a harsh reminder that a heart attack can happen at any time, even when everything seems fine. It reminded us that life can change in a second and nothing is guaranteed, no matter what doctors say or how stable things appear. After the funeral and the first wave of condolences and visits from family and friends, there came the difficult task of going through my grandma's belongings and dealing with her will and her estate. It was a somber, strange process. We gathered at her trailer in the park where she had lived for years. It was a small place, but she had made it full of love and personality. Every corner held something that reminded us of her: pictures, trinkets, jewelry, old letters, and little decorations that only she would have chosen. Being there without her was painful. The air felt different, like the heart of the home was gone. In her will, she had divided certain things among her children: my aunt, my uncle, and my mom, and she had even thought ahead to include me. That moved me deeply. I was still just 12, but I had been named specifically in the will. I was to receive her opal ring, a piece of jewelry I had always loved. She also left me a few other pieces that I had admired when I was younger, the ones I used to pick up carefully from her jewelry box and try on with her watching and smiling. She knew exactly what I loved and made sure it would go to me. Sorting through her things without her there was heartbreaking. It felt like every drawer we opened and every box we unpacked was filled not just with objects but with memories. One day, I went to the back of her trailer, down the narrow hallway that led to her bedroom. Her room had always felt like a private little sanctuary, a place that smelled of her perfume and old fabric softener, with sunlight sometimes slipping through the blinds in thin, gentle lines. I went there with a specific purpose: to find the opal ring that was now mine. I knew where she kept her jewelry, so I went to her bedside table and then to the small jewelry box she used. My hands were trembling a little as I went through it. It felt wrong to touch her things without her permission, even though I knew she had given it to me in writing. After a moment of searching, I found the ring. The opal caught the light even in the dim room, its colors shifting softly. Just holding it made my chest tighten with sadness and love. I closed my fingers around it and turned around to leave the room. When I turned, I froze. Standing by the closet, just a few feet away from me, was my grandpa. He had died a few years before my grandmother. I knew he was gone. I had accepted his death, gone through that loss already, and yet there he was, standing in her bedroom as if he belonged there and had never left. For a few seconds I just stood there with my mouth open, staring at him. He didn't speak, didn't move toward me. He was simply there, solid and real, near the closet, looking in my direction. Then, just as suddenly as I had seen him, he disappeared. It was like he had been made of smoke and a breeze had passed through, scattering him. As he faded, my mom came into the room. She was looking for me, probably wondering what was taking so long. She saw me standing there, still in shock, clutching the ring in my hand. She asked if I had found it, and I nodded. I did not tell her what I had just seen. I kept that moment to myself. Something about the experience felt private, like it was meant just for me. Maybe it was my grandfather's way of letting me know that he was there, that my grandmother was not alone wherever she was now. Maybe it was my own grief playing a trick on my eyes. At the time, I didn't try to analyze it. I just knew what I had seen, and I knew I would never forget it. About a week later, after the will had been sorted and the estate issues had been mostly settled, life started to fall into a new kind of routine, though there was a quiet sadness always hanging in the background. One evening, my mom was in the kitchen making dinner for my sister and me. The atmosphere in the house was heavy. Even when no one spoke about my grandmother, we could feel her absence like a missing piece that used to hold us all together. I was sitting at the kitchen table with my books open, working on homework. My back was to my mom as she moved around the kitchen, cooking in that focused but quiet way that people do when their minds are somewhere else. My sister was nearby, also quiet. None of us were really in the mood to talk. The house felt still. Suddenly, the phone rang. The sound cut through the silence, sharp and unexpected. My mom and I both paused and looked at each other, surprised. By that time, most of the condolence calls had already come and gone. Family and friends had reached out in the first few days after my grandma's death, and things had tapered off into normal life again, or at least as normal as life could be after losing someone so important. We were not expecting any calls that evening. I stood up and went over to answer it. We had one of those older-style phones with a separate caller ID display attached. It was one of the earlier kinds made, with little separate square sections for each number, each one lighting up to show the digits. I glanced at the caller ID screen as it rang, expecting to see a familiar number or a name. Instead, all of the number squares were dark, as if no digits were registering properly, and the space where the name or number should have been was just filled with a single character. 1. No name, no number, nothing else. Just that lonely little 1. It didn't make sense. I felt a strange little chill at the base of my neck. I picked up the phone and handed it to my mom. She took it and lifted it to her ear, answering in the usual way, saying, "Hello?" There was nothing on the other end. No voice, no background noise, nothing at all. It was completely silent, like the line was open but nobody was there. My mom waited a moment, then said, "Hello?" again, a bit louder this time. Still nothing. Just as we were starting to think it was some kind of glitch or dead line, the phone made a strange sound, like a fizzling or soft crackling coming from inside the device itself. Then, suddenly it went dead. Not just the call dropping, but the phone itself dying completely. The line went silent and stayed that way. When we tried to use it again, it wouldn't turn on, wouldn't take a dial tone, nothing. It was like the phone had been drained of life in an instant. We realized pretty quickly that we were now without a working house phone, and would need to get a new one. There was another detail that made the whole situation feel even stranger. The phone that died had been a gift from my grandma. She had given it to us only about 2 years before she passed away. It was not that old, and it had worked perfectly fine up until that exact moment. There was no reason for it to suddenly fizzle out and die for good right after that silent call. My mom stared down at the phone in her hand, her face softening in a way I can still picture clearly. Instead of being annoyed that the phone had broken, she looked almost comforted. She turned to me, a small, gentle smile on her face, and said, "Well, I think that was your grandma, calling to say she made it to heaven." The idea settled into the room like a warm blanket. It made a strange kind of sense in an emotional way, even if it didn't make logical sense. We tried later to get the phone working again. We replaced batteries, checked connections, and even took the unit apart to look at the internal parts, but nothing seemed wrong. Everything inside looked normal. There were no burn marks, no broken pieces, nothing that should have stopped it from working. By all practical reasoning, it should have still functioned, but it refused to turn on or register any kind of signal. It was as if something had happened to it that we couldn't see, something that no small repair could fix. We eventually put the phone in a box and kept it. To this day, it still does not work, frozen in that state it was in right after that mysterious call. Sometimes I think about what my mom said, that maybe my grandma was trying to put so much energy into reaching out, into saying something to her daughter, that she ended up overloading the phone, accidentally destroying it in the process. That thought is strangely comforting. It is like imagining love and determination so strong that it pushes through whatever barrier separates this world from the next, even if the effort burns out the tools used to make contact. In the weeks that followed, little things around the house added to the feeling that my grandma was still present in some way. We had 2 cats that had always loved my grandmother. Whenever she visited, they would rub against her legs and jump into her lap, purring as she stroked their fur. After she died, we noticed that the cats started behaving oddly in certain parts of the house. They would sit in the middle of a room and stare at nothing visible, their eyes tracking something in the air that we could not see. Sometimes they would chatter softly, making those clicking, chirping noises cats make when they see a bird or something interesting. They did not seem scared at all. In fact, they seemed relaxed and even playful. They would bat at the walls or at empty spaces as if there was something there, invisible to us, like a toy dangling just out of sight. No lights were reflecting on the walls, no bugs were flying around, nothing that would explain their focus. We joked, half serious and half light-hearted, that they were talking to my grandma or playing with her spirit. The idea that she might be visiting them, the way she always used to when she came over, made us smile in the middle of our grief. The house did not feel haunted in a scary way. It felt watched over, as if someone who loved us was still stopping by to check in. My mom, even now, still believes that my grandma called us that night, using the phone she had given us to send one final message. To her, it was not just a broken phone and a strange coincidence. It was her mom reaching across the divide between life and death to say, "I'm okay. I made it. I'm still here in some way." Whether it was truly a call from beyond or not is something no one can prove, but in our hearts, that is what it felt like. Between seeing my grandpa in the bedroom by the closet, that strange call from the number 1 that killed the phone, and the cat staring and chatting at empty air, it is hard not to believe that my grandparents were close by for a while after they passed, making sure we knew they were at peace and that we were not alone in our grief. I remember the 70s as a time that always felt bright and sunny in my mind, at least during the day, when the light poured over the streets and yards and everything seemed safe and warm and simple. Days were for playing outside with the neighborhood kids, running up and down the sidewalks, inventing games out of thin air, jumping over cracks in the pavement as if they were rivers, and turning every backyard into a kingdom or a secret base. The world felt big but friendly back then. The air seemed clearer, and the summers felt longer. We made memories that were full of scraped knees, sticky fingers from melting popsicles, and laughter that carried across the lawns and into the open windows of every house on our block. Our house on Bannatyne was right in the middle of all of that daytime happiness, and to me, back then, it was just home. But as soon as the sun began to slip down behind the houses, as the sky shifted from blue to orange to deep purple and finally to black, something about that house changed. It was as if the walls themselves took a deep breath and woke up, and the shadows inside grew heavier and more aware. By nightfall, the house on Bannatyne seemed to take on a life of its own, and everyone in my family knew it. None of us would have put it into fancy words at the time, but we all understood, in our own way, that this house was not empty when the lights went out. Looking back now, with more years and more perspective behind me, I am almost certain that there were many spirits sharing that place with us. Some of them felt gentle and almost comforting, like they were just watching over us or passing through. Others, though, felt different, heavier, darker, carrying an edge that made the hair on the back of your neck stand up. We did not have to say it out loud to each other to know that there was something in the house. The atmosphere made it obvious. Everyone experienced something sooner or later. By everyone, I mean not just my immediate family but also my grandmother's family and her sister's family, because we all shared that huge old house together. It was big enough to hold 2 families and more than enough history to leave marks on everyone who lived there. I was very young then, surrounded by adults and cousins and relatives who moved through the rooms and hallways in a steady rhythm of everyday life, cooking, talking, arguing, laughing, cleaning, and looking after children. The house was always full, always alive with noise and motion. You would hear pots clanging from the kitchen, the TV murmuring from the living room, footsteps crossing the wooden floors, and voices floating through the walls. But underneath that normal family noise, especially at night, there was something else there, something quiet but powerful, like a presence watching just out of sight. I was only 4 years old when I saw my first ghost, and even though I was so young, that night burned itself into my memory so clearly that I can still see it now when I close my eyes. At 4 years old, I did not have a word like paranormal in my vocabulary. I just knew what felt normal and what did not. My mom had sent me off to bed that night the way she usually did. Some relatives were visiting for the weekend, and they were all just in the next room. Their voices, soft and low, drifted through the house as I got ready to sleep. We occupied the main floor of the house together with my grandma and step-grandfather, while my grandma's sister and her family lived upstairs. That meant there were always people going up and down the stairs, doors opening and closing, toilets flushing, and TV sounds coming from somewhere in the house. Even when you were alone in a room, you were never really alone, which for a child can be comforting during the day, but at night it can sometimes feel overwhelming. My grandma and my step-grandfather were both working the night shift that evening, so they were not home. Their absence added a different sort of emptiness to the house. My mom was there, though, along with the relatives, so I wasn't truly alone, but as a child I had become used to the steady presence of my grandparents, who usually formed the backbone of the household. My mom knew that I could get nervous at night, especially in a house like ours, so when she put me to bed, she left the bedroom door slightly open instead of closing it all the way. The door stayed ajar so that the light from the hallway could stream into the room and give me some comfort. I remember the glow from the hall light stretching across the floor and making a faint path up to the side of my bed. That soft spill of light was like a lifeline to the rest of the house, a reminder that the adults were just in the next room. I climbed into bed and lay down, turning onto my left side so that I was facing a chair that sat next to my bed. I am not sure why that chair was there or who had placed it there. Maybe someone had been using it earlier in the day, or maybe it was just one of those extra pieces of furniture that got moved around the house and happened to end up there for a while. At that moment, though, it was just a simple chair sitting there in the dim light, something my sleepy 4-year-old mind did not think much about. I pulled the covers up, trying to settle, listening to the muffled sound of voices and movement beyond the doorway. The house creaked the way old houses do, with little pops and sighs that you tell yourself are just the building settling, just wood and nails shifting as the temperature changes. Even at 4, I had already heard grown-ups say things like, "Old houses make sounds," but knowing that doesn't always stop the feeling that something else might be hiding inside those sounds, especially at night. As I lay there on my side, staring toward the chair, I noticed something strange begin to happen. At first, it was just a feeling that something about the chair looked different. Then I realized that something was beginning to take shape on it. It was subtle at first, like a shadow that wasn't supposed to be there, a shade darker than the rest of the room starting to gather on the seat and back of the chair. My breath caught in my throat. I watched as that faint shadow grew clearer, as though the air itself was thickening and pulling together into a form. My small body suddenly refused to move. A wave of paralysis washed over me, locking my arms, legs, and even my voice in place. I tried to scream for my mom, tried to call out to her or to anyone in the next room, but nothing came out. My mouth opened, but no sound escaped. It was as if the fear had wrapped itself around my vocal cords and held them tight. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. I could feel the rapid rise and fall of my chest as my breathing turned shallow and panicked, yet the rest of my body was frozen. On the chair, the shape continued to solidify, piece by piece, until it was no longer just a strange patch of darkness but a person, a familiar person. Sitting there before me was my recently deceased grandfather. There he was, as clearly as if he had just walked in the door and sat down in that chair, except this time it was the middle of the night and I knew for a fact that he was supposed to be dead. He was smiling at me, a soft, gentle smile that I recognized, and he was wearing the dark suit he had worn in his casket at the funeral. At 4 years old, the image of that suit was still fresh in my mind. I remembered standing at the funeral, looking at him lying there so still, dressed in that same dark suit, his hands folded neatly. Seeing him sitting upright now in my room, wearing that exact suit again, made everything inside me twist. This was not a dream. At least, it did not feel like one. He did not appear solid like a regular person. I could see through him. His outline was clear, but the details of the chair behind him still showed through his body faintly, like he was made of smoke or shadow given shape. I could make out his features, his expression, his dark suit, but I could also see parts of the room beyond him. The mix of familiar and impossible was overwhelming. I knew, even at 4, that he was not supposed to be there. People who were buried did not get up and sit on chairs in their grandchildren's rooms. My mind could not find a place to put this sight. I felt terror in a pure, raw way I had never felt before. I was not just startled or surprised. I was deeply, instinctively afraid, the kind of fear that shoots straight to your bones. I remember thinking, in a child's way, that something was very wrong with the world in that moment. Time seemed to stretch. Even though what happened probably only took seconds or maybe a minute, it felt to me like a long, heavy moment that would not pass. I lay there staring at him, my body frozen, my voice trapped, my mind racing. His smile did not fade or twist into something mean. He did not move toward me or try to touch me. He was simply there, sitting calmly and looking at me with that familiar, gentle expression. But the fact that he was there at all, when I knew he was dead, was more than my young mind could accept. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I managed to break free of whatever had held me. It was as if the invisible grip on my body loosened all at once. Sound tore out of my throat, and I finally was able to scream. I yelled as loud as I could and scrambled out of bed, running from the room in pure panic. My legs felt shaky, but fear gave me the strength to move. I left the room behind, leaving the chair and whatever was on it inside. I ran to where the adults were, unable to form words at first, just crying and clinging, trying to make them understand through my terror that something was wrong. My mom and the visiting relatives reacted quickly. They moved toward me, trying to calm me, asking what had happened. It took a while before I could even try to speak. My mom eventually sat me on the couch between the visiting relatives, one on each side of me, like they were physical shields against whatever had scared me. They spoke softly, rubbed my arms, and tried to soothe me as my mom went to the phone. I was still shaking, my heart pounding, my mind replaying the image of my grandfather sitting on that chair smiling in that dark suit. I could not bring myself to explain exactly what I had seen right away. The fear had burrowed so deeply that it blocked my words. My mom called my grandma and step-grandfather, who were both working the night shift, and told them they needed to come home. The urgency in her voice must have come through clearly, because they did not hesitate. While we waited for them, I sat in the living room with my relatives, safe and yet still trembling inside. I remembered feeling like the house itself was watching us, like the walls knew what had happened. I tried to speak several times, to tell them that I had seen Grandpa, but my mouth would not cooperate. The words piled up in my mind but got stuck before they could come out. It was as if my body had gone into some kind of shock. I was unable to speak properly for about 2 hours. It was only after my grandma and step-grandfather finally arrived home from work, their faces lined with worry, that I began to slowly calm down. They came in, sat with us, and listened as my mom explained what she knew, that I had been terrified and unable to talk, that something had clearly shaken me deeply. I still did not tell them all the details then, but their presence helped. The familiar comfort of my grandma's voice, the way her hand felt on my shoulder, made the fears slowly fade into the background. That night, none of us went back to sleep right away. We all stayed up together until the sun began to rise. The darkness outside the windows gradually lightened, and the first traces of dawn crept into the sky. The house, which had felt so heavy and strange in the middle of the night, softened in the early morning light, becoming just a house again. The shadows shrank back into corners, and the rooms felt more ordinary, more manageable, like the strange life that had taken over it at night had gone back to sleep. At 4 years old, I could not fully understand what had happened or what it meant. All I knew in that moment was that I had seen someone who should not have been there, and it had terrified me. As I grew older, though, I started to see that night differently. Now, looking back, I believe that my grandfather came to visit me one last time. Maybe he came to reassure me, to let me know he was okay, or simply because he loved me and wanted to be near me again. When I think about his expression on that chair, it was not angry or threatening. He was smiling gently, the way he would have if he had come home from work and found me there, ready for a hug or a story. I think his intention was kind, but I was just too young to understand. At 4 years old, I did not have the ability to say, "Oh, that's Grandpa visiting from the other side." I only knew that dead people did not get up and sit on chairs, and that seeing him there broke every rule my little mind had about how the world worked. So I reacted with fear, because that was all I knew how to do. I sometimes feel a little regret when I think about it now, wishing that I had somehow known to smile back or to say something to him instead of being so terrified. But then I remind myself that I was only a child, and no one expects a 4-year-old to calmly accept something like that. Even as an adult, I am not sure I could. The truth is, even now, all these years later, it is still scary to hear, feel, or see anything that seems to come from beyond the normal, physical world. Ghosts, spirits, shadow people, whatever name you give them, do not stop being unsettling just because you have experienced them more than once. People sometimes assume that if you grow up in a haunted house or have many encounters, you eventually become used to it, like it becomes just another normal part of life. But I don't think I will ever truly get used to it. Every time something brushes against that thin line between this world and whatever is on the other side, it shakes you, even if only a little. That house on Bannatyne held many stories and many secrets. The night my grandfather appeared on the chair beside my bed was only one of them, but it was the first, and it left a mark on me that has never faded. It taught me, at a very young age, that the world is bigger and stranger than it seems during bright, sunny days playing with neighborhood children. When night falls and the house grows quiet, you sometimes find out that you are not as alone as you think, and that realization, no matter how you try to explain it away, is something you carry with you for the rest of your life.
I was 24 years old when this happened, and even now it still sits in the back of my mind like a shadow I can't quite shake, a memory that feels half like a dream and half like something that really came into the room with me. It was about 2 years ago, when I went to my partner's parents' house in Sarnia, Ontario, to meet them properly for the first time and stay with them for a week. I remember being a mix of nervous and excited about the trip itself, because meeting a partner's family always feels like a big step. You want to make a good impression, you want things to go smoothly, and you're already a little on edge just from that. The house felt normal enough when we arrived, just an ordinary family home with the usual smells of cooking and laundry detergent, the sound of the TV in the background, and the quiet hum of people moving in and out of rooms. I knew there was a native reserve somewhere nearby, and while I didn't know many details about it, the thought of the land holding long histories and older traditions floated somewhere in my mind, like a quiet echo. I'm of Asian descent myself, and in my culture there is a term for a certain kind of night experience that I had grown up hearing about, Gueya Chuang, which translates roughly into ghost pressing on body. It describes exactly that feeling of waking up in the night, unable to move or speak, sensing that some presence is on top of you, or holding you down. People in my family and community talk about it as if it's a spiritual encounter, a ghost or spirit coming to visit or to disturb you, not just a trick of the brain. Because of that, I grew up with a kind of double awareness. On one side, the scientific explanations about sleep paralysis that I've learned or read about over time, and on the other side, the stories and beliefs that say these encounters might be something more than just a misfiring between sleep and wakefulness. What happened in Sarnia brought all of that crashing together in a way that I still don't fully know how to explain. That night, my partner and I went to bed in the room we were staying in at his parents' place. It was a little strange at first, lying in a bed that wasn't mine in a house that didn't belong to me, but eventually the quiet of the night wrapped around us. The sounds of the house died down as everyone went to sleep, and the world outside the window settled into the soft darkness of late night. I drifted off, not expecting anything unusual, but the dream that came to me was intense from the very beginning. It started in a way that felt almost ancient, like I had stepped into another time or another world. The scene around me was very tribal, almost ritualistic, with bonfires burning in the dark and people dancing around them. The flames licked up toward the night sky, casting wild, moving shadows over everything. The air felt thick with heat and smoke and some kind of tension that I couldn't name. I was with a group of people, and even though in the dream I didn't recognize any of their faces or know their names, there was still a feeling that we were in this together, like we were all part of the same tribe or the same frightened crowd. We were nervous, all of us, and that nervousness grew quickly into fear. In the dream, we were running away from something, some unknown thing that was closing in on us. I never actually saw what we were running from, but the feeling of it was powerful, like a presence right behind us, something dangerous and relentless that wanted to catch us. We were all rushing through the darkness, weaving past trees and rocks and shadows, trying desperately to find some kind of shelter or hiding place where we could escape whatever was hunting us. After what felt like a long time of running, we came across an abandoned house. It loomed ahead of us, a dark shape with broken windows and peeling paint, the kind of place that would normally make you hesitate, but in that dream we were too desperate to care. The house looked empty and forgotten, but also somehow alive in a heavy, unsettling way, as if it had been waiting for someone to enter it again. We pushed inside, our footsteps echoing over floors that felt unsteady under our feet. The interior was ruined and run down, with dirt and debris everywhere and a smell that seemed to be a mix of damp rot and old smoke. We moved through the rooms, trying to figure out where to hide, everyone spreading out in different directions. As I walked down a hallway, I passed a room where a flickering glow caught my eye. Light from some kind of fire was gleaming out through the doorway, casting shifting, orange patterns on the floor and the wall. I stopped, unable to just walk past it, drawn by curiosity and a strange feeling that something important was in there. I turned my head and looked inside. It was a bathroom, but not a clean or normal one. It was very dirty, the walls stained, the tiles cracked, the fixtures rusted and grimy, as if it hadn't been used properly in years. The air in that room felt especially thick, like something heavy was hanging there, and the only real light came from a small fire burning on the floor or in some kind of container near it. Kneeling in front of that fire was my grandmother. In real life, my grandma had suffered a stroke some time before all of this happened. The stroke had paralyzed the left side of her body and forced her to move into a nursing home, where she now lived, needing constant care. Seeing her there in the dream, kneeling on the floor of this filthy, abandoned bathroom, was shocking. She looked like herself and yet not like herself. In the dream, she was kneeling in front of the fire, muttering words that I could not understand. Her mouth was moving, but the sound that came out was faint and garbled, like whispers in another language or words underwater. I walked closer, trying to hear what she was saying because something about it seemed important. I wanted to reach her, to touch her shoulder, to ask her what she was doing there and what she was saying. As I moved closer, she lifted her head to look at me. For a second, I saw her familiar face, the face I knew from visits to the nursing home, lined with age and experience. Then, right in front of me, her face began to change. It started to dissolve, slowly at first, and then rapidly, the skin darkening and melting away into a deep blackness that swallowed her features. Her eyes, nose, and mouth seemed to sink into that blackness until there was nothing left of her face but a dark void. Her mouth opened wide, wider than a normal human mouth should, and then she lunged at me. The movement was sudden and violent, bursting out of that slow, eerie transformation in a way that jolted my fear from uneasy to absolute. In that instant, everything in the dream exploded into panic and confusion. Then, just when I thought I was reacting, I felt another shift. I suddenly felt like I had woken up. I was no longer in that ruined bathroom or running from unknown dangers. I was back in the room at my partner's parents' house, the same room we had gone to sleep in. I could see the familiar outlines of furniture in the dim light and feel the bed beneath me. My partner was lying next to me, and for a moment, I felt a wave of relief.
I wanted to move closer, to press against him, to cuddle for comfort and reassurance after that terrifying dream. But when I tried to move, I realized something was wrong. I couldn't move at all. My body was completely paralyzed. I was awake, at least I felt awake, but I was trapped inside my own body. I couldn't roll over, couldn't shift my legs, couldn't lift my head. Panic started to rise again, even sharper than in the dream, because now this wasn't some strange ritual scene or an abandoned house in my imagination. This was the real world, the bed I knew I was sleeping in, the person I loved right beside me, the ceiling above me, and yet I was frozen. As the panic built, I felt something else that made it worse. There was a sensation of something crawling up my body from the end of the bed, a feeling like weight and movement pressing onto my feet and slowly making its way upward. It didn't feel like a blanket being pulled or a normal shift of fabric. It felt like something alive, creeping and climbing. Fear screamed inside my chest, but my body refused to respond. I forced my eyes downward as far as I could, trying to see what was happening. That's when I saw it. The creature from my dream was on the bed with me, moving up my body. It was close enough that I could see its head in the faint light that slipped through the window. Its face was completely black, not just like dark skin, but like something glistening and formless, absorbing light instead of reflecting it. The blackness of its face shone slightly in the pale moonlight, giving it a wet, almost oily look. From its mouth, there seemed to be several long shapes reaching out, multiple tentacles or tongues, I couldn't tell which. They slithered or extended toward me in a way that made my stomach twist. Everything in me wanted to recoil, to push it away, to run, but my body lay there, heavy and locked. I remember, very clearly, trying to move my arms. I focused as hard as I could, using everything inside me, all my willpower, to send a message to my arms and hands. In my mind, I kept repeating the same thing over and over: move, please move, move, move. It felt like pushing against an invisible wall, like trying to break through thick ice. For a long moment nothing happened, and the creature kept crawling closer, its head rising toward my face. Then, suddenly, my arms responded. It was as if something snapped, and my hands and arms came back under my control all at once. With all the strength I had, I raised my hands and pushed down on the creature's head, trying to force it away from me. I could feel resistance, like I was holding something down, preventing it from reaching my face. My heart was pounding, my breathing shallow and rapid. I was in full panic, fighting with everything I had. I tried to scream for help, desperate for my partner to wake up and see what was happening. I could see him lying there next to me, still sleeping, oblivious to the struggle happening inches away from him. I opened my mouth, but the words got stuck. My throat felt tight and constrained, as if unseen hands were gripping it, making it almost impossible to force out sound. I pushed and pushed, trying to make any kind of noise, any sound that would wake him. What came out at first were only broken, strangled sounds, like someone trying to speak underwater. I kept forcing my voice, my fear pouring out through the effort. Finally, those noises must have broken through to him, because I saw him stir and then turn over toward me. He looked annoyed and half asleep, and in that moment he told me to shut up, probably thinking I was talking in my sleep or playing around, not understanding at all what I was experiencing. From his point of view, I must have looked like I was just mumbling and moving in a weird way in the middle of the night. From my point of view, I was fighting for my life against something dark and unnatural that had followed me out of a dream. Eventually, the paralysis loosened completely. My body fully returned to me and the creature was gone, as if it had never been there. I lay there gasping, my chest heaving, my heart still racing uncontrollably. Once I could breathe normally and move freely, I turned to my partner and told him what had just happened, as calmly as I could manage through the leftover shock. I explained the dream about the tribal scene and the bonfires, the abandoned house, my grandmother in the dirty bathroom kneeling in front of the fire, her face turning black and lunging at me. I told him about waking up in the bed, being paralyzed, feeling something crawl up my body, seeing the dark-faced creature with tentacle-like or tongue-like things coming out of its mouth, and how I had fought to move my arms and push it away. My partner listened, and for a moment he didn't say anything. Then he got off the bed without a word, went over to the light switch, and turned on the light. The room filled with warm brightness, pushing the shadows into the corners and under the furniture. He came back to the bed, crawled in beside me again, and then he told me that he had also had a dream, one where he was being attacked as well, by a shadowed figure. Hearing that sent a fresh chill through me. The idea that we had both experienced some form of attack in our dreams, on the same night, in the same bed, made everything feel heavier and stranger. It was not just me alone with something in my mind. It felt like whatever it was had touched both of us in different ways. After that, we didn't feel comfortable turning the light off again. We pretty much slept with the light on for the rest of the night, lying there in that bright little island of safety, listening for any strange noises, watching for any strange movement. Nothing else happened that night. The rest of the week we stayed at his parents' house passed without any major incidents. No more terrifying dreams like that, no more paralysis episodes with entities in the room, no more sense of something crawling on my body. On the surface, everything was normal again. And yet the memory stayed with me. It still does. I keep wondering if there could have been some kind of connection to the land, to the nearby native reserve, to the spiritual history of that area, or if it was all just a coincidence, a combination of my own cultural background and anxieties and sleep patterns. This wasn't the first time I had woken up paralyzed, feeling like something was in the room with me, pressing down on me, making it hard to move or speak. There have been multiple cases in my life where I've experienced that same general pattern, waking up unable to move, sensing an entity close by, and fighting to break free. Part of me wants to lean on the scientific explanation to say, okay, this is sleep paralysis. It's a known condition. It's not real in the sense of an actual ghost or monster sitting on my chest. I find comfort in that idea sometimes, because it offers a way to categorize the experience as a problem of the brain's sleep cycle instead of a sign that something supernatural is trying to get to me. But there is another part of me, the part that grew up hearing the term Guyetshuang and listening to elders talk about spirits and ghosts pressing down on people while they sleep, that wonders if there's more to it. The way the dream flowed straight into the paralysis, the specific, vivid images of my grandmother and the creature. The fact that my partner had his own dream of being attacked by a shadowed figure that same night, all of it makes the whole thing feel like it's balanced on the edge between the spiritual and the psychological. I still don't fully know what it was. Maybe it really is just sleep paralysis layered with cultural beliefs and stress and the unease of being in a new place. Maybe it is exactly what my ancestors would have called it, a ghost pressing down on my body, a spirit that found a way into my dreaming and tried to cross the boundary into my waking life. All I know is that when it was happening, it felt absolutely real. The fear was real. The pressure was real. The struggle to move and the relief when my body finally responded were real. Whether it was a trick of the mind or something beyond our current understanding, it left its mark on me, and that's why I still think about it, and why I still search for some understanding of it all. It was in late February, moving into early March of 2006, when I found out I was pregnant with my fourth child. I remember the time so clearly because things in our life felt busy but steady. I already had 3 children, all still small, and my days were full of little hands, little voices, meals, messes, and bedtime stories. Even with all the chaos and the tiredness, there was a kind of rhythm to it that I had grown used to. Finding out I was pregnant again felt like one more piece falling into place. I was nervous, of course, but mostly I was excited. I remember thinking, okay, one more little one to love. We'll manage. We always do. As soon as I saw the positive test, my mind went ahead of me. I wondered who this baby would be, what kind of personality they would have, whether they would look like one of their brothers or their sister, or maybe a new mix of all of us. For some reason, from very early on, I had a strong feeling that this baby was a girl. No doctor had told me that. It was far too early to know. But in my heart, I often called the baby, she, without even thinking. I imagined tiny dresses, little hair clips, and a soft baby voice calling me, "Mommy." I did not say it aloud very much because I did not want to be wrong, but inside, I carried that feeling with me. The pregnancy, however, did not go the way we hoped. In May of 2006, I had what is called a miscarriage. The date is burned into my mind, May 15th, 2006. I was supposed to be 11 weeks and 1 day pregnant. We went in for the ultrasound thinking maybe we would see a little heartbeat on the screen, maybe hear the rush of new life inside me. Instead, the ultrasound showed that the baby had passed away around 6 weeks and 6 days. The tiny life that I had already made room for in my mind, in my heart, had quietly stopped growing weeks earlier, but my body had kept going as if everything was fine. There are no words simple enough to explain the feeling of hearing those words from the doctor, of looking at that still little shape on the screen. It was like having the breath knocked out of me while still being forced to stand upright and move my body through the motions. Everyone around me spoke in soft, careful voices. They talked about what would happen next, what my body would need to do, what the options were. But inside I only heard one thing over and over: my baby is gone. I felt like I had failed, even though logically I knew miscarriages are common and often no one is at fault. Still, my heart did not listen to logic. It only knew loss. For reasons I cannot fully explain, I was absolutely convinced that the baby we lost was a girl. Nobody had confirmed it, and maybe I will never truly know, but that feeling was strong and did not leave me. When I thought about the baby, I pictured a little daughter who would never get to be born, never get to take her first breath or open her eyes and see my face. It was as if, in my mind, I had already met her, even though I had not. That belief made the loss even more personal. I did not feel like I had simply lost a pregnancy. I felt like I had lost a specific child, a daughter who was now missing from our family. The grief that followed did not look neat or polite. I was traumatized. I broke in ways that were not easy to show on the outside, but which affected everything I did. At that time, I was working, but the depth of my loss made it hard to function like nothing had happened. Eventually, I left my job. I could not keep pretending that I was fine while inside I was hurting so much. Instead, I turned all of my attention to my other 3 children. I poured myself into them. I told myself that they needed me, that I had to stay strong for them, and focusing on them was sometimes the only thing that kept me moving forward. Around that time, we moved. We left Edmonton, Alberta, and went to White Rock, British Columbia. A move is always a big change, but this one felt especially heavy, like closing one chapter and opening another, even though my heart still stayed with the baby I had lost. In White Rock, we moved into a 3-bedroom rancher, a single-level house with enough space for all of us. On the surface, it seemed like a fresh start, new town, new house, new surroundings. But the inside of that house held its own strange stories, and we began to notice them almost from the beginning. From early on, I could tell the house was not exactly quiet in the spiritual sense. There were small odd things at first. One thing that still stands out in my mind is how often I would hear voices in the bathroom. It sounds strange when I say it, but that is exactly what happened. I would go in to use the bathroom, close the door, and sit down, and while I was in there, I would hear an old woman talking to a younger woman through the heat vents. It was not like hearing the neighbors in another house. The voices seemed very close, almost like they were right on the other side of the wall, yet not quite in the same world as me. I could not make out the words clearly enough to understand what they were saying. It was more the tone and the sound that I recognized. I could tell it was 2 different people, one voice older, one younger, their sounds rising and falling as if they were having a conversation, but every time I tried to listen harder, the actual meaning slipped away like water through my fingers. All I knew was that there were clearly 2 voices, and there should not have been. It was unsettling, especially when I knew everyone in my own house was accounted for, and nobody else should have been talking nearby. The house felt active in general, not just in the bathroom. Little things would happen that made all of us feel watched or not quite alone. It was not something only I felt, even the kids noticed. Small children, of course, are very open to everything around them. Sometimes they would stop and look into a corner, as if they were seeing something or someone I could not see. Sometimes they would mention strange sounds or feelings. They did not always seem scared, but they were aware that the house was not like other places we had lived. Even with all that, life went on. We unpacked our things, settled into routines, and tried to make a home there. Then, in late September 2006, I found out I was pregnant again. The news brought mixed emotions. On one hand, I was happy and hopeful. On the other hand, I was terrified that something might go wrong again. My body had already shown me that life could be given and then suddenly taken away. The fear stayed with me throughout that entire pregnancy. When I became pregnant again, the activity in the house seemed to increase. The strange things that had already been happening became more frequent, or more noticeable. I will not go into every single event, because that would be an entire story by itself, but the general feeling was that the house was paying attention. As my body changed, as the baby inside me grew, the house seemed to wake up even more. Sometimes it felt like the unseen presence or presences that were curious, watching, reacting. Sometimes it felt almost protective. Other times it felt heavy and overwhelming, adding to the anxiety I already had about my pregnancy.
It was a very trying pregnancy. My health was not stable. I was in and out of the hospital so often that I began to lose track of how many visits we had made. Sometimes it was to check on spotting or pain. Sometimes it was because something just did not feel right, and I was too scared to ignore it. Each time, I lay there in those hospital rooms, feeling the cold sheets and the smell of disinfectant, and I thought about the baby I had lost before, and I begged silently that this one would survive. I did everything the doctors told me to do, followed every instruction, and still it felt like I was walking on a thin line between hope and fear every single day. Finally, in late May of 2007, after all the worry and all the hospital visits, my new baby arrived.
It was a boy.
Holding him in my arms, smelling that newborn scent, feeling his tiny body relax against mine, I felt a rush of love and relief. I was grateful beyond words that he was here, breathing alive. At the same time, somewhere deep in my heart, I thought of the little girl I believed I had lost and wondered what it would have been like to hold her as well. Joy and sadness sat side by side inside me. For the first few months after my son was born, our life was difficult but busy in a familiar way. We now had 4 children, all under the age of 6. My 2 older boys shared a room. My daughter had her own room, and the baby slept in a bassinet by my side of the bed. Our house was filled with diapers, toys, naps, crying, laughter, and constant movement. My husband was there with me at first, helping with the baby and the other children, but he had to leave for work when our youngest was about 3 months old. When he left, it meant that I would be alone in the house with our 3 boys and our daughter. All of them were still very young. The idea of being the only adult at home, especially in a house that already felt strange and active, made me nervous, but I told myself I could handle it.
I did not really have a choice.
I had to be the one to get up for the baby at night, to comfort nightmares, to cook meals, to get everyone dressed and keep them safe. There was no room for me to fall apart. The very first night after my husband left for work is one I will never forget. I had been so exhausted that day from taking care of all 4 children by myself that, when bedtime came, I was more than ready to collapse. I put the kids in their beds, checked on them, made sure the doors were locked, and finally crawled under my own covers. The baby was in his bassinet, right next to my side of the bed. The soft sound of his breathing and the awareness that my hand could reach him in an instant helped me relax a little. Eventually, I fell asleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, while the house was quiet and the world outside was dark, I heard a small voice. It was a soft little girl's voice, close and gentle, calling to me. "Mommy, Mommy, wake up, Mommy." At first, while I was still half asleep, my mind automatically assumed it was my daughter. Sometimes small children wake up at night and call out or come to their parents' room, so that did not seem too strange in that first fuzzy moment. I was stirring, beginning to wake up, when the voice spoke again, repeating the same words. Mommy, mommy, wake up, mommy. This time, something inside me snapped fully awake. I realized at once that the voice did not sound like my daughter. It was higher, softer, somehow different. It was not just the sound of it, but the way it felt. It felt like it was right beside me, not in the doorway or down the hall. It was whispering right by my face, right by where the bassinet was. I opened my eyes and turned my head, expecting to see someone standing there, or maybe my daughter at the side of the bed. But when I looked, there was no one. The space next to the bassinet was empty. My daughter was not there. The hallway beyond the open door was silent and still. Even though I knew, in my heart, that it had not been my daughter's voice, my tired, practical mind tried to find a simple reason. I told myself, maybe I am just so exhausted that I am imagining things. Maybe I had been dreaming her voice and half woke up. But the sound had been so clear, so real, that it did not feel like a dream at all. Still, the most logical thought I had was that maybe my daughter had come in, called me, and wandered off again when I did not respond right away. Maybe I had taken too long to get up, and she had gone to her brother's room to sleep with them instead. So I called her name as I got out of bed. My voice sounded too loud in the quiet house. I walked down the hall to the boys' room, expecting to find her curled up at the foot of their bed or squeezed in between them. She was not there. The boys were sleeping peacefully, exactly where they were supposed to be, no extra little body tucked in among them. It struck me as strange, so I continued down the hall, checking the rest of the house. Finally, I reached my daughter's room. She was in her crib, sound asleep, breathing deeply. She had not moved. The covers were just as I had left them. She could climb out of her crib if she really wanted to, but she could not climb back in on her own. There was no way she could have been the one calling me and then quietly returned herself to bed without leaving any sign. Standing there in the dim light, looking down at her sleeping face, I felt the wave of unease wash over me. The realization settled in. The voice I heard belonged to a little girl, but it was not my daughter. The sound had been so close, so clear. It had called me mommy with so much familiarity. The thought that some unseen childlike presence had been beside my bed, whispering in my ear in the middle of the night, creeped me out deeply. At the same time, there had been something gentle in the way it spoke, as if it truly was a child trying to wake her mother. Life went on, as it always does. Time passed, my husband returned from that job, and later work took us back to Edmonton, Alberta. We were given a chance to leave the house in White Rock behind, and I was honestly relieved. As much as I had grown used to the noises and the strange feeling of it, I never felt fully at ease in that house. Too many odd things had happened there. When we left, I felt like maybe we were closing the door on that chapter. Back in Edmonton, we moved into a brand new townhome. The walls were fresh, the floors clean, the air free from any old smells or memories. I told myself this house would be different. It was new, untouched by history, no decades of other people's emotions and lives soaked into the corners. I was happy to be out of the old rancher in White Rock, happy to think that the strange days might be behind us. I had told my husband about the little girl's voice that had woken me up that night in White Rock. At the time I told him, he listened, but his reaction was calm. He said, in a soft, almost comforting way, it was probably our baby saying hi. He meant the baby we had lost, the little girl I always believed we had lost. His words stayed with me. A part of me wanted to believe it, that my lost child had found a way to reach out, to call me mommy at least once. Another part of me was frightened by the idea of my dead child wandering the world like that. For a while in the new townhome, things were quiet. We focused on settling in. The kids adjusted to the new place, and I let myself breathe a little easier. But then, around mid-January 2008, something happened that brought all those old feelings right back to the surface.
It was late at night, and we were all asleep. Unlike that first time in White Rock, this time my husband was home and in bed beside me. At some point in the night, I heard that same soft little girl's voice again. It was so familiar that my heart recognized it even before my mind did. Again, It was close, like a presence leaning over me, small and urgent. "Mommy, please get up, Mommy, please." The voice was pleading, full of emotion, like something important was being asked of me. As I lay there half awake, I could feel her. It was not just sound this time. It felt like there was a little girl standing right in front of me, at the side of the bed. I could almost feel her breath on my face, that tiny bit of warmth in the cold night air. The intensity of her request, the way she said, "Please," made my chest tighten. It did not feel like she was trying to scare me. It felt like she desperately wanted my attention, like any child waking their mother in the night because they need comfort or help. The combination of the closeness of her presence and the emotion in her voice startled me fully awake. I bolted upright in bed, my heart pounding. As I sat up, I saw that my husband was also sitting up beside me. His face showed the same confusion and unease that I felt. We looked at each other and then around the room, expecting, without really knowing why, to see something standing there. The room, however, was empty. There was no little girl, no figure, nothing visible. The air felt strange, as if the room had been full for a moment, and now was not, like something had just slipped away. My husband got out of bed quickly and went down the hall to check on the children. I stayed where I was, listening to his footsteps and the quiet creak of the floor. He looked in on each of them. The boys were asleep. Our daughter was in her bed, snoring softly in that deep, peaceful way that only children can. She was in the same position we had left her in when we put her to bed. It was clear she had not gotten up during the night. When my husband came back to our room, he looked unsettled. He had clearly heard the voice too. This time, it was not just me. I was not alone in the experience. There was something both terrifying and strangely comforting in that fact. On one hand, it meant I was not imagining things. On the other hand, it meant there truly was something there. We talked quietly about what had happened. I cried because I felt so helpless. In my heart, I was sure that the little girl we heard was the baby I had lost, the daughter who never got to be born. I knew some people might tell me I was wrong, that grief can make you hear things or see things that are not there, but this felt different. This felt real. Twice now, that soft voice had called me, "Mommy!" Twice she had woken me up and pleaded for me to get up. I cannot explain how, but I knew her. She felt familiar in a way that went deeper than logic. My husband, who had once said it was probably our baby saying hi, was more shaken now that he had heard her himself. He did not dismiss it. He checked on the kids himself. He saw with his own eyes that our living daughter had not moved. That knowledge left his usual calm shaken. He did not have quick answers either. That night either of us slept well after that. I lay there in the dark, thinking about the little girl who should have been walking by now, talking by now, calling me Mommy, in the living, breathing world, and instead was only a voice in the night. After that second time in Edmonton, I was never again woken up by that little girl's voice. She did not call me in the middle of the night anymore. But I do not believe she left completely. Every once in a while, small things happen that make me feel she is still close, visiting in her own way. Sometimes, at night, when the children are asleep and the house is quiet, one of their toys will suddenly turn on by itself. These are not the kind of toys that randomly go off because of a loose wire or a motion sensor. Many times, it is a toy that you have to physically push or press to make it start. A song will play, or a light will flash, even though nobody is touching it. Sometimes the toy keeps playing longer than it normally would, almost as if someone is deliberately pressing it again and again to keep it going. When that happens, my husband and I do not panic. Instead, we usually go over to the toy, turn it off, and say, "Good night." I do not know if she hears us, but it feels like the right thing to do. In my heart, I think of it as some small sign that she is still around us, still part of our family in a way we cannot see. Maybe she is playing, the way any child might play with a favorite toy. Maybe she is reminding us that even though she did not get to live in this world, her existence still matters. I still remember the date she was supposed to be born. When that day comes around each year, I think about her especially strongly. I imagine how old she would be, what kind of girl she might have become. I look at my other children and wonder how their lives might be different if they had another sister among them. There is always a quiet corner in my heart that belongs only to her. Losing her broke me in ways that took a long time to even begin to heal. Hearing that soft little voice calling, "Mommy," in the night opened that wound again, but also gave me a strange kind of comfort. It made me feel that she was not completely gone, that some part of her still reached for me. It is both painful and precious. I do not know exactly what these experiences mean. I do not know all the rules of the world beyond this one. All I know is what I heard and what I felt. A small girl's voice, twice calling for her mother, and a love that did not vanish even when her little heart stopped beating. It has been 2 years now since the girl with the green eyes first spoke to me, and my life has not been the same since. At the beginning, I only ever saw her in my dreams or in that strange in-between place where you are not fully awake, but not fully asleep either. Back then, I could almost tell myself she was just a part of my imagination, something my mind had created to deal with stress or fear. But as time went on, that became harder and harder to believe. She started showing up when I was fully awake, in the middle of normal days, in the middle of ordinary moments that had nothing to do with sleep or dreaming. Her message has always been the same, though it somehow feels more vague the more I hear it. "Sarah, trust me, just go." That is all she ever says. I have asked her who she is, what she wants, why she helps me, but she never answers. She just looks at me with those bright green eyes and repeats her warning, or she appears just long enough to give me a look that tells me what I need to do. I have given up expecting answers from her, but I cannot pretend she is not real to me. In the last 2 years, whether anyone else believes it or not, I can honestly say that she has saved me more times than I can count. When she first moved from my dreams into my waking life, it happened in small, almost harmless ways. At first, it was easy to brush her off or think I was just imagining things. For example, I might be walking down the sidewalk with my MP3 player turned up loud, completely lost in a song, not paying attention to anything around me. Then, clear as day, I would hear her voice in my head, or sometimes right beside my ear, saying my name with a soft urgency. I would see her for half a second at the edge of my vision, her green eyes wide and pointed at the ground in front of me. I would look down and realize there was a tree root sticking up or a broken section of pavement just inches away from my foot. If she had not interrupted me, I would have tripped and possibly hurt myself badly. A simple moment, nothing dramatic, but enough to make me stop and wonder. Another time, I had planned to go out to a bar with some friends. We were all dressed and ready, excited for a night out. As I stood near the door with my keys in my hand, she appeared in front of it, almost like a real person blocking my way. Her face was serious, and I heard her voice in my mind again. "Trust me, just stay home." For whatever reason, I listened to her that night. My friends went without me and ended up spending the night in jail after a stupid fight broke out. When they told me the story the next day, all bruised and hungover, I just sat there thinking about those green eyes and the quiet warning I had heard. At the beginning, a lot of her messages were like that. They were mostly about small things, or at least they seemed small at the time. She would tell me to slow down, to look where I was going, to leave somewhere earlier than I had planned, or to avoid certain people on a particular day. Sometimes she did not say anything at all, she would just show up. Once, I was about to step off a curb while texting, not looking at traffic, and I caught sight of her standing on the other side of the road, shaking her head slowly. That made me pause just long enough to see a car speed through the crosswalk that I had been about to walk into. Another time, when I was in the kitchen, rushing around and not paying attention, I saw her leaning against the fridge, her arms folded, a little amused smile on her face, as if she knew I was about to drop the glass I was putting away. Right after that, my hand slipped, and the glass almost fell, but I grabbed it in time because I had glanced over at her. A lot of these moments felt more like gentle reminders than serious warnings. If I hurt myself or almost hurt myself, she would sometimes appear just laughing at me in a teasing way, not cruel, more like how a mother might laugh when her child does something clumsy but harmless. That was the feeling she gave me sometimes, like an older, worried, slightly amused presence following behind me, making sure I did not completely destroy myself through carelessness. But early this summer, her warnings started to change. They got heavier somehow, more serious, and more confusing. The biggest problem was that I never knew when the thing she was showing me was going to happen. She did not appear with a date or a countdown. She did not say, "This will happen in 10 minutes," or "This will happen tomorrow." She would just show me something, and then I would be left to carry it around in my head, wondering when and where it would become real. One day, after an especially busy shift at work, I came home with a splitting headache. My head was pounding, and all I wanted was to lie down in a dark room for a while. I remember getting into bed, rolling onto my side, and closing my eyes. I was still very much awake. I had just settled in. I had not yet slipped into sleep. Then, out of nowhere, I felt what I can only describe as an explosion at my back. It was like a wall of force, a burst of energy that hit me all at once, pushing into me from behind. It did not hurt exactly, but it shocked me so much that I almost lost my breath. Right after that, it was as if my hearing had turned strange. All the sounds around me became muffled, like I had plunged underwater. I could still hear, but nothing was normal. I heard metal scraping and creaking, long drawn-out groans and screeches, like heavy structures being bent or broken. Underneath that, I could hear faint human voices, people screaming and yelling, but the sounds were distant and mixed together. It felt like being dropped into the middle of a disaster for a few seconds, without seeing where I was. Then I turned my head and looked behind me, and there she was, the green-eyed girl, standing there with a deeply worried look on her face. She did not speak that time, she only watched me, her expression serious and sad. The whole thing lasted only a short moment, but when it was over, I lay there, my heart racing, confused and shaken. My first thought was that she was warning me about some kind of explosion at my workplace. I work in a shop where there are lots of compressed gases, flammable substances, and equipment that could be dangerous if something went wrong. It made sense to assume the warning had to do with that. For a while, I went to work very tense, half expecting something to blow up, but nothing happened. Life went on as usual, and I told myself that maybe I had misinterpreted what I saw and felt, even though it had been so vivid. It turned out I was wrong about the location, but not about the event. Close to 2 weeks later, I was working at an outdoor music festival. The setting itself was nice, big open fields, stages set up for bands, food vendors, tents, flags, people lounging on the grass, kids running around. On the surface, it was the kind of place where you would expect to hear laughter and music, not screams and the sound of metal tearing. That day, the weather had started off fine. It was bright out, maybe a little windy, but nothing alarming at first. As the day went on, though, the wind began to build. A wind warning had been issued, and we all knew it. By the time it was late afternoon, getting close to 6 in the evening if I remember correctly, the gusts were strong enough that everyone was starting to worry about safety. We had already begun talking about shutting the show down early because of the weather. People were securing loose things, checking cables, trying to make sure nothing would fly away. I remember turning away from the stage for just a moment, maybe to talk to someone or just to look around, and that was when I saw it. Coming across the field, sweeping toward us, was what looked like a tidal wave made of wind and debris. Tents were lifting off the ground as if they weighed nothing. Flags were tearing free from their poles. Folding chairs, bits of metal, cloth, plastic, anything that was not bolted down, were being picked up and carried through the air. The sight made my stomach drop. I realized, with a kind of cold shock, that what I was seeing was the physical version of what she had shown me in my bed, the wall of force at my back, the sound of metal screeching, the distant screams. Only now it was not a vision, it was real, and it was happening right in front of me. I ducked and covered quickly, my body moving almost before my mind had processed what was going on. The wind hit my back with that same explosive feeling, a sudden hard push that made me feel like I might be thrown forward. Again, all I could hear for a few moments was the sound of metal scraping and creaking, as the stage began to twist and collapse under the force of the wind. People around me started screaming, their voices blending into one long, terrible sound. Later on, I heard more details, and I know that people were trapped under parts of the stage as it fell. The whole scene was like something from a nightmare, only my earlier nightmare had come true exactly the way she had shown it to me. The first feelings, the first sounds, the way my back felt the impact of the wind, it all matched perfectly. Even the confusion and sense of being guided through my next actions felt familiar. After the initial hit, it was like something inside me was leading my movements. Where to duck, when to run, who to help. It still hurts to think about that day, and I do not tell the full story of it often, especially not this part about the warning I had 2 weeks before. I never wrote down what she showed me, so I have no proof. And because it was such a tragic event, there were many people who wanted to feel like they were heroes or an important part of what happened. I doubted anyone would take me seriously if I said, "I saw this coming," or, "A girl with green eyes warned me." So I kept that part to myself. After that, it became harder to pretend that these things were random or meaningless. Still, I tried to live as normally as I could. The next major time she appeared was on a trip my boyfriend and I were taking back to our hometown for Thanksgiving. We were driving on the highway, just the two of us in the truck, the road stretching out in front of us. It was a simple, familiar drive. At some point, as I sat there in the passenger seat watching the scenery go by, I blinked and suddenly saw something like a scene layered over reality, the way you might see two images on top of each other. In this overlap, we were coming up to a green traffic light at an intersection. Everything looked normal at first. The light was green, the road ahead was clear. Then, from the left side, a black extended cab Ford pickup, early 1990s model, came flying into the intersection. In this vision, we did not stop. We kept going, and we T-boned the other truck hard. The impact made my whole body tense, even though I knew I was just seeing it in my mind. I gasped out loud when I opened my eyes and saw her face reflected faintly in the windshield, those green eyes warning me again, and my hand instinctively went for my seat belt as if that would protect me from something that had not actually happened yet. My boyfriend noticed my reaction and looked at me like I had lost my mind. I could not blame him. From his perspective, we were simply driving along, and suddenly I had taken a sharp breath and grabbed at my seat belt with wide eyes. I told him, as calmly as I could, what I had just seen. I described the intersection, the green light, the direction the other truck came from, and the truck itself in as much detail as I could. Black, extended cab, early 1990s Ford pickup. I even tried to describe the man driving it, as far as I could see him in the vision. My boyfriend is a skeptic by nature, so he listened but clearly did not fully believe me. Even so, I could tell that what I said had gotten under his skin. He kept glancing at me and then back at the road, unsettled by how specific I had been. The next day, we had reached our hometown and were driving through town, running errands or visiting people, just doing the usual things you do around a holiday. At one point, we were approaching an intersection with a green light, the exact sort of situation I had described. As we got closer, both of us happened to look to the left, and our hearts almost stopped. Coming down the cross street, heading toward the same intersection, was the black extended cab Ford pickup from my vision. It looked exactly as I had described it the day before. My boyfriend and I exchanged a quick, sharp look, and then he slammed on the brakes, bringing our truck to a sudden stop. Just a moment later, the black truck flew straight through the intersection, not slowing down at all. If he had not braked when he did, we would have gone forward on our green light, and the other truck would have hit us, or we would have T-boned it, exactly as I had seen. It was one of those moments where your mind does not fully catch up until after it is over. I remember feeling grateful beyond words that I had decided to tell him what I saw. Even though he had been skeptical, he had still kept an eye out, and that had saved us. The most recent event, though, is the one that shook me the most deeply, because it did not feel like a premonition. It did not feel like a warning about something that would happen later. It felt like something happening right then, something I was being attacked by, something that wanted to get to me in a way I still do not fully understand. This time, it did not seem like she was showing me a possible future. It seemed like she was actively pushing something away from me in the present. That alone was enough to scare me to my core. It happened very early in the morning, just before 5 o'clock. It was at least 2 hours before I had to get up for work, so I should have been fast asleep at that hour. Instead, I woke up suddenly with the feeling that I had been startled awake. There was no noise that I remember hearing, no nightmare that I could recall, just a sharp awareness that snapped me out of sleep. The room was dark and quiet. I turned my head to look at my alarm clock, and that was when I noticed that the numbers on the display were blinking, as if the power had just surged or gone out and come back on. That is usually what happens after a power cut. The numbers flash until you reset the time. I frowned, confused, and then reached over to my cell phone, which had been charging on the nightstand all night. I unplugged it from the wall, and as soon as I did that it beeped to tell me the battery was almost dead, even though it had been connected to the charger for hours. That did not make any sense either. Both the blinking alarm clock and the nearly dead phone battery gave me a strange feeling, like something was wrong in the room even though everything looked normal. I lay on my back, staring up at the ceiling, trying to decide whether to get up or to try and go back to sleep. I blinked once, just a normal blink, and in that instant everything changed. When my eyes closed and opened again, I did not just see the ceiling anymore. Instead, the head of some kind of creature appeared above me, as if it were hovering over my face. Its skin was white, but not the white of normal pale skin. It was almost unnatural, like wax or paper, and through that whiteness I could see thin blue veins running beneath the surface. Its eyes were the worst part. They were completely black, no whites, no pupils, no irises, just two deep, dark, bottomless pits staring down at me. The sight of them made my stomach twist in fear. The creature began to bare its teeth, and its teeth were all long, sharp fangs, like a mouthful of knives meant for tearing and biting. I tried to move, tried to jerk my head away, tried to blink again and make it disappear, but no matter how hard I fought, my eyes would not close. It was as if something had taken control of my body, and would not let me look away. I could not move my arms or legs either. I lay there frozen, my heart pounding, while this thing loomed over me. Then it lunged toward my face, its mouth wide open, just a blur of white skin and those horrible black eyes and fanged teeth coming closer and closer. My mind was screaming, but my mouth could not make a sound. Just as it reached me, I heard a sharp noise, a sudden psssshht sound, like the sound someone makes when they are shooing a dog away or trying to get an animal to back off. The hiss cut through the fear for a second. Immediately after that, I heard a low growl that made my heart drop. It was not human, it was deep and angry, and it sounded like it came from the creature itself. Then I heard her voice, the green-eyed girl, clearer and louder than usual, shouting one word with sudden force. "Gio!" At that moment, my eyes closed in a blink, and when I opened them again, everything had shifted. The creature was no longer hovering above me. Instead, I saw it in my living room, or at least I saw the back half of it as it moved away from me. It was slinking around the couch toward the door. From the front, it had looked almost human, twisted and frightening, but human-shaped. From the back, as it moved on all fours, it looked different. The way its legs bent was all wrong. The knees on its back legs bent the way a dog's do, not the way a human's knees bend. Its movements were too smooth, too fluid, like it was gliding more than walking. Then it was gone. The room was quiet again. I could move my body, blink normally, breathe normally, but I was left shaking, my whole body buzzing with leftover fear and confusion. I do not know what to call that last experience. I do not know if it was fully physical, fully in my mind, or somewhere in between. I felt like I was being attacked, like something was trying to get into me or take something from me. I could not push it away on my own. I could not even close my eyes when it was above me. It felt like the only reason it did not reach me was because she forced it away, because she was there, using some kind of will I cannot understand. Even when she had chased it off, I had the lingering sense that it was still trying to invade my mind from a distance, still trying to occupy some part of my thoughts. It was not like the usual warnings where she showed me a future event. This felt like a fight happening right then and there, and she stepped in to protect me. Since that night, I have not been the same. I do not sleep much at night anymore. The darkness in my bedroom, which used to be peaceful at least some of the time, now feels threatening. I find it easier to nap during the day after work, when the sun is up and the world feels less scary. I will sleep for a few hours in the afternoon or early evening, then wake up around 9 at night. After that, I stay awake for most of the night, finding things to do, keeping the lights on, trying not to think too much about what might be lurking in the shadows. Then, just before I have to get up for work, I let myself sleep for about an hour. It is not a healthy pattern, and I know that, but I am still too shaken to go back to my old sleeping habits. I am grateful that she was there to save me, but the fear that comes afterward is hard to live with. I think a lot about her now, even more than before, this girl with the green eyes who first came to me in dreams and now turns up in the middle of my daily life and even in the scariest moments of my nights. She has warned me about danger on the road, danger at crowded events, danger in my own bed. She has told me to trust her and just go. And when I have listened, I have avoided things that could have badly hurt or even killed me. When I did not fully understand her messages, she still stayed by me and guided me through what came. I am grateful for her, more than I can say. But at the same time, I feel unsettled, because I do not know who she is, what she is, or why she chose me. If she can save me once, twice, many times, will she always be there? Or will there come a day when she is not? It is hard to relax when you owe your safety, maybe your life, to someone you cannot see all the time and cannot truly know. All I can do for now is remember her words. Sarah, trust me. And hope that if and when I need her again, she will still be there watching out for me with those bright green eyes. I have had many strange experiences in my life, the kind that make you question what is really around you when the house is quiet and everyone else is asleep. My father always told us that he was haunted when he was younger, and somehow it felt like whatever followed him did not completely leave when he grew up. It was as if something old and unseen moved with him from place to place, staying closest to him when we were all living together under the same roof. Almost everything that happened to me, everything I would call supernatural, took place in my parents' house. Even now I do not live there anymore, but every time I go back and stay the night, the same old feeling returns. The walls are the same, the furniture has changed a little over the years, but that heavy, watchful feeling is still there, waiting for me as soon as the lights go out. When I was a child I did not have the words haunted or paranormal in my mind, but my body understood that something was wrong. I used to wake up to the sound of people talking when nobody in the house was awake. It did not sound like the television, and it did not sound like my parents whispering to each other. It sounded like a group of people in another room, their voices low and muffled, the way you hear conversations through a wall. I would lie there in my bed, my heart pounding, trying to catch a word or a phrase, but I could never make out what they were saying. Other nights I would hear my own name, spoken clearly, right beside my bed or from the doorway. The sound would snap me out of my sleep, and I would sit up and look around, only to find the room empty and the hallway dark. It got to the point where I was scared to fall asleep, because I never knew what noise would pull me out of my dreams. As a result, I was a very tired, very jumpy child. The older I got, the more I understood that my father had gone through similar things, and yet that did not make it easier. If anything, it made me feel as if this strange problem belonged to our family, and was not going to go away just because we did not want it. The house itself was not especially frightening to look at from the outside. It was not one of those houses with broken shutters and wild weeds and a dark history that everyone in town talked about. From the street it seemed normal enough, with a small yard, a front door that stuck in damp weather, and windows that looked warm and welcoming when the lights were on. But inside, especially late at night, something was different. My bedroom was down the hallway from my parents' room, close enough that if I cried out I knew they could hear me. Still, that did not give me much comfort when I was lying in the dark listening to whispers and footsteps. The house creaked like any old house, but these sounds were more than that. It was not just boards settling or pipes ticking. It was patterns, the sound of someone walking in a certain direction, stopping, turning, and walking back. I learned to tell the difference between my father's slow, heavy steps when he went to the bathroom in the night and the lighter, faster steps of something else that never quite reached my door. Because of all this, sleep became something I associated with fear instead of rest. I would lie awake as long as possible, sometimes listening to the low murmur of the television downstairs until my parents turned it off, using that as proof that at least someone else was awake and moving. Once everything went quiet and the house shifted into that deep night silence, my body would go tense. I was always waiting for the next strange thing, for the sound of my name, for voices that should not be there. It is no surprise that I grew up sleep-deprived. Even now, when I go back to that house, I cannot sleep properly. I am an adult, I understand more, I know other people have had similar experiences, but as soon as I lie down in my old room or on the living room couch, the same sense of being watched settles over me, and my eyes remain open long after everyone else in the house has drifted off. One of my clearest memories of something unexplained happening to me in that house goes back to when I was around 8 years old. It was late at night, though I do not know the exact time. I was sleeping in my room, wrapped up in the familiar comfort of my blankets, when I suddenly woke up. I do not remember what woke me. I do not think there was a loud noise or a bad dream. It was more like my eyes decided on their own to open. The first thing I noticed was that the room was not completely dark. Enough light slipped in under the door and through the curtains that I could see shapes and outlines. I turned my head slightly toward the side of my bed, and that was when I saw him. There was a man sitting on the floor beside my bed. He was close enough that if I reached out my arm I could have touched his shoulder. His back was leaning against the side of my bed, and he was facing away from me. For a second my mind tried to make sense of what I was seeing by telling me it was a pile of clothes or a shadow, but the longer I looked, the clearer it became. This was not a trick of the light. This was a person. Instead of screaming, which you would think a child would do in that situation, I felt something strange. I felt curious. It was as if my fear had not yet woken up fully, and for a moment I just wanted to know who he was and what he was doing sitting there so calmly on my bedroom floor. I remember pushing myself slowly up into a sitting position, trying not to make too much noise. From where I was, I could see the curve of his shoulders, the back of his head, and the way his arms rested. He looked like an older man, though I could not see his face yet. I leaned forward a little, trying to look over his shoulder to see what he was doing. My mind expected to see him holding something, maybe reading or fiddling with an object, but I could not see his hands. Just as I was trying to take a better look, he moved. Without saying a word, without reacting to my movement, he simply stood up. His movement was slow and natural, just like any normal person getting up from the floor. He did not turn around to look at me. He did not seem surprised that I was awake. It was as if I was not there at all. When he stood, I could see more of him. He was bald on top, with the kind of head shape you often see on older men who have lost their hair. He was not tall, and his body had the rounded, slightly stooped shape of a little old man. He was wearing overalls over a t-shirt, the kind of clothes a farmer or someone who works with his hands might wear. The overalls looked worn and plain, not like anything my father owned. For some reason that detail stuck with me. He had the simple look of someone who had spent a lot of time outdoors, though of course I could not smell anything or see any dirt on his clothes. I just had that impression. He did not glow or look transparent. In that moment he looked solid and real, like any other person who could have walked into my room. As he walked away from my bed and toward the door, something in me shifted. The curiosity that had kept me calm began to drain away, replaced by a rising wave of fear. I watched his back as he walked out of my room without hesitation, his steps quiet, and the space he had occupied next to my bed suddenly felt colder and emptier. I remember staring at the open doorway, half expecting to see him pause or look back, but he did not. He simply left as if he belonged there, and had somewhere else to be. The silence that followed felt heavy. My heart started pounding as the realization hit me that there had been a stranger in my room, and I had no idea who he was or where he had come from. I lay there frozen for what felt like 5 minutes, though I know now it must have been much less, maybe 30 seconds at most. Time stretches in strange ways when you are scared. Every shadow in the room suddenly seemed dangerous, and every small creak of the house sounded like footsteps. Finally, I could not stand it anymore. I threw back my covers and ran down the hallway to my parents' bedroom as fast as my legs could carry me. Bursting through the door, I made straight for my father's side of the bed and shook him awake. I did not tell him that I thought I had seen a ghost or something impossible. All I could manage to say was that there had been a man in my room. I guess, in my childish mind, if I said it that way maybe he would treat it more seriously, because hearing voices or seeing monsters can be dismissed. But a man in your room is a very real kind of danger. My father opened his eyes, clearly pulled from a deep sleep. Instead of the understanding or concern I had secretly hoped for, he laughed. It was not a mean laugh, more like he thought I had had a silly dream and was making a big deal out of nothing. He told me I could sleep on their floor if I wanted, and that was that. There was no long conversation about what I had seen, no checking my room to make sure everything was fine. At the time, his reaction stung a little. I had believed he would sympathize with me because he had experiences of his own, and yet he pushed mine aside. Looking back as an adult, I can see another angle. Maybe he was scared too. Maybe he had already seen enough things in his life and did not want to open the door to more by acknowledging mine. Or maybe he really did think it was just a dream. Either way, I curled up on the floor near their bed that night, listening to their breathing and staring into the darkness, knowing that what I had seen was burned into my memory whether anyone believed me or not. The second experience I want to talk about happened years later, when I was about 16. By then I understood more about what people call the supernatural, and I had learned to keep most of my experiences to myself. As a teenager, you do not want to be seen as strange or dramatic, and I already had a long history of sleepless nights and odd stories. My siblings and I still lived at home, and the house still had the same atmosphere, but I had gotten used to pushing down my fear and telling myself that I was overreacting. On this particular night, I went to bed as usual. I lay down facing the wall, my back to the rest of the room, and slowly drifted toward sleep. The house was quiet. I could hear the faint sounds of the night outside, maybe a car passing in the distance, or the hum of an appliance, but nothing unusual. Just as I was about to fall fully asleep, I felt something that snapped me awake. 3 clear taps on my shoulder. They were not light like a piece of fabric brushing against me, and they were not heavy enough to hurt. They were exactly like the taps you would give someone if you wanted to wake them gently, firm enough that they know you are touching them, but not a hit. I froze for a second, then jumped up and spun around, fully expecting to see my sister standing there. Our rooms were close, and it would not have been strange for her to come in if she needed something or wanted to ask a question. But when I turned, there was no one there. The room was empty. My door was closed. The air behind me felt still and ordinary. My skin tingled where I had felt the taps, and my heart was racing again. I sat there in bed for a while, my back now pressed against the wall instead of facing it, my eyes scanning every corner of the room. The taps had felt completely real. There was no way to explain them as a twitch or a random muscle spasm. It had been 3 separate touches, in a clear rhythm, the way a person would tap. After some time passed and nothing else happened, I lay back down, this time facing the room, and eventually fell asleep again, though it took a while. I decided not to tell anyone the next morning. Part of me did not want to see the familiar doubt in their faces, and part of me told myself that it might never happen again, and there was no need to make a big deal out of one strange moment. The very next night, though, the exact same thing happened. Again, I went to bed, lay facing the wall, and began to drift off. Again, 3 firm taps landed on my shoulder in the same spot as before. The feeling was so familiar, and so clear that I did not even hesitate this time. I turned over at once, half angry, half scared, thinking that if this was some kind of joke my sister was playing on me, it had gone far enough. The room was just as empty as it had been the night before. No one was there. I stared at the doorway, the corners, the ceiling, anywhere a person or even an animal might have been hiding, but there was nothing. The hairs on my arms stood up, and a chill ran down my spine. This was no dream. It was not my imagination. Something, or someone, had touched my shoulder 2 nights in a row in exactly the same way. For a while I kept this to myself as well. It felt like something intimate and strange, something I was not yet ready to share. About 2 months later, I was sitting with my sister when she came to me with a look on her face that I recognized right away. It was that mix of confusion and fear that I had seen in my own reflection many times. She asked me if I believed in weird things happening in the house, and I remember giving her a look that probably said, "You have no idea." She then told me that she had been sleeping the previous night when she felt 3 taps on her shoulder. She had woken up, turned around, and no one was there. As she spoke, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I was not crazy. I was not the only one. At the same time, a deeper wave of fear settled in my stomach. Whatever had tapped me twice had moved on to her now. This was not just my private experience anymore. It seemed to be making its way through the family. I told her then about what had happened to me, about the 2 nights of taps, and we both sat there trying to make sense of it. Was it playful? Was it a warning? Was it the same thing that had been calling my name when I was younger and sitting beside my bed like an old farmer? We did not know. We only knew that the taps were real and that they seemed to follow a pattern. After that conversation, both of us became more aware of small things in the house, more tuned into every creak and movement. We did not bring it up often, but it was always there in the back of our minds. Whenever one of us woke up with a strange feeling or thought we heard a whisper in the night, we would look at each other the next day to see if the other had noticed anything too.
Time passed, and the taps became one of those stories we carried quietly, something we both accepted as part of living in that house. Then, around Christmas of that year, I went back home to my parents' house after having been away for a bit. The house was decorated, the air smelled like food and pine, and people were in a good mood, laughing and talking around the table. For a while, everything felt normal, almost cozy, the way it can only feel during the holidays when everyone is together. We were sitting at the table one evening when my mother suddenly said, "The strangest thing happened to me the other night." The tone of her voice made me look up right away. It was the same tone my sister had used, the same tone I had heard in myself. She told us that she had been sleeping on her stomach when she felt 3 taps on the back of her neck. She described them just like we had felt them. Distinct, real, solid. The taps were so clear that she had immediately reached her hand up, expecting to find my father's hand resting on her, maybe trying to wake her or get her attention. Instead, when she touched the back of her neck, there was nothing there. She said she turned her head and looked over at my father, and he was fast asleep, his body completely still. No one else was in the room. When she finished telling this, there was a silence around the table as her words sank in. My sister and I looked at each other with wide eyes. We had not told her about our taps, at least not in detail, and not in the way she described. To hear her talk about the same thing, in the same pattern of 3 taps, on a different part of her body, made everything feel even more real. It was as if something in the house was making its presence known to each of us in turn, choosing a gentle but clear way to say, "I am here." My mother said she had felt so sure the touch was my father's that when she realized it was not, the shock went through her whole body. She did not seem eager to label it as a ghost or a spirit, but she knew what she had felt, and she was not the type of person to make up stories. Sitting there at the table listening to her, I felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, I was relieved again that these experiences were shared, that it was not just me and my sister. On the other hand, I felt more exposed, more vulnerable, as if this unseen thing had a list it was working through, picking us off one by one for the same small, intimate gesture. The 3 taps had moved from me at 16, to my sister some months later, and now to my mother around Christmas. It made me wonder who would feel them next, and when. I thought back to my father's stories about being haunted when he was younger, and I wondered if this was connected to him, to the old man I had seen by my bed, or if it was something else altogether. Even now, when I visit my parents, those two experiences stand out in my mind more than many of the other strange things that have happened in that house. There have been unexplained noises, feelings of being watched, cold spots, and more, but the sight of the little bald man in overalls sitting quietly by my bed when I was 8, and the series of 3 taps passed from my shoulder to my sister's and then to my mother's neck, are the stories that stay with me. They are simple moments on the surface, just a man sitting and then leaving, just a light touch on the skin, but the way they made me feel, and the way they connect different members of my family across time, make them powerful. I do not know if the man and the taps come from the same source, and I do not know exactly what moves through that house when the lights are out, but I do know this. Whatever it has been with us a long time, and it has made sure, in its own quiet ways, that we know it is there.
I have had many strange things happen to me that I just cannot explain, and they started when I was very young. Some of my clearest memories of childhood are not of toys or school or games, but of moments that made me feel like the world was not as simple as it looked on the surface. The very first thing that stands out in my mind goes all the way back to when I was about 5 years old, and in a way, it feels like that moment set the tone for the rest of my life. When I was 5, I was in a car accident that changed everything. We were near Carp, Ontario, driving toward Ottawa. My mother was taking us to go see her father, my grandfather, who was in the hospital. She had just found out he had cancer, and she wanted to get to him as quickly as possible. I was too young to fully understand what that meant, but I could feel the heavy mood in the car. Even at that age, I knew that grown-ups only looked that serious when something was very wrong. I remember the feeling of the car, the hum of the road, the winter light, and then the accident. My mother was killed. The memories of the crash itself are broken and foggy, but the fact of her death is sharp and clear. One moment she was there, and then my world was simply split in two, before and after. That was in January of 1970. In the months that followed, everything in my life felt strange and hollow. I did not really understand the finality of death, and at that age you keep expecting the person you lost to walk back through the door at any moment. My mother's absence was like a missing piece in every room, every day. Then, that summer, something happened that I still think about. I was inside the house one day, doing whatever small children do when they are left to themselves. I do not remember exactly what I was playing with or thinking about. What I do remember is hearing my mother's voice. It came from outside, clear and familiar, the way it always sounded when she called me to come for something. She called my name, just like she used to. There was no echo, no strange effect. It simply sounded like her. Without stopping to question it, I went toward the sound. I opened the door and stepped outside, and there she was. She was sitting on our swing set in the yard, as natural as if she had never been gone. At that age, I do not think I had any real idea of what a ghost was supposed to be, or how seeing the dead was meant to feel. I only knew that my mother had been gone and now she was right there in front of me, and my first reaction was happiness. I remember my heart lifting, the relief that washed over me, the feeling that something wrong had finally been fixed. It felt like I had been holding my breath for months and was finally allowed to breathe again. She looked like herself. There was nothing frightening about her. She did not glow or float or look strange. She was just sitting on the swing, the way she would have when she was alive, and I went to her without fear. We talked for a few minutes, gently swinging back and forth under the weeping willow tree. I can still see the slow movement of the swing, the way the branches of the tree framed us, and the softness in her expression. I do not remember everything she said, but one part has stayed with me very clearly. She asked me how my middle brother was. It was such a normal question, the kind of thing a mother would ask, and I answered her like I would have any other day. During that short time, everything felt ordinary again, even though it was anything but ordinary. Then I heard the screen door slam behind me. That sound pulled my attention away for a second. I turned my head toward the house to see who had come out, and when I looked back, she was gone. The swing was empty. The yard felt suddenly larger and colder. The happiness I had felt turned into confusion. I do not remember if I cried or if I just stood there trying to understand what had happened. All I knew was that my mother had been there, talking to me, and then she was not. Later that same year, in November, the grandfather we had been driving to see when the accident happened also died, from lung cancer. After that, my life changed again. Because of how things were back then, people did not like the idea of a house full of males raising a little girl without another woman present. My 2 brothers stayed with my father, but I was sent to live with my grandmother, my grandfather's wife. It felt like another loss, leaving the part of my family that was left on my mother's side and going into a new arrangement. My grandmother and I moved out of their big house into a smaller apartment in Almonte, Ontario. It was different from anything I had known before. Closer walls, neighbors nearby, and a new bedroom that I had to make my own. My bedroom in that apartment had 2 beds in it. One was a steel 3/4 bed, and that was the one I always slept in. The other bed remained empty most of the time, except when someone needed a place to lie down during the day. Life there settled into a new routine, but the feeling that the other side of life was not very far away from me never really left. One night, I woke up in that room and saw something I will never forget. It was very late, the kind of deep night where the outside world is quiet and the only light in the room is whatever small glow manages to come from the street or the hallway. I opened my eyes and, at first, everything looked normal. The shape of the other bed, the outline of the dresser, the curtains. Then I realized that someone was standing near the empty bed. It was my grandfather. He did not look solid like a living person, but he was not completely transparent either. The closest way I can describe it is that he looked like a well-defined fog shaped exactly like him. I could see his form, the way he held himself, the familiar details. He was not just a blur. Something about him glowed very slightly, but it was not a bright or harsh light. It was more like his edges were outlined just enough for me to know exactly who he was. On his hand, he wore a ring, and from that ring a huge, bright light was shining. The ring seemed to be the brightest part of him, as if it was trying to draw my attention. I did not move. I did not scream. I wanted to, but I could not. It felt like my voice got stuck in my throat and my whole body froze. My heart was pounding and yet I felt pinned in place by a strange mix of fear and recognition. I pulled the covers over my head, the way children often do when they are afraid, thinking that maybe if I could not see him, he would not be there. After some time, I peeked out again and he was gone. The corner of the room was empty, and everything looked as it had before. In the morning, I told my grandmother what I had seen. I expected her to brush it off or tell me it was just a dream, but her reaction was different. She listened to me quietly, and when I described the ring with the bright light, a shadow passed over her face. Then she told me that their 2 sons, my uncles, had been fighting over my grandfather's ring after he died. It was a ring with a diamond in it, and apparently one of them had actually taken it off of his hand while he was in the casket. Hearing that made me feel cold all over. It was as if my grandfather had come back, not in anger, but to show that something important had happened with that ring, and I had been the only one able to see it. Those early experiences, seeing my mother on the swing and my grandfather in my bedroom, were deeply personal and connected to people I loved. After that, the strange things that happened to me involved people I did not recognize. There were no more visits from familiar faces, but there were many moments that made me feel like I was sharing space with people I could not see. Years passed, and life moved on. I grew up, got married for the first time, and moved into a rented farmhouse outside of Perth, Ontario with my ex-husband. I thought perhaps I could leave the strange experiences behind with childhood, but instead, it seemed like they came along for the ride and even grew stronger. The farmhouse was old and full of history, though I did not know much about its past when we first moved in. It had that creaky, settled feeling that old country houses often have, with uneven floors, thick walls, and the sense that many lives had passed through its rooms. Soon after we moved in, the small, unexplainable events started. The simplest things were enough to make my skin crawl, even if they did not sound like much to anyone else. One of the first and most memorable things involved the kitchen taps. More than once, when no one was near the sink, the taps would suddenly come on full force, water rushing out as if someone had turned them with determination. It happened when I was alone in the house and I doubted myself, wondering if I had perhaps forgotten turning them off. But then it happened in front of other people. On New Year's Eve, we had a dinner party. Friends came over, and the house was full of voices and laughter and the clatter of dishes. At one point during the evening, while we were all sitting and talking and no one was near the kitchen sink, the taps came on by themselves, blasting water loudly into the basin. The room went quiet as everyone turned to look. I remember the surprise on our guests' faces, and the way they looked at each other, almost hoping someone would admit they had done it as a joke. No one did. It was clear and obvious that no one had been standing there. The water seemed to have turned on by itself. There were other things. At night, when I was in bed upstairs, I would hear footsteps on the back stairs that led up from the kitchen to our bedroom. These were not random creaks or the sound of the house settling. They were distinct, measured footsteps, the kind you recognize when someone is walking carefully up a flight of stairs. The pattern became so familiar that I could tell, just from the sound, which step the person would touch next, even though I could not see anyone there. It gave me the sensation that someone else was using that staircase, someone invisible but very real. Another thing that bothered me was a handprint that appeared on the frost on the upstairs window. It was a clear outline of a hand, as if someone had pressed their palm against the glass from the outside. The problem was, there was no way for anyone to reach that window from outside. There were no balconies, no ledges, no easy climb. It was too high and in a place where you would have needed serious equipment to get up there. Yet the handprint was there, as obvious and detailed as if someone had made it casually in passing. It made my stomach twist, because it was one more sign that something was not right. All of this became too much for me. We did not even stay a month before we called the owners and told them we were leaving. We broke the lease and moved out. Before we left, a neighbor who lived nearby and had once pulled me out of a ditch when my car slid off the road told me something that made all the strange happenings feel more connected. After hearing some of my stories, he told me that the old couple who had lived in the farmhouse before us had both died in the house, within a month of each other. That information did not exactly comfort me. If anything, it made me feel that we had stepped into a space that still held on to parts of their lives, whether they meant to or not. Later in my life, I owned another farmhouse, this time near Foresters Falls, Ontario. I thought that owning the place instead of renting might make me feel more in control, but the activity there was different, and my children were the ones who suffered the most from it. From the beginning, they were terrified to go to bed by themselves. My daughter in particular was deeply affected. She never slept all night, any night that we lived there. Every night, at some point, she would wake up crying and screaming, as if something had frightened her in her dreams or in her room. At first, I tried to comfort her with the usual explanations, bad dreams, shadows, strange noises. But as it went on, it became clear that she felt something more than just an active imagination. The house itself had its own signs. The lights in the upstairs hallway would turn off and on by themselves. We would be sitting downstairs and suddenly notice the glow change, or we would go upstairs and find the light on even though no one had flipped the switch. I checked the wiring, had things looked at, but there never seemed to be a simple electrical explanation. It was as if someone enjoyed playing with that particular light, using it as a way to make their presence known. Our dog, a Rottweiler who was usually calm and confident, also began acting strangely in that house. There were times when he would be lying on the floor in a deep sleep, completely relaxed, and then suddenly jump up with his hackles raised. His whole body would tense, and he would stare into a hallway at the top of the stairs, growling and barking at something we could not see. Anyone who has ever watched a dog react to something invisible knows how unnerving it can be. Animals do not usually fake reactions. When they sense something, their whole demeanor changes, and you feel it right along with them. One night, standing in that same upstairs hallway, I saw a man. He was dressed in clothes that looked like they came from around the turn of the century, not modern at all. His style was old, with the kind of cut and shape that you see in old photographs. Older suit, older boots, the way he held himself. I did not recognize his face, but I felt something from him. It was not anger or hatred. Instead, I got a clear feeling from him of being lost. It was as if he was trying to go somewhere, to get to a specific place, but could not find his way. In my mind, I knew somehow that he was trying to get to Forrester's Falls. It was like this information was simply placed in my head when I saw him, even though he did not speak. The impression was not long, and then he was gone, but the feeling remained. Even on the day we bought that house, there was a sign that something strange was going on. When we went to unlock the front door with the keys we had been given, we found that it would not open easily. It was not just a stiff lock or a stuck latch. It felt as if someone was pushing on the other side of the door, resisting us, trying to keep us from coming in. We had to push harder than seemed normal to finally get the door open. At the time, I half joked in my head that maybe the house did not want us there. Later, I wondered if that feeling had been more than just a figure of speech. The people who had lived there before us had moved far away, and we did not have any way to contact them easily. I often wished I could ask them if they had experienced anything strange in that house, if their children had trouble sleeping, if their animals had behaved oddly, if they had ever seen a man in old clothing in their hallway. But they were gone, and those questions stayed unanswered. Eventually, life took me to yet another house, the one my husband and I built together near Cobden, Ontario. You would think that a brand new house, built with your own plans and work and love, would be free of whatever lingers in old walls. We chose the location, we watched the foundations go in, we picked every window and door and fixture. You assume that if you start fresh, the strange things might stay behind in the old places. But the house we built has its own share of unexplainable things. From early on, I began to notice something odd about the basement. The kids' bedrooms were down there when they still lived at home, and now that they are grown and gone, the rooms are empty. But for a long time, especially when everyone was still living there, I would wake up at night and hear the sound of people arguing in the basement. The voices were not soft or friendly. The tone was clearly angry, the way people sound when they are disagreeing strongly about something. I could not make out the exact words from our bedroom on the second floor, but I could hear enough to know that it was not just the house settling. The pattern of voices, overlapping, rising and falling, sounded exactly like a heated argument. It became so regular that for a long time they would wake me up like clockwork, at around 3 a.m. every night. I would lie there listening, heart pounding, and then I would nudge my husband and ask him if he could hear them too. Every time, he would roll over and mumble something about me being crazy or imagining things. He never heard them. He would go right back to sleep, leaving me lying there, wide awake, listening to the sounds of people who did not seem to exist in our house. Before we had even finished building the house, I had one of the strongest physical sensations of being pushed by something unseen. While the house was still under construction, I had already started a garden on the property. On a Sunday afternoon, we came to have a picnic and check on the progress. At one point I went out to the garden to check for potato bugs on the plants. I was walking along the rows, focused on the leaves in front of me, when I felt a strong shove from behind. It was not a light tap or a simple bump. It was a hard push, enough to knock me down onto my hands and knees in the dirt. I laughed at first, assuming it was my husband playing a joke on me. I turned around, ready to tease him for pushing me, but there was no one there. The space behind me was completely empty. He was still farther away, nowhere near close enough to have touched me. The realization sent a chill through me. Something had pushed me and wanted me to know it. As the house was finished, we built a wraparound porch around it, and we installed large windows on all sides to bring in as much light as possible. It makes the house feel bright and open, but it also means you can easily see movement outside, and, if you are inside at night with the lights on, you feel a bit exposed, like people can look in. Many times, especially in the evening, I have been in the house and seen what looks like someone walking past one of the big windows. It is just a quick movement, the suggestion of a figure, enough to make you think someone is outside. I would ask my husband to go out and check, and at first he would. He would open the door, step out into the yard, and walk around the house, looking for whoever I thought I saw. He never found anyone. There were no people around, no neighbors coming up, no one passing by. After a while, he got tired of humoring me. Now when I say, "I just saw someone go past the window," he refuses to go look anymore, because in his mind there is never anyone there. One night about a month ago, something happened that even he could not completely brush aside. In the middle of the night, we were both asleep when a huge bang sounded inside the house. It was loud enough to jolt both of us awake at the same time. My heart was racing, and when I looked at him, I could see that his eyes were wide, and he was breathing fast. "Did you hear that?" he panted. I said yes, and he whispered that it sounded like someone was downstairs. The fear in his voice told me that this time, it was not just my imagination. He got out of bed and went downstairs to check, moving cautiously and listening for any sign of an intruder. When he came back up, he said there was no one there, nothing out of place, no broken objects, no sign of where the noise had come from. The next morning, we checked outside. There were no footprints or tire tracks in the fresh snow on our driveway. Whatever had made that bang had been inside the house, but there was no obvious explanation for it. For a long time now, I have had a feeling of panic whenever I go down into the basement, even though my rational mind tells me there is nothing to fear. The kids' old bedrooms are down there, now mostly empty, and the laundry room is around a corner. As I come down the stairs and round that corner toward the laundry room, there have been times when I have seen, or thought I have seen, shadows dart across the hallway in front of me. It is not like seeing a solid figure. It is more like a quick, dark motion, the suggestion of someone moving from one side to the other, just out of the corner of my eye. Each time it happens, my heart jumps into my throat, and my first instinct is to stop or run back up the stairs. Instead, I force myself to keep walking, reminding myself that if I give in and run every time, I will never feel at ease in my own home. Even when I do not see anything, the feeling down there is heavy. The air sometimes feels thicker in the basement hallway, and my body responds to it before my mind has time to think. My heart starts beating faster, my skin prickles, and every sound seems louder. I will catch myself pausing at the top of the stairs, taking a breath, and then making myself walk down, pretending that I am not bothered. I try to ignore the flickers of movement, the strange noises, the familiar sense that arguments are happening in the basement at 3 in the morning. But ignoring does not erase the feeling. It only teaches me to live with it. Looking back over the years, from the moment I saw my mother on the swing set, to my grandfather with his glowing ring, to the footsteps on the farmhouse stairs, the taps that turned themselves on, the handprint in the frost, the man in old clothes in the hallway, the arguing voices in the basement, the invisible shove in the garden, the shadows by my windows, and the loud bang in the middle of the night. It feels like my life has always had one foot in the normal world and one foot in something else. I have learned to keep moving, to raise children, to work, to build homes, all while carrying these memories that do not fit neatly into any ordinary explanation. I do not always talk about them, and when I do, I know some people think I am exaggerating or imagining things. But for me, these moments are as real as any other memory. They are woven into my story, into my family, into every house I have lived in, and even now, when I walk through my current home, I cannot shake the feeling that I am not always walking alone. When my parents decided we needed a bigger place, it was because my youngest sister had just been born and our old house felt cramped and crowded all the time. My mom had her hands full with a newborn and 2 other kids, and my dad was working a lot, so when they found a big old farmhouse for a decent price, it seemed like the perfect answer. There was lots of space, a big yard, and enough room so that, for the first time, every one of us could have our own bedroom. To them it looked like a fresh start. To us kids, it felt exciting, almost like moving into a storybook house. At first, none of us thought anything about how old it was. If anything, that made it feel kind of special. From the moment we moved in, there was this sense of novelty. The house had 2 floors, a steep staircase, creaky wooden steps, and even a little sitting room upstairs that my sisters and I thought of as our own lounge. We had never had anything like that before. We could spread out our toys, read books, and play games up there without being in the way of the adults. I remember running through the empty rooms the first day, choosing our bedrooms like we were picking out spots in a castle. The walls smelled faintly of dust and old wood, the way really old houses do, but we barely noticed. We were just happy to finally have more space. My mom, though, was still recovering from having my baby sister. She was tired a lot, and she moved more slowly than she used to. Because of that, she spent most of her time on the main floor during the day. The kitchen, living room, and her bedroom were all downstairs, so she rarely had a reason to go up unless she needed to check on one of us. For the first few weeks, things were normal. We were busy unpacking boxes, hanging curtains, putting furniture in place, and getting used to where everything was. If there were strange little creaks or odd sounds, we brushed them off as the house settling or just being old. None of us felt particularly scared or uneasy. It was just a new home we were all trying to get used to. That changed about a month after we moved in. It was just a regular day. I don't remember exactly what we were doing, only that my mom needed to go upstairs to check on something or someone. Maybe she heard one of us calling, or maybe she wanted to see what we were up to. Whatever the reason, she got up and headed toward the stairs. I was nearby, close enough to see her as she started to climb. As she reached the top of the staircase, I suddenly got this horrible feeling in my stomach, like a heavy warning dropping down out of nowhere. It was one of those strange instincts you get sometimes, when you know something bad is about to happen but you don't know what. The next thing I saw is still clear in my mind. My mom was standing at the very top of the stairs, and then, in a way that didn't look like her simply tripping or losing her balance, it looked like someone shoved her. There was no one behind her, no one near her, but her body lurched forward as if she had been pushed. She fell down the stairs hard. She didn't just slip down a couple of steps. She hit nearly every single one on the way down. I remember screaming, or maybe my sisters screamed, or maybe all of us did. The sound of her body hitting the wood over and over was terrible, and for a moment, everything felt slow and unreal, like time had thickened around us. When she finally reached the bottom, she lay there, stunned and hurt. She was groaning in pain, and I could see that she was trying to move but couldn't really manage it. We were too young to know what to do. All we could do was hover near her and cry. Luckily, my dad came home about 3 minutes later. The timing still feels oddly perfect, almost like something wanted him to arrive just then. He walked into the house expecting an ordinary scene and instead found his wife at the bottom of the stairs, injured and shaken, with kids in a panic around her. He rushed over, checked her, and realized she needed to go to the hospital. He got her into the car and drove her over, leaving us with someone, or maybe just telling us to stay put. I remember feeling scared and shaken, but at that age I didn't fully grasp how serious it could have been. All I knew was that it had looked wrong. It hadn't looked like an ordinary fall. It had looked like something, or someone, had pushed her. You might think that after something like that we would have packed up and moved right back out, but life doesn't always work that way. People tell themselves things to make scary events feel smaller. My parents talked about how old the house was, how the stairs were steep, how my mom was still tired and weak from having the baby. They called it an accident, and in some ways, it made sense to think of it that way. It was easier to accept than the idea that the house might be dangerous in a way we couldn't see. So we stayed. We carried on. But that fall was not the last strange thing that happened there. About 5 months later, my dad had to have minor surgery. It wasn't a big, life-threatening operation, but it was serious enough that the doctors gave him instructions to stay awake for 48 hours before it. I don't know all the medical reasons for that, but I do know it meant he couldn't sleep, and my mom didn't want him trying to stay awake alone. So my cousin came over to keep him company and help him stay awake. It was supposed to be one of those long, slightly boring nights where you drink coffee, watch TV, and talk until your eyes burn. At some point that night, my dad decided he wanted to take a hot shower to feel more awake and clean himself up. He went upstairs to the bathroom and turned on the water. The sound of the shower running drifted down through the house, and everything seemed normal. My cousin was downstairs, keeping himself occupied while my dad was washing. He was in the living room where he could see the staircase clearly. 10 minutes or so went by, and then my cousin saw something that frightened him enough that he never wanted to stay overnight in that house again. He said he saw a shadow coming down the stairs. He thought it was my dad, maybe coming down in a towel or just on his way to grab something. The figure on the stairs was tall and shaped like a person, dark against the dim light. My cousin, thinking it really was my dad, called out and asked why he was just standing there on the stairs. He expected an answer, something casual and ordinary. But the shadow didn't respond. It just stood there, and then, as he watched, he realized something was wrong. The sound of the shower was still going upstairs. He called out to my dad again, louder this time, but got no answer. Confused and unsettled, he went closer to the staircase and looked up. The shadow he thought he had seen seemed gone or faded. After a minute, my dad came down the stairs for real, fresh from the shower, and when my cousin asked him why he had been standing there silently before, my dad had no idea what he was talking about. He told him he had been in the shower the whole time and had not come out once. That was enough for my cousin. After that night, he refused to stay over at our house ever again. He was not the type to scare easily, and he had no reason to lie. Knowing that he was genuinely spooked made it all feel even more real. The story did not stop there. Not long after that, it became my turn to see something that didn't make sense. At the time, I was around 8 years old. People might say that kids at that age imagine things, that we dream with our eyes open and get confused between fantasy and reality. But I was not that kind of child. I was pretty grounded, not a constant daydreamer, and I didn't go around making up wild stories. So when I say I saw what I saw, I mean it. One morning, I woke up early to go to the washroom. It was around 6 in the morning, which was only about an hour earlier than I usually got up, so it wasn't like I was half asleep or confused about the time. The house was quiet, that strange, cold kind of quiet you get early in the morning before the day begins. I went to the bathroom, did what I needed to do, and then stepped out into the hallway. As I came out, I saw a woman in a white nightgown going down the stairs. She was moving calmly, not rushing. At that moment, I wasn't scared at all, because it didn't even occur to me that it was anything strange. I assumed it was my mother. The white nightie looked like something she might wear. It was early, and it made sense to think she was just going downstairs for some reason. Without thinking, I started to follow her. I walked down the stairs behind her, step by step, watching her path. She went all the way down to the main floor and then into the kitchen. I followed at a normal pace, expecting to see her there making coffee or preparing something for the day. But when I walked into the kitchen, she was gone. The room was completely empty. There was no one there at all. It was so sudden and strange that I stopped where I was and said out loud, "Mom, where did you go?" Her voice answered me, but not from the kitchen. She shouted from the top of the stairs, telling me to get back upstairs. Her voice sounded normal and a little annoyed, the way a parent sounds when they find you wandering around too early. I turned and looked up, and there she was, standing at the top of the staircase in her room clothes, clearly just having gotten out of bed. She had not come downstairs at all. Shock went through me. I went back up the stairs, feeling confused and uneasy. When I reached the top, I asked her how she had managed to get back upstairs so fast. I tried to explain that I had just seen her going down into the kitchen. As I told her what I had seen, her face went white. The color drained from her cheeks, and I could tell she was really scared, not just pretending. She grabbed me and my sisters and pulled us all into her bedroom, as if she wanted to get us away from the rest of the house. She told us to stay there and sent my dad down to check things out. He went downstairs, looked around, and was gone for about 20 minutes. When he finally came back up, he said everything was normal. All the doors were still locked. There were no signs of anyone having gotten in or out. He hadn't seen anyone or anything out of place. But that didn't make the feeling go away. My mom knew she hadn't gone downstairs, and I knew I had followed someone who looked just like her into an empty kitchen. That moment stuck with me and still does. Even after that, things kept happening. The house seemed determined not to let us forget that something was wrong there. About a year later, I had another experience that could have turned into something far worse than a scare. By then, I was in the habit of getting ready for bed in my own room, which was something I had been excited about when we first moved in. I had a simple routine. I would change into my pajamas, leave my clothes from the day on the floor next to my bed, and then turn on my nightlight. I want to be clear about the nightlight, because it is important. It wasn't there because I was afraid of the dark. That wasn't the issue. It was there because my room had no main ceiling light. The nightlight was the only light in the room once evening came. It was the kind with a little cover over it to dim the brightness, because without the cover, it was too bright for me to sleep comfortably. I needed a bit of light, but not a glaring one. One night, I went through my usual routine, left my clothes neatly in a pile beside my bed, turned on the nightlight with its cover still in place, and went to sleep. Sometime around 5 in the morning, I woke up. At first, I thought it was just one of those moments where you wake for no reason and then drift off again. But something was wrong. I realized I was having trouble breathing. The air felt thick and hot, and my chest felt tight. I sat up and looked around the room, trying to figure out what was going on. That's when I saw it. The wall where the nightlight was plugged in was on fire. Flames were crawling up the wall from the outlet, and the area around it. My pants from the day before were lying over top of the nightlight, and it looked like they were what had started the fire. The flames were licking at the fabric, and the room was filling slowly with heat and smoke. Panic hit me in a rush. I didn't stop to think. I jumped out of bed and ran straight into my parents' room. I woke them up and told them the wall in my room was on fire. My dad reacted immediately. He grabbed the fire extinguisher and ran into my room. He was able to put out the fire before it spread too far, which is something I am very grateful for. If I had not woken up when I did, or if I had been too scared to move, it could have been much worse. The fire might have spread through the wall, through the house, and none of us might have made it out in time. Once the fire was out and the danger had passed, my parents turned their anger and fear toward me. They scolded me for throwing my pants across the room. In their minds, the only way my pants could have ended up on top of the nightlight was if I had tossed them there carelessly. They told me I should never do that again, that it was dangerous and stupid. I tried to tell them I hadn't done it. I was sure I had left all my clothes neatly by the side of my bed, like I always did. At first, they did not believe me. They were too shaken and upset. But then my mom went back into my room to look around more closely. That's when she noticed something that made her stop. My shirt, my socks, and my underwear were still lying beside my bed, exactly where I had left them the night before. Only my pants had somehow moved across the room and ended up draped over the nightlight. On top of that, the little shade that normally covered the nightlight was on the floor, not attached anymore. It had been taken off or knocked off somehow before the pants ended up over the bare bulb. There was no reasonable way for all of that to have happened on its own. The realization sank in slowly. I had not thrown my pants across the room. I had not taken the cover off the light. Something else had interfered with that nightlight and those clothes. Something had tried to start a fire in my room while I was asleep. And if that was true, then what had happened to my mother on the stairs might not have been an accident either. Suddenly, all the little things that had been happening in the house felt darker and more dangerous, not just strange. We moved out of that house a few months later. I can't say it was only because of those events, because families often have more than one reason for moving. There were personal reasons too, other things going on in our lives. But the fire in my room was a turning point. It was the moment when my parents could no longer explain everything away as imagination, clumsiness, or the quirks of an old building. Something felt wrong there, and staying any longer did not seem worth the risk. Time passed. Life went on. We moved to a different place, and eventually, I left that town for a while. But that farmhouse never really left my mind. For all its space and possibilities, it had never felt like a safe home. Years later, about 5 years after we had moved away, I went back to that town, which was and still is my hometown. Out of a mix of curiosity and old habit, I decided to go see the farmhouse again, just to look at it from the road and remember. When I got there, I saw that the house was gone. It had burned down. I managed to talk to the fire marshal who had investigated the fire. I asked him what had happened, what they thought the cause was. He told me they believed it might have been faulty wiring. Old houses often have bad wiring hidden behind their walls, and electrical fires are not rare. But then he added that their findings were inconclusive. There was no definite answer. It could have been the wiring, or it could have been something else. They could not say for sure. Standing there, listening to him, I felt a chill go through me. I thought about my mother being pushed down the stairs, my cousin seeing a shadow when my dad was still in the shower, the woman in white that I had followed into an empty kitchen, my pants mysteriously moving across the room to start a fire, and now the entire house having burned down with no clear cause. People can call it coincidence, or bad luck, or imagination. But to me, it feels like that farmhouse had something in it that never wanted us there, something that might still be angry long after the building itself has turned to ashes.
When I first moved into my own place with my girlfriend, it felt like a big step into adult life. We were excited, nervous, trying to make this little space truly ours. We bought small things together, argued over where to put the couch, laughed about how empty the fridge looked that first week. It felt normal and new in all the usual ways. At night we would lie in bed, talk about the future, complain about work, and just enjoy the feeling of finally having our own place, our own four walls, our own little world. It didn't take long, though, before those four walls started to feel a bit less safe and a bit more strange. Not long after we moved in, I started to notice random tapping sounds. At first, I didn't pay much attention. Old buildings make noises. Pipes knock, wood creaks, neighbors slam doors. That's what I told myself. But the tapping wasn't like a creaky floor or a fridge humming. It was more precise, almost like someone lightly drumming their fingers. Sometimes it would be on the wall, a few quick taps in a row. Other times it would sound like it was coming from the ceiling, like something above us was knocking or moving around. Every now and then it seemed to come from the window, a soft tap tap tap, like someone flicking the glass with a fingernail. It didn't happen all day or all evening. It always seemed to start somewhere between midnight and 4 in the morning, the time when most people are deeply asleep and the world is quiet. At first, I honestly didn't think much of it. I'd lie there and listen for a minute, tell myself it was probably a pipe cooling down or the wind or some animal outside, and roll over. I didn't feel scared right away. Just a bit curious, a bit annoyed sometimes if it happened when I was trying to fall asleep. I would tell myself, it's nothing. Don't be stupid. And for a while, that worked. I pushed it to the back of my mind. Then last night happened. We had gone to bed like usual. The room was dark except for a bit of light coming in through the curtains from the street outside. My girlfriend was lying next to me. We talked a little, and then both drifted off. After a while, I half woke up because she was making these strange sounds in her sleep. It wasn't normal snoring or restless turning. It was like she was uncomfortable, almost like she was whimpering under her breath, or like something was bothering her. At first, I just lay there listening. The sounds kept going, and I started to get this uneasy feeling in my chest. I turned toward her in the dark and could hear her breathing fast and uneven. Finally, I reached over, shook her shoulder gently, and whispered her name to wake her up. When she opened her eyes, she looked confused and a bit scared. I asked her if she was having a bad dream. She looked at me and, still half asleep, said, "Can you stop pulling my feet?" For a second, I just stared at her, confused. I hadn't touched her feet at all. I told her, "I'm not touching you. I didn't pull your feet." As that sank in for both of us, we suddenly became really awake and really scared. We sat up in bed, our hearts pounding a bit faster. There was this heavy silence in the room, like the air itself was listening. We looked toward the end of the bed where her feet had been. Nothing there, of course, nothing we could see.
But the feeling in the room was not right.
It felt like something had just been there and slipped away the second we were fully awake. We were both on edge, and neither of us felt like lying back down. We decided we couldn't stay in that bedroom right then. We got up, grabbed our pillows and a blanket, and went into the living room to try and sleep on the couch. It felt safer there somehow, with a bit more space and less of that heavy feeling. Once we were settled, she started talking. I think everything that had been bottled up inside her for a while finally came out. She told me that sometimes, when we're in bed at night, and I'm asleep or she thinks I'm asleep, she feels something lightly pushing down on her chest, right between her breasts. Not hard enough to hurt, not like a shove, but enough that she felt pressure. Other times, she said, she'd feel something gently tugging at her feet, like a hand closing around them and giving a soft pull. She said she had always just assumed it was me, half asleep and messing around, or reaching out without waking up. She never thought too hard about it. But now, with what happened that night, she realized it might not have been me at all. Listening to her say this, I felt a cold wave move through me. I knew I had never done those things. I'd never grabbed her feet or pressed on her chest in my sleep. And I couldn't laugh it off, because she was clearly serious and clearly frightened. The more she spoke, the more that old memory from when I was 16 started to push into my mind, like it had been waiting for a moment like this to remind me it existed. I thought about it all day today, and when I had time I started looking things up, reading about sleep disturbances, tapping noises, things touching people at night. But the truth is, this didn't feel entirely new to me. It felt like something that had started years ago, and was now following me into my new life. When I was around 16, there was this old building where my friend lived, an old Legion building that had once been a bar. It wasn't just some random place. It had a history, you could feel it in the walls. There were stairs inside that led up to an attic, and my friend swore he had seen a little girl up there a few times. He talked about her like it was no big deal, like it was just a weird thing that came with living there. One night, a bunch of us were partying there. We were young, reckless, and not exactly in the clearest state of mind. We were doing ecstasy, drinking, acting wild. At some point in the night, fueled by drugs, curiosity, and a lot of bad judgment, we decided we were going to go up into that attic and see for ourselves. The second we put our feet on the first stair, all of us felt it. It was like our bodies suddenly became 10 times heavier. Every step felt like we had 1,000 pounds strapped to our legs. It wasn't just normal tiredness or the effect of the drugs. It was this crushing weight, like something was pushing down on us, trying to stop us from going up. But of course, at that age and in that state, we didn't take it as a warning. We thought it was weird and kind of funny. We were right-wired, high and full of bravado, and the heaviness almost became a challenge. So we kept going, dragging ourselves up the stairs, step by slow, heavy step, hearts beating faster, laughing too loudly to cover up our nerves. When we reached the top, the attic had two main areas. One was a small room with a small bed in it. The other was an emptier space with floorboards missing in places, just dark gaps where you had to watch your step. The air up there felt different, stale, still, and thick, like it hadn't been moved in a long time. It smelled like old wood, dust, and something else I couldn't quite name. Instead of treating the place with any respect, I thought it would be funny at the time to light a joint up there.
So I did.
I stood in that attic. In this place my friend said was haunted by a little girl, and I started smoking and joking around, making light of the whole thing. We laughed, talked trash about ghosts, and acted tough, like we were above being scared. I didn't know then how much that night would stick with me.
About a month later, I had one of the strangest and most frightening nights of my life. By then I wasn't at that building anymore. I was at home, sleeping with my girlfriend at the time. Her name was Brooke. We were in bed together, just a normal night, when I fell into a nightmare that felt different from any other dream I've ever had. It didn't flow like a normal dream, where one scene moves into the next. It came in flashes, like someone was snapping photographs inside my head and shoving them in front of my eyes. In the flashes, I saw an old woman sitting in a rocking chair. She was rocking back and forth slowly, the chair creaking in time with her movement. Her face was old, lined, serious. She was reciting something in a steady, rhythmic voice. It sounded like a poem or a rhyme. The words were about a little girl who had lived in that Legion building. I couldn't catch every single line, but I knew the poem had to do with the girl's life and her death. I can't remember the exact words now. Part of me wishes I could, just to make sense of it. Another part of me is glad I can't. The feeling it gave me was enough. I kept seeing this old woman rocking and rocking, her lips moving, that poem about the little girl spilling out in pieces. Every time the image flashed, it hit me harder. I woke up suddenly, my heart pounding. As I woke, Brooke woke up at the exact same time. She was breathing fast and looking around the room with wide eyes. She said she felt really weird, like something heavy was in the room. She told me she had been dreaming about a little girl. Her words were a bit jumbled because she had just woken up, but I could tell that whatever she had seen in her dream had shaken her. Then she said something that made it all even worse. She said, "Rufus feels the same." Rufus was her timber wolf, a big, strong animal that usually didn't scare easily. I looked over the side of the bed at where he was lying, and what I saw made my blood run cold. Rufus was on his back, legs stiff, body trembling. It looked like he was having some kind of seizure or fit. His eyes were not normal. The sight of him like that, combined with our dreams, made the whole night feel unreal, like we had slipped into some dark, hidden layer of reality. That night never really left my mind. Even now, almost 6 years later, I can still remember it all so clearly, like it only happened a few months ago. There was something about the way our dreams matched up, the way Rufus reacted, the way it all seemed connected back to that old place, that attic, that little girl. After all of that, I moved back to my mom's place in Brights Grove for a while. You'd think that leaving that old Legion building and all those memories behind would mean leaving the weirdness behind too. But it didn't. At my mom's house, I started hearing a small tapping sound coming from my closet. It wasn't every night. It only happened a few times a month, but every time it happened, it made my skin crawl. It was the same kind of tapping I hear now in my current place. Not random bangs, not pipes, but a measured, soft tapping, like someone gently knocking from the inside. When I heard that tapping in my closet, I would get this deep, uncomfortable feeling. I had no idea what could be making the noise. It didn't sound like an animal, and it didn't sound like the house settling. It sounded too intentional. Whenever it started, I would end up grabbing my stuff and going to sleep downstairs instead. I didn't want to stay in that room with that sound coming from the closet, especially at night when everything was dark and quiet. Now, years later, in a completely different home with my current girlfriend, I'm hearing that same tapping again. The sound is the same. The pattern is the same. It feels like the same presence, the same thing, whatever it is. The difference now is that it doesn't just seem to be tapping. It seems to be touching her. What bothers me most is that this tapping, this thing, never actually touches me. I hear it. I feel the cold. I sense the bad vibes. But the physical stuff, the pulling at feet, the pressure on the chest, always seems to be directed at the girl I'm with. First Brooke, now my current girlfriend. It's like whatever this is has chosen to bother them instead of me, like it wants to get to me through them. Or like it might be jealous. Last night, after we fled to the living room and talked for a while, we eventually tried to be brave and go back into the bedroom. We told ourselves we had to sleep at some point, that we couldn't avoid that room forever. So we went back, lay down, tried to calm down and close our eyes. Maybe 10 minutes later, the tapping started again. It came from somewhere in the room, maybe the wall, maybe the ceiling. Tap, tap, tap. Not loud, but clear. Not a random creak, but a repeated knock, like it knew exactly what it was doing. We looked at each other, wide awake again. My nerves were raw at this point. I was angry as much as scared. It felt like whatever it was knew we were trying to rest and decided to make sure we couldn't. Out of frustration more than anything, I said, "Shut up." I spoke out loud into the room, feeling stupid but also desperate. As soon as I said it, the tapping got faster. Tap 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 tap. Like it was answering me, like it was annoyed that I had spoken back. That moment really got to me. It was like it was playing with us, reacting to us. That was harder to explain away as pipes or wind. I keep getting this strong feeling that all of this goes back to that little girl in the old Legion building, even though I have no hard proof. It's more like a deep instinct, a connection my mind keeps making. I don't know why the idea of her keeps coming to my head so clearly, but it does. I think about the dream with the old woman talking about a little girl's death. I think about my friend saying he had seen a little girl in that attic. I think about the way we disrespected that place, laughed, smoked, made jokes. A part of me wonders if something from there attached itself to me that night, like I brought it along without meaning to. Now, every time it starts tapping, every time my girlfriend says she feels something, I get this sick feeling in my stomach that this little girl, or whatever is linked to her, is still around me somehow. I don't understand it fully, but the idea won't leave my mind. I imagine this jealous kind of presence, attached to me, not wanting me to be close to anyone else, directing its anger or attention toward the girls I'm with at night. It bothers them, not me. It pulls their feet, presses on their chest, comes into their dreams. And all I get are the sounds and the cold, and the weight of knowing something is wrong. It scares me. I don't want this to get worse. I don't want it to hurt anyone I care about. I don't know who to talk to about it, because it all sounds crazy out loud. And yet every piece of it feels very real to me. Thinking back to that attic, there were other things that happened that we tried at the time to brush off as weird, and then laugh about, but they stick in my mind now. When we were up there that night, in the room with the missing floorboards, the door suddenly tried to shut on us. It didn't just swing a little with a draft. It moved with force, like someone was pushing it closed. We grabbed it and pushed back, feeling actual resistance, like there was a hand on the other side. Eventually it stopped, but it shook us. Then, while we were still up there, a bucket that had been sitting quietly in the room suddenly kicked across the floor, scraping and clanging, like someone had given it a hard kick. None of us were near it. We all jumped, then tried to pretend it was just the floor or our eyes or the drugs. But deep down, we knew it wasn't normal. After that, we went into the other small room with the bed. When we had first gone up there earlier, that bed had been empty. Nothing on it, just an old mattress. But now, after the door and the bucket, we found a fresh bouquet of flowers sitting neatly on the bed. The flowers were new, not dried or dead. They hadn't been there before. There was no one else up there with us who could have put them there. That image, the small bed, the fresh flowers laid out on it, stays with me in a way I can't shake. Now, in my current home, the bedroom where my girlfriend and I sleep always seems freezing compared to the rest of the house. You walk out into the hallway or into the living room and the temperature feels normal, almost warm. But when you step back into the bedroom, a coldness wraps around you. It's the kind of cold that makes you shiver deep in your bones, not just a slight draft. Sometimes I start shaking so badly that my teeth almost chatter. It shouldn't be that cold, but it is. Every time I go in there late at night, I get bad vibes, like I'm being watched or like I've walked into someone else's space. Even as I'm sitting here writing all of this, it's not letting up. While I was writing this letter, trying to put everything into words as honestly and clearly as I could, Liz, my girlfriend now, was napping in the bedroom. My friend and I were sitting in the living room, talking quietly and trying to keep the noise down so she could rest. At one point I heard her say my name from the bedroom. It wasn't a scream or a panic yell, just my name in a way that sounded like she had just woken up and was calling out. I got up and walked to the bedroom, expecting maybe she had had another strange dream or needed something. I asked her what woke her up. She said she thought she heard me walking into the room, like shoes dragging lightly on the carpet, coming toward the bed. She woke up expecting to see me standing there. But I hadn't moved from the living room until the moment she called. She had heard footsteps that sounded like mine, moving toward her bed, when no one was actually there. So here I am, trying to put all of this together, trying to make sense of it while also admitting that I'm terrified. I know how all of this must sound to someone on the outside. A series of strange events, weird dreams, random taps, cold rooms, it all adds up to something that's easy to dismiss if you haven't lived it. But I've lived it. I've felt the heaviness on the stairs, seen the strange things in that attic, heard the tapping that follows me from place to place, watched the girls I care about wake up scared and confused, felt the temperature drop when I step into my own bedroom. I don't want anything bad to happen. I don't want it to get stronger. I don't want it to hurt my girlfriend or anyone else in my life. And most of all, I don't want to keep feeling like something from my past, maybe that little girl, maybe something connected to her, is still with me, tapping at the walls of every place I try to call home. When me and a few friends first moved into that house in Hamilton, it didn't feel like a fresh start. It felt heavy from day one. We had rented the main floor from a slumlord, along with the basement and the backyard. It was in a rough part of town, on Hillard Street, number 54 if I remember right. The place had that tired look old houses get when no one really cares for them anymore. Peeling paint, creaky floors, doors that didn't quite close right, that faint smell of dust and damp you never really get rid of. But we were young, broke, and needed somewhere to live, so we took it. At first, we tried to joke about the state of the place. We called it charming and vintage, and all kinds of things that made us feel better about the fact that it was cheap and kind of falling apart. But there was one thing we didn't joke about, even at the beginning. From the first day we moved in, you could feel something watching. I don't mean that in a dramatic, horror movie way. It wasn't like some icy hand on the back of your neck or a voice whispering in your ear. It was more like the feeling you get when you know someone's eyes are on you, even if you don't see them. You'd be walking down the hallway, or standing in the kitchen, or sitting on the couch alone at night, and you would just know you weren't really alone. It wasn't exactly threatening, at least not at first. It was just there, steady and constant, like the house itself was paying attention. On top of that, we didn't have the whole house right away. At first we only had the main floor and the basement. The upstairs, the second and top floors, were rented by some friends of ours. It was weird, knowing your friends were living just above your head in the same old house. We'd hang out back and forth sometimes, but mostly we kind of kept to our own spaces. After a while, though, their money situation got bad and they had to move out. They packed up and left, and for a little while that upper part of the house was empty. But there was this one guy who'd been staying with them, just kind of crashing on their couch like lots of people do in their 20s. He didn't really have anywhere else to go, and when we decided to take over the upstairs as well, he just kind of floated along with the change. He stayed on the couch again, only now it was in our place rather than theirs. We worked it out with the slumlord so we could rent the upstairs too, and we removed the divider door that had separated the units. Once that door was gone, the house stopped being two separate apartments and became one big, old, creaky structure again. Top to bottom, from the attic to the basement, it was all ours. That's when things started to change. The guy on the couch was often alone in the house during the day. The rest of us were either at work, out with other friends, or just busy doing our own things. He'd sit in the living room, half watching TV, half dozing off, and half just drifting through the day the way only a couch surfer can. One afternoon, when it was only him in the house, he told us later that he started hearing footsteps above his head. These weren't the kind of noises you blamed on the house settling, or the wind. He described them as clear, steady steps, like someone walking back and forth in a room directly above him. And the room directly above him, now that we had the whole house, was the room that would become mine. He said it happened more than once. He'd be sitting there, fully aware he was alone, and hear the footsteps upstairs. Not faint, not distant, right above, like someone pacing in my room. When he told me, I remember shrugging it off. He could have been trying to freak me out, or maybe he was just bored and wanted something interesting to talk about. I didn't call him a liar, but I didn't exactly believe him either. I laughed it off and told him it was probably the house shifting, old pipes, or his imagination. Funny thing is, when I finally started sleeping in that top floor room, Nothing really happened to me up there. I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't see anything. I didn't wake up to shadowy figures or cold spots. The only thing that stayed the same was that feeling of being watched. It followed me from the main floor to the top floor, like the air itself had eyes. The main floor, though, that was where most of our lives happened. One of our friends officially lived there, in the sense that his stuff was there, and his name was on the lease, but in reality it was kind of a party zone. People came and went constantly. Friends would drop by, stay for hours, crash on the couch, raid the fridge, stumble out at odd hours, and show up again the next day. Sometimes there'd be so many people drifting around that it felt more like a shared hangout than a home. Because of that, when we had too many bodies and not enough beds, or when someone was too tired or too drunk to head up all the stairs, we'd crash downstairs, sharing whatever space we could find. The basement was part of what we were renting too, but it had its own strange vibe. The walls were covered with what we thought was old lead paint, peeling off in curled strips like dead skin. It smelled faintly of damp and something metallic. None of us really wanted to spend time down there. It felt forgotten and neglected, like the kind of place you don't go unless you have to. We didn't use it for much beyond storage and sometimes, if the main floor was too crowded, sleeping. Even the basement wasn't just empty though. There was an old spring mattress down there on a simple wooden frame. The kind of thing that made loud metal noises when you sat on it, and had probably been around since before any of us were born. The guy who lived there before us, also a friend, once told us that a woman had died on that mattress. He said it like he was half joking, half serious, in that way people use when they don't want to admit something scares them. We teased him a bit when he said it, asking questions, trying to get details. He never really gave any. He just kept repeating that a woman had died on that bed. I don't know why, but instead of avoiding that mattress, I decided one night I was going to sleep on it. It was one of those late nights where everyone was too wiped out to go home, and there were more bodies than furniture. I had a lady friend with me that night, and the basement room with the mattress seemed like the best option for privacy. 3 of our friends were also down there, and ended up sleeping on the floor in the same room. It wasn't a huge room, but we squeezed in. The mattress was pushed into one corner, the others were stretched out on blankets and old cushions on the floor near us. The air was cool and a little musty, and the only light was what leaked in from wherever someone had left a lamp or hallway bulb on upstairs. We lay there in the dark, everyone still awake for a while, talking in low voices. The kind of soft, tired conversation that starts wandering when your brain is half in sleep mode. It didn't take long for the topic of the house's weird feeling to come up. Someone mentioned the sense of being watched. Someone else brought up the footsteps. We weren't joking loudly this time. The tone was quiet and serious, like we were finally admitting the things we all felt but hadn't really wanted to say out loud. Then it happened. One of my friends, lying on the floor, suddenly spoke up in a tense, scared voice. "Look," he said, and there was something in his tone that made all of us pay attention instantly. This wasn't a joking voice. This was a voice that sounded genuinely afraid. At almost the exact same time, another friend, who was looking in the same direction, made a similar sound of alarm. Neither of them was putting it on. You can tell when someone is acting scared for fun, and when real fear hits them. This was real fear. All of us turned our heads and followed their gaze. We were in what used to be the dining room of the basement area, which was attached to the living room by a big, open archway, one of those wide old openings houses used to have instead of doors. We looked up toward the top corner of the back ceiling where the dining room flowed into the living room. There, slowly drifting in, was something I will never forget. It was a black, cloudy mass, like a dark fog with weight to it. It wasn't smoke exactly, but that's the closest thing I can compare it to. It was darker than the shadows around it, an actual shape moving in the air. It drifted in from the dining room and into the living room corner, sliding along the ceiling, slow but steady. As we watched, it seemed to gather more of itself, collecting mass as it moved, as if it was pulling in the darkness around it, and getting thicker and heavier. It stopped its forward motion right in the upper corner of the living room, near where the wall met the ceiling, But even when it stopped moving forward, it wasn't still. It kind of churned and swirled, like storm clouds crowded into a small space. All four of us were staring at it, eyes wide, hearts pounding. You could almost feel all of our dread hanging in the room like another presence. No one tried to be funny. No one tried to explain it away. We all saw the same thing at the same time. We started talking over each other, swearing, whispering, saying things like, "What the hell is that?" And, "Do you see that? Are you seeing that?" It was clear we all were. Then, just as slowly as it had appeared, it started to fade. It didn't vanish in a quick flicker. It pulled back, not in distance, but in density. It became thinner, lighter, as if it were dissolving into the air. The swirling slowed, the edges got softer, and it steadily declined until there was nothing left but the regular darkness of the ceiling. The physical space where it had been was now empty again, but the feeling in the room was not. By then, we were all freaking out. Instinct kicked in. We looked around for anything we could use to defend ourselves. It sounds ridiculous now. What were we going to do? Swing a chair at a cloud? But when you're in that moment, the fight or flight reaction doesn't care about logic. We grabbed whatever large objects we could reach, holding them like weapons while staring at that corner, waiting to see if the dark mass would come back. It didn't. At least not there. I was still on the mattress with my lady friend, propped up on one elbow, trying to process what I'd just seen, when something else caught my eye. Out of the corner of my vision, I saw a small shimmer of light coming up through the floor vent from the basement below. It was quick, like a flicker, and then gone. At first I thought it must be something normal. Maybe someone's phone screen lit up for a second. Maybe there was a stray light on downstairs we hadn't noticed. I decided to ignore it. We already had enough to be scared about. But then I saw it again, a brief flash of light, rising from the vent and then disappearing. This time I couldn't let it go. I asked the others if they had seen it. Turns out they had. They just didn't mention it at first because they thought it was nothing, or they didn't want to add to the fear. They said they thought it was a reflection or somebody's phone. But now, hearing that we were all seeing the same thing again, it became harder to shrug off. The basement, as I said, we hardly ever used. It was neglected, with that peeling paint and a feeling like it had been left alone for years. We'd go down only when we had to. There were no blue-tinted bulbs or odd lights down there. Just a couple of old, regular light fixtures, the kind you pull on a chain to turn on. The thing was, the house was so old and badly maintained that when the basement lights were on, you could see the glow through the floor vents from upstairs. The light would shine through in a dull way, showing where it was coming from. The light we were seeing this night wasn't like that. It was small and sharp, almost bluish. It didn't fill the vent. It flickered up and then vanished, like its own little thing, not matching the way the basement lights usually looked when they were left on by mistake. And now it wasn't just one vent. After that, we started noticing the same kind of shimmer appearing in other vents too. It was like something small and bright was moving underneath the floor, popping up here and there just long enough to say, "I'm still here." We finally decided we couldn't just sit there guessing. We had to see what was going on downstairs. So we went to investigate. We moved carefully, all of us still on edge from the dark mass we'd seen on the ceiling. The stairs down to the basement creaked under our feet. The air got colder as we descended, that damp, old house smell getting stronger. When we reached the bottom, we saw something that didn't make us feel any better. All the basement lights were on. Every single one of them, blazing away, throwing sharp shadows across the walls and floor. The thing was, we hadn't turned them on. None of us used the basement that day or that night. Those lights were always switched off unless someone went down there for a specific reason. And we were absolutely sure no one had. The door to the basement had been closed. We had all been together upstairs. Yet here we were, standing in a basement that looked like someone had walked through and flipped all the switches. We looked around for a source of the small bluish light we'd seen through the vents. There wasn't anything. No open phone screens, no flashlights, no strange devices plugged into outlets. Just bare bulbs, peeling walls, and cobwebs. The feeling of being unwelcome there was so strong that none of us wanted to stay longer than it took to confirm there was no obvious explanation. We shut off the lights, one by one, and headed back upstairs, more uneasy than before. You'd think that would have been enough for one night. But the house wasn't done with us yet. Back in the basement room with the mattress, eventually everyone started to settle again. The adrenaline wore off just enough for exhaustion to take over. One by one, my friends on the floor drifted off. You could hear their breathing change as they went into deeper sleep. My lady friend next to me curled into a tight fetal position, facing me, and her breathing became slow and steady too. The room was dark, but my eyes were fully adjusted, so I could see the shapes of everyone clearly. I lay there in that half-sleep state, the place between awake and dreaming, where your thoughts start drifting but you're still aware of your body and your surroundings. My mind was still replaying what we had seen, the black cloud in the corner, the blue light in the vents, the basement lights we knew we hadn't turned on. I tried to distract myself by staring at random points on the ceiling, following cracks and shadows with my eyes. I was fully aware that the closest person to the mattress, on the floor, was at least 7 feet away. I'd watched him settle there, limbs spread the way people do when they pass out tired. He was out cold. The others were even farther away. The room was so quiet that I could hear the soft hum of some appliance in another part of the house, and the occasional car passing by outside. Then I felt it. The corner of the mattress, the corner nearest the empty space, suddenly dipped down hard, as if something heavy had pressed into it. It wasn't a small, gradual sinking like when someone sits down gently. It was a sharp, forceful push, the kind of sag you get if a very heavy person tries to sit down but misjudges their balance and half falls onto the bed, catching themselves at the last second. Or like something had jumped onto that corner with weight and intensity. The springs groaned under the pressure. I felt the mattress tilt enough that my body shifted with it. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't the kind of thing you could blame on someone turning over next to you. My lady friend hadn't moved at all. She was still curled up tight, breathing steadily against me, totally unaware. Whatever was pushing down on that mattress was on the other side, near the corner, where no one was. I reacted instantly. I sat straight up, heart hammering in my chest, eyes scanning the room. Because my eyes were already adjusted, I could see everyone. All the people on the floor were in the exact same positions they had been in before. No one was propped up on an elbow. No one was sneaking over to mess with the bed. My lady friend hadn't even twitched. The room was still, except for my sudden movement. I looked down at the mattress itself, at the corner where I had felt the weight. There was no impression left that I could see, no visible shape. But the feeling of that moment, the force of it, still hung in the air. My brain scrambled for explanations. Maybe some animal had gotten inside the mattress. A raccoon, a possum, something heavy enough to shift the bed from inside. The thought made my skin crawl, but it was at least something physical I could grab onto. I leaned over, peeled back the top sheet covering the mattress and felt along the edges, checking for holes or movement, or any sign that something alive was in there. Nothing. No scratching, no rustling, no lumps that moved under my hand. Just an old, creaky mattress on a wooden frame. I sat back up slowly, every nerve awake and buzzing, and looked around again. Everyone still seemed to be sleeping peacefully, as if nothing had happened. But I knew something had. That house on Hillard Street was never just an old rental in a bad part of town. From the moment we stepped inside, something about it watched us, moved around us, pressed into our space. Sometimes it showed itself as a dark cloud collecting in the corner of the ceiling. Sometimes it was a strange shimmering light rising through a vent. Sometimes it was all the basement lights turning on when no one went downstairs. And sometimes it was the unmistakable weight of something invisible sinking the corner of a mattress where a woman was said to have died. Maybe someone else could live there and laugh it all off. Maybe someone more practical would chalk it up to stress, imagination, and an old house full of drafts and bad wiring. All I know is what I saw, what I heard, and what I felt. And in that house, on that mattress, in that basement, I felt something that wasn't any of us, and wasn't gone just because we couldn't see it. When we were younger, one of the things we did for fun at my cousin's house was play with a Ouija board. Back then it felt like just another game. We treated it like we treated cards or video games or telling scary stories in the dark. I didn't believe it was anything serious. In my mind, the worst thing about it was that someone was always cheating and moving the pointer on purpose. I used to think people just wanted to scare each other and make themselves feel powerful by pretending they were talking to ghosts. For a long time, I laughed it off and I told myself that was all it was. But over time, little by little, that changed. The more we used the board, the more I started to see things that didn't make sense to me. I started to notice patterns. It wasn't just random answers or playful nonsense anymore. There were moments when the air in the room felt different, when what the board spelled out got darker and more intense. There were times when the answers it gave lined up too well with things no one present knew. And as I thought back on it later, I realized the really strange thing. Almost every time we thought we were talking to some nice spirit, or a dead relative, or someone harmless, it would slowly twist and turn into something ugly. It would start out soft, friendly, and then end in hatred, threats, or talk of death. I noticed that spirits on the board almost never told the truth about who they were. At first, when the pointer would start moving, it always introduced itself as something that sounded safe. It might claim to be a child, or someone's grandmother, or a friend that had passed away. It would spell out names we knew or details that matched something from our lives. For a while, that made it easier to accept. We thought, this must be real, because how else would it know that? But as we kept playing, I started to see how easily we took those introductions at face value. We wanted it to be someone good. We wanted it to be something comforting. That made us easy to trick. The board would answer questions in a calm and caring way at first. It would pretend to give advice or say nice things. But slowly, almost every session took a turn. The answers became sharper. The words it spelled grew darker. The tone behind the messages, if you can call it that, changed. Even though it was just letters on wood, you could feel something different, like the mood in the room dropped. It would start talking about death, hate, suffering, and fear. Sometimes it would describe horrible images. Other times it would just repeat dark words over and over. In the end, those friendly spirits almost always revealed themselves as something else, usually calling themselves demons or spelling out names that did not feel human at all. One thing that stood out to me was how often whatever was on the board seemed to focus on one person in particular. When the board got really dark, it rarely stayed general. It would zoom in on the one person in the group who felt the most fragile or scared or insecure. It would say it wanted that person. It would spell out that it wanted to hurt them, or that they were chosen, or that they were evil inside. It didn't always use the same words, but the message was similar each time. One person was being singled out. Looking back, I believe those things, whatever they really were attracted to the most vulnerable person in the room. If someone was going through something hard, feeling depressed, angry, lonely, or full of self-hate, the board seemed to latch on to that person. It was like negative energy became a magnet. When someone came to the board full of fear, bitterness, or pain, sooner or later the spirit on the board would turn and dig into those wounds, trying to twist them even more. Because of that, I came up with my own rule: never sit at the board if you're feeling weak, angry, or sad. Always try to be in a positive mindset. I started to believe that if you have negative energy around you, you're more open to attacks, lies, and maybe even possession. I'm not saying this as some expert, just as someone who watched the same pattern again and again. The few times when everyone was relaxed, joking, and truly light-hearted, things stayed calmer for longer. But when someone in the group clearly carried something heavy inside, the board seemed to notice and go straight after them. Over the years, while we were still playing with it, we also saw the board do something else that really bothered me. It predicted things. I know anyone can claim that, and hearing it once or twice is easy to doubt. But I saw it happen in ways that were hard for me to explain away. It wasn't always big world events or anything like that. A lot of the time, it was small things, simple challenges we gave it because we were trying to test it and prove it wrong. And that's what made it so strange. The small tests should have been easy for it to fail, but they didn't always fail. Many times we used the board with people who didn't believe in it at all. They were only there to watch, to laugh, or to prove that it was all fake. There was one guy in particular who was absolutely sure it was all nonsense. He sat with us during one session but refused to put his hands on the pointer. He kept his distance, watching with half a smirk on his face. He didn't want to be accused of moving it and didn't want to be involved in the game. At one point, while we were asking questions and the board was giving answers, he decided to test it. He slipped his hand into his pocket, pulled something out, and kept his fist closed. Then, without letting any of us see what it was, he asked the board a question. He said, "What color is my lighter?" We didn't know what he had in his hand, let alone what color it was. No one at the table could have seen it. The pointer started to move slowly and spelled out the word blue. We all turned to him. He stopped smirking, opened his hand, and there it was, a blue lighter. His face went pale, and he stopped joking around for the rest of the night. Another time, we used a deck of cards as a kind of test. Someone who didn't have their hands on the board at all sat apart from the table, with the cards in their hands. This person shuffled the deck thoroughly, over and over, making sure no one else could see what card was on top. Then they would ask out loud, "What card is next?" The rest of us kept our fingers lightly on the pointer and waited. The board started spelling out numbers and suits. It would spell out something like 7 of hearts, and when the person with the deck flipped the top card, it was exactly that. At first it just happened once or twice, and we thought it might be a coincidence. But we kept going. The person with the cards would shuffle again and again, pick whatever felt random, and ask the board the same question each time. Over and over, the board guessed the card correctly. Number and suit. We went through the entire deck like that. It guessed every card as it came, all the way to the last one. We all tried to explain it away. Maybe someone had marked the cards unknowingly? Maybe someone with their fingers on the pointer somehow saw reflections in something? Maybe the person shuffling unconsciously arranged the cards? We tried to think of any possible trick, but none of it really made sense. The person with the cards sat far enough away that none of us could see anything. The board got too many in a row right. It was not just luck or guessing. It felt like something else was answering.
Another strange moment came when we decided to ask about the time. It wasn't enough for us to just ask questions about our love lives or the future or who is here. We wanted proof. So one night we asked, "What time is it on the alarm clock in the other room?" Now, this clock was in a room you couldn't see from where we were sitting. There were walls between the board and the clock. No mirrors or reflections. No one had walked in to check. We had all been sitting together. The pointer moved and spelled out 115. We understood that as 1:15 a.m., one of us got up and walked into the other room to check. When we looked at the clock, it showed 1:14 a.m. For a second we thought, aha, it's wrong. But right as we were standing there staring at it, the numbers switched to 1:15 a.m. It was like the board had been one step ahead of us. It knew what the time would be by the time we entered the room. That small detail stuck with me for a long time. It was such a simple thing, but it made the whole experience feel more real than I wanted it to. After all these sessions and strange answers and creepy moments, we slowly stopped playing with the board. At first, it was just less frequent. We used to pull it out whenever we were bored or when new friends came over and wanted to try it. But with time, the fear and unease built up. We realized that every time we used it, things got weird, and not just during the session. It was like there were leftovers afterwards. The house felt heavier. People had more nightmares. The atmosphere changed. The only place we ever really used the board was at my cousin's house. His house itself had a kind of presence even without the board. It was old, built in the early 1900s, full of creaks and strange little details like narrow hallways, odd closets, and uneven floors. Even before we used the Ouija there had always been weird little things happening in that house. Noises when no one was moving, objects slightly out of place, that feeling of being watched from a doorway when you were sure you were alone. Nothing completely obvious, but just enough to make you nervous if you stayed too long in one room by yourself. After we started using the board there, it felt like those strange things in his house increased. Small oddities turned into more direct events. My cousin had one experience that really stuck with him. He woke up in the middle of the night with the sense that he wasn't alone. When he opened his eyes, he saw a figure near him. To him, it looked like a ghost or some kind of spirit, not just a trick of light. He told us later that it looked like a slave from a long time ago, based on the clothes and the way it looked. The figure was white and hazy, but human-shaped. He was so startled that he grabbed his cell phone and tried to take a picture, even though he was shaking. The picture was taken on a very old cell phone, so the quality wasn't good, but when we looked at it, you could see something there. In the darkness, there was a faint white figure where he said the ghost had been. Not a full person's face or some sharp outline, just a vague shape of white standing out against the darker background. It wasn't enough to prove anything, but it was enough to make all of us more uneasy. After that, there were more disturbances. Strange noises, heavier than just the normal sounds of an old house, started happening more often. Sometimes you would hear footsteps in the hallway when everyone was sitting in the same room. Sometimes doors would creak open by themselves when there was no draft and no window open. Little objects around the house, keys, remote controls, small decorations, would move or go missing and then reappear in places no one remembered leaving them. My cousin and his family also talked about feeling like someone was standing just behind them when they were washing dishes or watching TV alone. The worst part wasn't any one event. It was the overall feeling of a presence growing stronger, like some invisible person was getting more comfortable and more active in their home. Instead of just feeling watched sometimes, it started to feel like something was always there with them. You could feel it the moment you walked in the door. Even people who knew nothing about the board or our sessions would occasionally comment that the house felt weird, or that they got chills for no reason. All these memories left a mark on me. Playing with the Ouija board started as a fun, spooky thing to pass time. I didn't believe in it, and I laughed it off. But after seeing the way the board lied, the way it turned friendly at first and then hateful, the way it focused on certain people, the way it answered questions it shouldn't have known, and the way my cousin's house seemed to become more and more active afterwards, my view changed completely. I no longer saw it as just a game. I saw it as something that opened a door, and I was no longer sure what we had invited in through that door, or if it ever really left.
At night, when the house is quiet and my parents are asleep, it feels like the whole world shrinks down to just me, the dark rooms, and whatever else is here that no one wants to talk about. I have had many strange things happen to me during those late hours, things I cannot explain in any normal way. My parents know almost nothing about it. I have never sat them down and told them everything I have seen and felt, partly because I don't know how to say it without sounding crazy, and partly because deep down I know they would just brush it off. To them, things have simple causes: misplacement, bad wiring, imagination. To me, it no longer feels that simple. Whatever is in this house with me is changing. What started as small, harmless tricks is now turning into something more aggressive, something that feels less like play and more like a warning. In the beginning, it almost felt like someone with a sense of humor had moved in with us, someone invisible, someone who liked to mess with me and then pretend nothing happened. The first thing I remember clearly is what happened with my DVDs. I used to keep them in neat rows on a shelf in my room. I knew exactly which case was where, because I am the kind of person who always remembers those little details. One day I walked in, went to get a particular movie, and saw that more than one case was missing. At first I thought maybe I had left them in the basement near the TV or forgotten them in the living room. That would have made sense. But I searched everywhere I could think of and they were just gone. Not in the DVD player, not on the coffee table, not under the sofa, not even lost somewhere between the couch cushions. I remember walking around the house, checking all the usual spots, feeling more and more annoyed and confused. They just weren't there. The next day, when I went back to my room, those exact same DVDs were back on the shelf, standing in their usual place like they had never moved at all. The cases were straight, the order was normal, and nothing looked touched. I know that sounds small, but when you know something is missing and then it returns perfectly like that, it does something strange to your mind. You question yourself. You wonder if you imagined the whole thing. You tell yourself maybe you were tired, maybe your eyes skimmed past them, maybe you were distracted. The thing is, my parents noticed that the DVDs had been missing too. They had actually asked me where some of them were when we went to watch a movie and couldn't find one of our favorites. Then, the next day, everything was back and they just shrugged. To them it was no big deal. They figured someone had just put them back without remembering. They certainly didn't think of ghosts or spirits. For me, however, it was the first time I felt that something unseen was moving around our things and watching our reactions. It was as if something wanted us to notice, but only a little. As if it was testing the waters. At that stage it felt mischievous, like a child sneaking things away and putting them back before getting caught. No one got hurt. Nothing broke. It was just confusing and unsettling in a quiet way, and I tried to let it go. I tried to tell myself there was a normal explanation. But that was just the start. Most of my experiences happen at night, especially on the weekends when I stay up late. I usually go down to the basement after my parents have gone to bed. The basement is where the TV and video games are, and it is kind of my own space after a certain hour. I sit on the old couch with a controller in my hands, the screen glowing in front of me, the rest of the room half lit by whatever game I am playing. Above me, the rest of the house is dark and still. At least, it should be still. But that isn't always how it feels. On those late nights, when my parents are definitely asleep, I often hear footsteps coming from the top floor. Not a single creak, but actual footsteps, one after another, moving across the rooms where no one should be walking. The sound travels through the ceiling and down through the floors. It's a very specific sound, the kind you know right away. The weight of someone walking, the boards giving a little, a rhythm that feels too regular and heavy to be just the normal settling of a house. Sometimes it sounds like the pace is slow, like someone is pacing back and forth across one area, turning around at the same point, then walking back. Other times it sounds like someone is going from one side of the floor to the other, from one room to another room. Whatever or whoever it is, it never comes down the stairs when I am there. It stays above me, like it is listening to me the way I am listening to it. I tell myself that maybe one of my parents woke up, went to the bathroom, or got up to get a glass of water. That's always the first idea that comes to mind. But then I remember that their room is on a different floor than where the footsteps are, and I know the difference between the sound of one of them walking and that strange walking above me. Besides, these footsteps go on longer than any quick trip to the bathroom. They keep going even after I pause my game and sit perfectly still, holding my breath, waiting. I don't like leaving the basement to check when it's happening, especially not alone and especially not in the dark. So I just sit there, pretending to focus on the game, while part of my mind is tracking every sound above my head. Sometimes I wonder if whatever is up there is annoyed that I'm awake and in the basement, like it wants the whole house to itself for the night. I don't really know what it thinks or feels, of course, but it doesn't seem happy that I am awake so late. But I don't stop. I keep playing. My video games are my escape and my habit, and I cling to normal things even when strange things are happening around me. The basement itself has its own strange moments too. There is a model plane hanging from the ceiling, a decorative thing someone wired to move. It is supposed to spin or turn when you turn on the power. Without the power, it just hangs there, still and harmless. At least that's how it's supposed to work. Most of the time, that is exactly what happens. But every once in a while, when I am alone down there, the plane moves on its own. It usually starts so quietly that if you are not paying attention, you might miss the first small swing. It will rock just a little, like something has nudged it or a tiny breeze has brushed against it. There are no windows open in the basement. There is no fan blowing at it. The air is closed and still. But the plane will begin to sway a bit, so slowly that at first you think maybe you imagined it. Then, if you keep watching, it moves more and more, the motion growing stronger, the swing going wider, like an invisible hand has started it, and then pushed it harder. When that happens, my skin prickles and I feel that tight, cold feeling in my chest that comes with fear. I know it cannot be air, and I know I did not touch the string. It feels like a clear sign that something is not right, that something is sharing that space with me and wants me to know. More and more often, I find myself sitting down there at night, listening to the footsteps above, watching that model plane and trying not to stare too long at the corners, because the corners of rooms at night are where your imagination fills in the shadows. Except I'm not always sure it is only my imagination. I sometimes see shadow figures at random times, mostly when my parents are away or at night when they are asleep. The shapes appear near doorways or in the hallway, dark and more solid than regular shadows. They do not look like the shadow of an object, like a lamp or a chair. They are shaped like people, tall and vague, without clear features. Sometimes I turn my head too quickly and they are gone before my eyes fully focus on them. Other times I catch them in the corner of my vision, standing still, then gone. It is hard to explain the exact way these shadow figures look without making them sound like tricks of the light, but they do not feel like that to me. They feel like someone standing just out of reach. The air around them seems heavier. I never see them when my parents are right next to me. It is always when I am alone in a room, or when they are out of the house. That makes it feel more personal, like whoever or whatever it is chooses to show itself when I am the only one who will notice. For a long time, all of these things together gave me the sense that something unseen lived alongside us. But for the most part, nothing actually touched me. It watched, it moved things, it made sounds, and it seemed to test the limits of what it could do without crossing a certain line. That changed one night when I was on my way to bed. Usually, when I finish my games or whatever I am doing in the basement, I turn on the lights, walk quickly to the stairs, and go up with a kind of urgent speed. I think a lot of people do that. We act normal when the lights are on, but when the lights go off behind us and we are halfway up the stairs, something inside of us wants us to move faster, just in case. Most nights, I flick off the basement lights and then almost jog up the stairs, not wanting to be in the dark for too long. This time, it was different. I had finished what I was doing, turned everything off, and started up the stairs in the dark, which was already strange for me. I don't know why I didn't turn the lights on first or take the steps quickly like usual. For some reason, I walked slowly this time, climbing each step one by one. The feeling around me was thick and heavy. The darkness seemed closer than usual, pressing in on the sides of the stairwell. I became very aware of the sound of my own footsteps on the stairs and the sound of my breathing. I was about halfway up, maybe a little more, when it happened. I suddenly felt something grab my hair. It was not a gentle brush or a light touch. It was a clear, sharp tug that pulled my head to the side. The force was enough that my neck twisted with it, and I had to reach up in shock. For a split second, it felt exactly like fingers twisting in my hair, tightening and yanking. No one else was on the stairs. There was no loose nail, no low branch, nothing hanging from the ceiling that my hair could have caught on. It was just me and the empty staircase. My heart jumped into my throat and I froze right there, one foot on a step, one hand halfway raised, caught between running and turning around. The feeling of those unseen fingers tugging at my hair stayed with me even after the pressure was gone. My scalp tingled where the pull had been. I stood there for a moment, holding my breath, then rushed up the rest of the stairs faster than ever before. When I reached the top and opened the door, I flicked on every light I could reach. I tried to tell myself that I must have walked too close to the wall or the railing and somehow caught my hair, but I knew deep down that the angle and strength of that pull did not match that explanation. After that, I started to feel like whatever was in the house was no longer just playing. It had crossed from moving objects and walking above me to touching me directly. The more I thought about it, the more I began to notice that its behavior was changing in other ways too. I still heard the footsteps. I still saw the shadows. The model plane still moved on its own sometimes. But there was also the feeling of growing pressure, like it was pushing harder to make its presence known. Then came the scratches. That day started like any other normal day. It was sometime during the day, not late at night. I took a shower, like I always do. Nothing felt strange in the bathroom. There were no weird sounds, no cold spots, nothing obvious. I finished washing, turned off the water, and stepped out. I reached for my towel and dried myself off the way I usually did. When I was done, I took the towel off and happened to look down at my stomach. What I saw made my breath catch. There was a mark going across my stomach. At first I thought it was just a red line from the towel being pressed too hard or from scratching myself without noticing. But as I looked closer, it didn't look like that. It looked like a handprint. The shape was not loose or broken. It had a palm area and what looked like fingers pressed together. The strange thing was that the fingers were not spread out like a normal hand might be if it pressed against you. They were all close together, almost like they were stuck to each other. Only the thumb was set apart enough to stand out. The thumbprint was the clearest part. I could see exactly where it had pressed into my skin. It was as if someone with an odd hand, with fingers fused or bound together, had grabbed or pushed against my stomach. The red marks were sharp and clear, not faint. They looked like they had just appeared, as if whatever had touched me had done so only moments before I stepped out and looked. As I turned to the side to see more, I noticed even more marks. There were scratches on my sides and across my stomach, thin red lines that did not match the pattern of my own nails. Some were angled, some straight, like something had dragged across my skin. Then I twisted around to see my back in the mirror as best as I could, and there I saw a huge scratch going along my back and another strange print that I couldn't clearly identify. It was as if something with claws or very sharp fingers had raked down my back. The skin was not broken open, but the red lines were strong, as if it was one step away from drawing blood. I tried to come up with any normal reason. Maybe I had scratched myself in my sleep before the shower, and the hot water just made them show up more clearly. Maybe I had leaned against something rough earlier and hadn't noticed. Maybe the towel was rough and I had rubbed too hard, though I had used that same towel many times before. But that hand-shaped mark on my stomach, with the thumb so clear and the other fingers almost merged, did not fit any of those excuses. I had never seen my skin marked like that in my life. Standing there, still half wet, looking at those marks in the mirror, I felt more exposed than I ever had. The bathroom, which was always such a normal place, suddenly felt like another space where I was not alone, even when the door was locked. The idea that something I could not see had touched me while I was most vulnerable, while the water was running and I thought I was safe, made the back of my neck go cold. From that moment, it became harder and harder to tell myself that everything was harmless mischief. The DVDs going missing and reappearing, the footsteps at night, the moving plane, the shadow figures passing through rooms when my parents were gone, those things already made me uneasy, but they didn't leave marks on my body. The tug on my hair, the handprint across my stomach, the scratches on my sides and back, these things felt like escalation, like whatever was in the house was growing bolder and less concerned about hiding what it could do. I still have not told my parents the whole story. They saw the missing DVDs, but they didn't see the hair being pulled on the stairs. They didn't hear the footsteps on the top floor when they were asleep. They didn't watch the hanging model plane swing harder and harder on its own. They didn't stand in the bathroom looking at fresh red prints and scratches that came from nowhere. Maybe they would say it's all in my head, that I'm imagining it, that I'm reading too much into things. Maybe it would scare them if they believed me. For now, I carry these events inside myself, watching each new thing that happens, feeling the way the presence in the house shifts from playful to something sharper. Sometimes, late at night, when I am once again in the basement with the TV on and the game controller in my hands, I try to pretend everything is normal. I try to focus on the game and ignore any sounds from above. But the truth is that I am always listening. I am always half waiting for the next step, the next shadow, the next touch on my skin. I can't shake the feeling that whatever is here with me is not finished yet, and that each new mark it leaves is its way of saying, I am real, and I am not going away.